The people of the Rocks pirates clearly felt. Whether it's flame falls, or the fury blade of the wind, or it may be the falling of Shitian, they are all skills released by Kazan Wa Shenlong in the sky. And not against pirates. The pirate who received this signal seemed to have received a hot bloodshot. Most of these pirates have joined the Rocks pirates for more than 10 years, and have fought against Marine more than a dozen times, large and small, but none of these wars have been as easy as they are today. Equal to yes. Before the team battle was fought, the opponent was remotely consumed half of the blood by poke. Marine here, I'm going to be cowardly. For the pirates, it's equal to chasing and killing. It feels so cool. Yes. The Rocks pirates have never fought such a rich battle. The flying pirates are eternal gods. Follow Kazan, it's so easy to mix. And when the pirates were chasing and killing the Marines, the meteorite fell. Sengoku's eyes flashed with fire, and he said angrily, "Is Kazan trying to destroy the island? If it was hit by a meteorite from the sky, the entire island would be shattered into pieces. This is an altitude of 10,000 meters, must stop." Immediately, Sengoku's body erupted with a powerful golden light. Facing the dazed people around him, he shouted, "Quickly intercept it. Crush the meteorite with all your strength." The meteorite is huge, but it can still be defended. The best way is to crush it to minimize the destructive power of the giant. Naval headquarters in addition to Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr et al. In fact, there are many high-end combat powers. Shish. Dozens of figures rushed into the sky at extreme speed. Buddha's Senju Wheel Kaido. Sengoku's countless golden palms are launched at this moment, bombarding towards the falling meteorite. Ape Demon Flame Fist. Black Arm Home Run. Swipe, swipe, the meteorite cracked under the force and turned into countless small meteorites. The earth was smashed and devastated. Countless Marines were knocked into the air by the shock and flattened by boulders. Hoo. Sengoku gasped violently, Golden Buddha's belly bulged, and he felt that there was flames in his nostrils. The injury is not particularly serious, but the image is already extremely embarrassing. Although Sengoku still maintains the form of the Golden Light Buddha, only half of the dazzling golden light of the Buddha's light is left, and the other half is scorched black and smoking, and even on the skin, there are countless huge black and flat blisters at this moment. This is the skin of phantom beasts. However, Sengoku drilled under the meteorite that was emitting golden emperor flames, and attacked face to face. Countless flaming fragments passed by his side, and it was considered lucky that he did not burn. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku looked down at Marine on the ground, his eyes full of anger. This is not a righteous Marine teacher, it is simply a man-shaped kebab. The white Marine uniform representing justice is already in tatters. These warriors, even if they are still alive, have lost their will to fight. They walk on the battlefield, just to escape for their lives. Frightened like a walking dead. Some people even couldn't bear it, they bumped into the meteorite, were deliberately flattened, and ended their lives. Despair. Howl. Resounded throughout the land of the Valley of Gods. In the distance, Kong and Zephyr both frowned deeply. They never imagined that Kazan would choose this way to destroy the battlefield. Reckless to destroy everything. Actually. On this point, Kong and the others thought too much. Kazan didn't think about destroying the battlefield. He just took advantage of Marine's defensiveness and gave them a meteorite as a birthday cake. Isn't the meteorite cake all cut into pieces? Damn. Seeing Marine soldiers throwing away their helmets and armor, Kong knew that Marine's overall defeat was doomed. In the Air Pirates, there are two real high-end Logia abilities. With such a great skill, there is no need to play it again. It has already destroyed the psychological defense of the soldiers at the bottom of Marine. Most of the people are already unwilling to fight. Looking to the other side of the battlefield, the Marine soldiers were already being chased and killed by the Rocks pirates. The pirates want to avenge the Captain Rocks. Every knife was sent out fiercely, leaving no whole body for Marine at all. On the battlefield, the pirates held a knife in one hand and Marine's head in the other. Throw your head like a cannonball and be arrogant to the ultimate. Empty Admiral. What now? I feel that such a battlefield is no longer suitable for grassroots soldiers to fight. Yes. Only masters can move freely in such a battlefield. The low-level soldiers, even the soy sauce is thrilling. The figure of Sengoku Gold fell from the sky. The air he exhaled was filthy, and in his mouth, it was like chewing a big mouthful of black flour. Every time a word is spoken, a puff of black smoke rises. The appearance can be said to be very funny. Kong nodded in approval, paused before saying, The 5 elders have already left the battlefield. For an absolute high level like them, they will not care about other people's lives. The flying pirates and the rocks pirates still have their main battle strength, and the pirates' fighting spirit has been ignited to ultimate. We can no longer stop this situation. Such a battlefield. It is really not suitable to invest in low-level combat power. Because they can't do much. I'm really not reconciled. Send people away first. Let's block it and let Sicily send him away. Let him come and see you. Nishikori is a Paramecia meatball fruit capable user. Possess flying skills. It can send people into the air and fly to the designated destination. In this era, this meatball fruit belongs to Marine, not the later Shichibukai Bartholomew Akuma. Certainly, Sicily does not have a special constitution like Big Bear. Therefore, meatball fruit doesn't have the special ability to eject people's injuries and memories. But sending people away can still be done. Take orders from Kong. Sicily slapped his body. The huge and strong body teleported to the battlefield. He took off the gloves, revealing a pair of cute pink pads on the palms. But after learning about my mission, Sicily hesitated. He really has a headache. Although most of the current naval headquarters soldiers are dead, but there are still tens of thousands of people at the scene. Such a number, one by one shot flying. Are you sure it's not killing me? The donkeys in the village dare not take on this job. Sicily, we will stay here to stop these pirates and buy you time. Kong's eyes were wide open, his teeth were gritted, and he ordered to die. Hurry up. Take all the Marine soldiers and fly them to the G1 branch of New World. Seeing Marine Admiral so determined, Sicily slapped his body and disappeared in place. Then, puff. As the slap sound effect sounded again and again, the figures of Marine soldiers disappeared from the Valley of the Gods, and as soon as the screen turned, animal palms appeared in the sky, with a person wrapped inside, all flying in one direction go. The meatball fruit can only shoot people at a height of several hundred meters, so it cannot pass through the Red 10 continent. The landing point was set at the G1 branch of New World. Where there is marine manpower, they can take care of the wounded. Here, Kong and the others took off their coats together. The field station has been defeated, and they can only stay behind, in order to fight for the operating time of Sicily. Then, Kong led a dozen figures and walked towards Kazan in the center of the battlefield. And the other side, for the final battle. Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shaki, Linlin, Molly, Mo-Kei, Kaido, Newgate, Ochaku, Silver Axe are also involved. If they can use the power of the flying pirates to avenge the rocks, they are willing to cooperate. Especially Ochaku, he has already planned many situations in his mind. The most correct path was quickly chosen. After this battle, if the current performance is better, then invite Edward Newgate and Silver Axe to form a trident, form a new pirate group, and absorb all the remnants of the Rocks pirate group. In this way, Yinjia can continue to be the king of Hachinosu. So, performance at this moment is very important. This is impression points. Reason. Better to avenge Captain Rocks. Little ones, we want to avenge Captain Rocks, and we must not retreat half a step. Little ones, follow our captain and kill all the Marines. No one will be left behind. Ochaku raised his sword and roared angrily. Silver Axe's huge axe struck his armor with a clanging sound. Follow me and avenge the Rocks boss. After the voice fell, the two figures rushed towards Kong and the others at top speed. Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, are the officers of the Rocks pirates so brave? Kong, don't they have legs? Can't wait here, do you want to be dirty? Ho 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 ho. Avenge Captain Rocks, go. Soon, the call of the two aroused the reaction of the members of the pirate group. It can be next second. Kong's huge figure struck. Ochaku, Silver Axe braked in a hurry. One punch at a time. Chi was punched and flew out for 100 meters. Boom, boom. This. The pirates who were eager to try were now in a daze, staring blankly at Ochaku and Silver Axe in the giant pit. No, the two captains were not on the front line yet. What are you doing so far ahead? Cough cough cough. Ochaku lay in the huge pothole, coughing violently. Although he can still stand up. But the first time he fought against Kong, he knew that he was definitely no match for these people. Really, the strong in the sea are always one step ahead. By the time you comprehend hockey, they have learned to rap. When you get devil fruit, they have awakened. Now, there are flying pirates and Newgate guys. I have also made a symbolic shot. You guys are still taking care of yourself. since it can't play a role on the battlefield. Of course you need to be aware of the times. Just lie in the pit and stop going out to cause trouble for the bosses. Ochaku cast a glance at Silver Axe beside him. The other party understood instantly. Very happy to decide to hang out together. Boom boom boom. It may be that the battle spread, and the Ochaku Silver Axe was smashed into the position where John died before. John's head rolled down with a thud. It was simply stuck between the heads of Ochaku and Silver Axe. See John's dead face. Okay. The trio of the Rocks group are back together. Gia ha 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 ha. Newgate, is this the characteristic of your Rocks pirate group? Now that Rocks guy is gone, do you want to consider my original suggestion? Shiki looked ahead, but spoke to Newgate beside him. Said, Newgate. The captain just died, and he is on the battlefield again. Let's talk about it later. HMPH. What a boring person. Shiki snorted coldly, dissatisfied. Newgate, of course, was a little embarrassed. In the past 2 years, he has found the meaning of going out to sea, which is to get the family. Now there are 2 little guys, Marco and Joz. If Newgate hadn't found other ways to make money, I really want to retire from the pirate profession. The other side. In order to eliminate Rocks, Kong and others actually spent a lot of money. As Admiral, he is doing the final mobilization. Don't worry, our mission is to buy time for Sisakori to send people away. According to the current comparison of combat power, even if Kazan and others act together, it is definitely not a crushing situation. Maybe we can concentrate our forces and kill 1 or 2. Hearing this, the warriors of Naval Headquarters looked at the battlefield. Really, wars are vast, but the most effective battle history is the one that can play the greatest role. Naval Headquarters also recruited many strong men from the world because of their sudden runaway against Rocks. It's time to unleash your true power. Don't worry about anything, Min. Let's go together. Now we can only fight. Say it. Kong and others put on a fighting posture, and all of them rushed towards Beauty Kazan. One after another, the figures flickered one after another. In the blink of an eye, Kazan was already killed. Kazan, what you have done today has completely offended the behemoth Marie Joyce. The sea will have no place for you. Give up. Maybe you can still have a chance to spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Kong was the first to say harsh words. These words directly made Kazan laugh. Since becoming a pirate, everyone's position has been determined. Even 5 elders has become a dog at call. Kong, just a marine admiral. It's still talking nonsense here, it's not childish. Do you know why you marine lose every time? Because your marine admiral is not only incompetent, but also insane. I still can't see the situation clearly, Kong. In an instant, Kazan's whole body burned with Gold's fighting spirit, and the ghost of first generation came out of its sheath. Kong frowned. Do it. Get rid of him. The rest of the people also acted immediately, and several energies burst out. At this moment, the ground shook violently, and the ground trembled one after another, like shaking beans. Dark clouds also descended, covering the sky and the sun. The strong fight against each other, which is shocking. Bang bang bang. Kazan made a random move, and the ground suddenly rose up, turning into a huge dragon. Kazan stood on the dragon's head without changing his expression, and the conqueror's haki was wrapped around the blade. Don't let me down. Before Kazan finished speaking, a gleam of red flashed in Kong's one eye. The whole person turned into a huge demon ape and jumped into the air. About to throw a punch at Kazan on the earth dragon. It is indeed a quick-moving hairy monkey, Kazan naturally will not neglect. Touching the blade with the palm of the left hand, a gold light group suddenly formed, the golden group shone, and the whole first generation ghostly, filled with a more dazzling golden light. The knife seemed to be enchanted. This is the awakened skill of Op Fruit. Can add space attribute to an object. Now, first generation Onitsu is already a blade of space. Can pierce any defense, and at the same time can change the emperor of the knife. As the world's #1 swordsman, Kazan has reached a very high level of control over the attack distance of the blade. Short enough to pierce someone's heart with a knife. Long enough to cut the enemy's throat with only the blade. Just for a moment. Gold masterpiece. A 40-meter long knife suddenly extended from Kazan's hand. The supreme sword intent of the great swordsman makes his sword strokes as swift as the wind. In the blink of an eye, Kazan swung his knife and slashed down on Kong's ape head. Huge blade. It's like cutting off all defenses and sinking into the head of the ape demon. Stuck at the center of the ape devil's nose, this is. The sudden accident made Kong pale with fright. Damn it. What's the matter with this knife? The first-generation ghost embedded in Kong's head. Jin Wangwang's blade, right in front of his eyes, sliced through the ape demon's head. Although I don't know what strange ability it is. But Kong is, after all, a marine admiral who has fought hundreds of games. He was keenly aware that this knife seemed to have no attack power. Although the head was split into, as a whole, it looked very scary. But no headache, no bloodshed either. It can only prove that this is the ability to travel through the space of the human body. Backhand ability. What is it? Kazan is a ruthless person, he will never use flashy tricks. Kong made a quick decision. Grab the blade of first-generation Onitsu with both hands, and try to remove it from the head. Mere penetration is meaningless. After stabbing an enemy with the op-op fruit-attached knife, the next step is to wreak internal havoc. And the human body's most vulnerable brain, the heart, if destroyed internally. Even if the opponent is Kong, he can't survive. Immediately. Kazan is about to use his ability. However, Kong occupies the bottom after all, and has the bonus of its own huge body weight. At the same time, Kazan needs to use one hand to operate the ability. Compared with Kong's full strength of both hands, the difference in strength is reflected. Present. Under Kong's explosive force, the blade of the knife is forced to be Kong, moving from the head to the shoulder. But still not out of the body. K shockwave. In an instant, the entire first-generation Goosh began to emit endless flashes of gold thunder. The golden light is like thunder and lightning, reaching the designated position in seconds. Ah! When the shock came, huge fluctuations came out from the inside of Kong's shoulders, the mouth of the ape demon was huge, and a huge amount of blood was sprayed out, and his one eyeball rolled up instantly. Ah! The painful howling of the beast resounded throughout the battlefield. Screen, Sengoku and others have watched stay, bleeding, massive. This moment. They don't understand the situation at all. That knife in Kazan's hand is weird. It can easily cut into the body of Kong, a phantom beast species, without any wound. And when it really exploded, it actually completely broke Kong's defense. How can it be? Kong recovered from the general paralysis. Severe pain spread throughout half of the body. The body of the huge demon ape is completely in the pain of heart-piercing. This feeling. It's as if half of the body has been destroyed and annihilated, but no scars are left. Terrible. And, if he hadn't just had a flash of inspiration. If you let this knife explode in your skull, your brains will be turned into a paste. Think here. The air is densely packed with sweat dripping down like a waterfall. What a terrifying attack method. Kazan's abilities are simply unpredictable. Such an enemy is really desperate. With the explosion of one move, the surrounding air seemed to gather into an Uzumaki. Kazan is not Luo of later generations. Whether it is constitution or swordsmanship skills, they are all above Luo N levels. The power of the scalpel will naturally increase several times, and the reason why there is no instant kill effect is entirely because that person is Kong. However, with the shot, Kong's actions have been severely limited. Not good. Kazan is going to attack Kong Admiral again. Sengoku growled. As soon as the voice fell, several other Marines mobilized instantly, wrapping their palms around the armed forces, trying to prevent Kazan from acting again. After accumulating power, blast out directly. The moment when the fist and the blade are all blasted out. In the empty air ahead, all kinds of hockey lightning suddenly appeared. The entire space will be torn apart abruptly. Boom. Who are you underestimating? Marine. Your numbers are not superior. Shiki, Redfield and others act collectively. Hockey is also unleashed, with Marine's war magnet. Boom boom boom, several roars collectively rioted. Kong's face froze. The flying pirates and the rocks pirates are simply worlds apart. Each of them is full of combat power, and can be turned into a whole at any time. The tacit cooperation is like a copper wall and an iron wall. Kazan's pirates are simply terrifying. Not only are you like a cloud of masters, you can also build your combat power and upgrade it to ultimate. Sengoku was stunned. Defend. Sengoku, cheer up. Gu la 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 la. Here, Newgate had already had itchy hands and acted impressively. Kong Yun cut into the ground. The huge body burst out directly. Facing the dazed Sengoku, he used the shock fist and swung 4 attacks. Zilla. The air suddenly exploded everywhere. Numerous cracks are created in the air. Earth shakes. Newgate, I'm not a vegetarian. Black Arm Zephyr flashed over, waving a black iron hand. Send out several punches to the shockwave, inherit Newgate's moves. Ha ha ha. Don't forget about me. Fistbone. Conflict. In the sky, Garp's figure suddenly flashed past. A few streaks of Crimson Conqueror's hockey, gathering towards his fist from all around. Apparently, Garp, the monstrous constitution, woke up after a nap. At the moment the state is filled up a bit. Seeing the battle, regardless of whether the injury is serious or not, what is the situation on the battlefield? Anyway, Garp wants to fight with all his strength, and he has to greet the pirates. The powerful fist wind gathers. Target. It's Newgate down there. As long as you master the essence, you can achieve long-range attacks with the Dew King color winding. And Garp is good at this. You sick number. Don't be self-righteous. You should go to the ground and lie down. Kazan's figure suddenly appeared high in the sky. Gravity knife raptor splitting void. This trick is most suitable for shooting people down from high altitude. Time. An invisible gravity wave gathered in the air. Gold's gravitational waves twisted and bent like splashed ink, and wrapped around the blade of first-generation Goosh, instantly making the entire sky shine with golden light. Look from afar. The entire sky of the Valley of the Gods is like several golden tentacles spreading. This picture is like a great terror descending. Sneak attack. Who wouldn't? At this moment, a huge force came from Garp's back. This kind of force is not a slash, but an invisible and distorted gravity. The 5 horses quartered. Boom, Garp's figure fell rapidly, and huge smoke and dust scattered on the ground. The island of the Valley of the Gods. A dark, bottomless hole appeared again. Garp. Damn it. Kazan is just plain mean. A few Marines with advanced combat powers stood around the black hole, stunned. Where is Vice Admiral Garp? Can you survive in the ground? Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Gia ha 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 ha. Fill the soil. Shiki held one hand, and the ground immediately swelled up, turning into earth lions from all directions, roaring and rushing towards the pothole. In an instant, the dark pothole was filled, and then, the whole land was twisted into a twist. Hiss. It's too bullying. Garp hasn't crawled out of the pit yet. In the next second, it was buried by filling. What to do? There are so many moves that I can't handle them all. Garp, he was buried. Can he still crawl out of the soil? The strong man recruited by Marine frowned and was completely stunned. If these people knew that Marine recruited himself to do this shit. No matter how good the compilation is, I don't want to. The battlefield in the Valley of the Gods is like hell. They didn't believe it at first, but they finally saw it today. Kazan's flying pirates really can't afford to mess with it. Especially Kazan. Others only have 1 or 2 whole cards in their hands, mastering the internal destruction of the armed color, even if it is the operation of pressing the bottom of the box. As a result, all Kazan throws out are king bombs. It was the Valley of the God of Fire, another riot of wind blades, another breath out of a mountain, and another meteor falling from the sky. He even has a 40-meter-long knife. It can also easily sink people into the underground abyss. How to fight this battle? Everyone's Marines are already thinking about quitting, and if they continue to fight, maybe new mobs will appear. Maybe the next one. The one who is bombarded is himself. When everyone was confused, Shufu home. Magic drop. The figure of the crane flashed past, and Marine, who was staring blankly, turned into a line of drying clothes on a hanger in the next second. Even if the battlefield was dusty and confused, they were still spotless, shining with golden light, and dripping water droplets with funny expressions. Crane. Crane strikes again. Sengoku. Zephyr is really overwhelmed. Kong's face was so cold it wanted to be frozen. Crane was originally Marine's advanced power. If Crane is here, even if her combat power is not as strong as Garp and others, her excellent intelligence can still prevent Marines from retreating, and the entire battlefield will not become so chaotic. However, there is no if. Crane's arrest warrant was passed by Kong himself. However, what Kong did not expect was that she would choose to join the flying pirates. With the appearance of the Crane, the morale of the soldiers on Marine's side was completely low. They don't understand. The Crane Vice Admiral with wisdom and good looks. A super idol admired by countless Marine soldiers. The only military flower of naval headquarters. Why are you on the side of the pirates? Even if you were issued a wanted warrant, everyone used to be in the same scene. Call out. At this time, Sisicoli flashed in front of Kong and the others. His forehead was covered with sweat. The whole person is about to lose strength. This time, he used the ability of the meatball fruit tens of thousands of times. Even the most basic skill consumes very little, but his body can no longer support it. The empty admirals have been sent to the G1 branch. Should we retreat too? Hoo, Sisakori said with a heavy breath. Seeing that the situation was over, Kong immediately ordered. There are still more than a dozen people on the field, send them all away. Sisakori. I can't take pictures. Also at this time, the Rocks pirates rushed up and took Marine. Surrounded by only a dozen or so people left, they found that there were fewer and fewer people on the field, and Marine all escaped strangely. Few people. Of course we want to beat the dog in the water. Then, Marine's heads were thrown over one by one. What a bunch of villains. Kong sighed heavily, and ordered. I'll break through the defense line, and leave the others to you. Zephyr, Sengoku, cooperate with Sisakori. Sengoku. Sky Admiral, you should go first, you've been hit hard. I can hold on. Kong said firmly. Sengoku glanced at the twisted earth, and Garp. Kong said. It can't be saved, there is no time. Shish. Receiving Kong's signal, Sisakori immediately used his ability and slapped Sengoku, who was still hesitating. Sengoku disappeared in place. Kazan watched the pad in the Marine's hand from the air. Meatball fruit? Ability is indeed a bug. Kazan doesn't care about those little miscellaneous soldiers escaping. But the main force of Marine was sent away. How can first give Marine a heavy blow? Immediately use the color of knowledge to meet the future and observe the rules of flying fruit balls. However, it was discovered that as long as the person is slapped by the meatball fruit, the person will disappear without a trace. The place where you were photographed flying is in a state of extreme speed. Only after flying into the air, the speed will slowly decrease. Then, we can only start with those with abilities. Kazan thought. Roar. At this moment, with a huge roar, Kong hammered the ground fiercely, smashing into the chaotic pirate group, and with a wave of his hand, countless pirates were directly overturned and shot out. Then, Kong raced towards the edge of the island and fled. He knows. Only by escaping from the island by yourself can you attract the attention of the enemy and leave time for Sisakori to let others escape. Especially with Kazan around. However, Kong still underestimated Kazan. To deal with a flesh-shielded phantom beast that is determined to escape, there is a high probability that it will not be able to stop it. Of course, those marine chutes must be kept forever. In the Valley of the Gods. Immediately, Kazan flashed towards the remaining marines. Dao slashes exploded in the crowd. Call out. And when Sisakori slapped Zephyr in the air, the moment Zephyr disappeared, several sword marks from Kazan's first generation flashed past, and soon, there was only the palm with the fleshy pad, and Zephyr. One of Fa's thick arms was cut off at this moment. Kazan frowned. Didn't Zephyr kill it? Only one arm left. It's so boring. With just one swipe, Sisakori's other palm with a pad was also cut off. Ah, my hands. Sisakori knelt on the ground and howled because of the sound. But soon, the pirates of the Rocks pirates rushed forward. He vented his anger crazily at Sisakori. You're the one who shoots people away, right? Die. Marine. Stamp him to death. Just step on his hand. Howling sound gradually stops. So, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods entered the truce stage, and the pirates were panting heavily as if relieved from a heavy burden. Many of them had already been wounded, and they had no energy to do extra things. Rocks, as the belief of an era, completely fell in this battle. And his last words will be delivered to every corner of the sea. Although those who will speak for him are a group of people who are greedy for money. Win. Our Rocks pirates won Marine. Kazan, you are the strongest in the sea, let us Rocks pirates be invincible like before. With you here, Marine is nothing to worry about. The big secret treasure must belong to our flying pirates. Ha 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 ha. That's right. As long as the flying pirates lead us, we will be able to find that big secret treasure. Don't waste Captain Rocks giving us this information. For this group of people, Kazan is also quite speechless. The first 7 of the Rocks haven't passed yet. These people just want to cling to the flying pirates? I still want to let me take you to find the big secret treasure. What a daydream. The Valley of the Gods is just an abandoned island, without any value. At the moment, Kazan signaled, and Molly opened the door directly. Under the bewildered eyes of the remnants of the Rocks pirate figure, Yizin walked in with the members of the flying pirates. Gu la 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 la, Kazan, Shiki, I have to pick up my son. Give me a lift in your ship. Edward Newgate smiled foolishly. Soon, Valley of the Gods. Only the remnants of the Rocks pirates were left stunned in place. What's going on? How did you go, Kazan? What does he mean? I think Captain Rox personally recruited me to the team. Here at Kazan, I feel neglected. Bastard. Is the island moving? No, it's falling. F*K. Help. Look, in the sky, as Kong Admiral. Yes. That's the figure of Kong Admiral, the original location of the island of the Valley of the Gods. In fact, there are logistics and some intelligence personnel and navigators left on the warship. And with the Valley of the Gods being floated by Kazan using the ability. These sailors were ordered by Kong to stay on the sea and stand by. At this time, they looked up. A huge demon ape figure fell from the sky. Kong escaped by jumping into the sea from a height of 10,000 meters because of his own people below. And when it is about to reach the sea, Kong uses shaved steps as a buffer. Shaved, the sea burst suddenly. Then, the huge figure jumped onto the warship. Kong returned to human form. Looking up at the sky, there is nothing in the sky. Kong knows. Kazan chose to ignore him in the end, because he aimed at Sisakori and other marine generals who were not yet powerful. This is the most deadly. Turn yourself into a meat shield and use it as a bait to attract the enemy. The result did not play any role, Kazan. Sure enough, it's not that easy to lie. A feeling of uneasiness passed through Kong's heart. What he wants to see most now is that the remaining advanced combat power of the headquarters have been photographed flying to the G1 branch to escape. It's best that nothing happens, otherwise. For the headquarters, the loss in this battle is too great. If these elites die, as the immediate boss, Kong can only grant them various titles within the scope of his duties, issue pensions to their families, and allow their names to remain in the Marine. As Marine, people can die, but fame will always be sung within Marine. At the same time, what hurt Kong the most was Garp was completely sealed by earth coiling because it was sunk 100 meters underground. Kong has always paid the most attention to this favorite general from East Blue, whom he personally promoted. It is true that Garp is a soldier, but his ability is also unique in the headquarters, and he has a very high prestige in naval headquarters. Many sailors regard Garp as an idol, as a pioneer in eradicating pirates, and as a hero of Marine. But even so, no matter how important Garp is, facing a crisis situation, naval headquarters can only choose to give up. Now, the sailors trembled and did not dare to ask what happened on the Sky Island. Collectively awaiting orders from Marine Admiral. Considering that Kazan and the others can fly, the remaining warships are like living targets in the sea, so he immediately ordered, everyone, return to the G1 branch, gather all the people, and discard the redundant warships directly. Hurry up. There are still many people being photographed flying in the sky. We must use the fastest speed to rush to the G1 branch. Exactly how serious the damage in this battle is, only the G1 branch can have the answer. Hoo-hoo. With the sails up, hundreds of warships. Because there are fewer Marines, only a few dozen were driven away by Marines. Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Marine came back in a big defeat. And after the Marine warships left, boom. A loud noise spread across the sea. The island of the Valley of the Gods suddenly fell from the sky to the sea. Huge weight and sea buoyancy hedge. The burst of water, like a small tsunami, spread to the surroundings. Crash. At this moment, the island of the Valley of the Gods was torn apart. Saved. We are saved. Ah. Finally down to the surface. Our boats are still. We can apply for Hachinosu. Apply like the pirate EIYO. Ha 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 ha. Great. What a horrible experience, but worth it. Marine failed again. Captain Ochaku, Captain Silver Axe. It seems that Kazan is holding back on us. He didn't just smash the island down. He should be a good guy. Song is a bit weird. Let's just forgive them. Think of the palace of the previous Skyman falling from the sky. That speed is like a falling meteor. As a result, the palace was torn apart and turned into powder. Now the Valley of the Gods has fallen from a height of 10,000 meters. But not too much damage. At least it shows that Kazan is keeping his hand. The remnants of the rocks who survived the catastrophe seemed a little excited. That's right, ha ha ha. Lil ones, in fact, this captain has some friendship with the Kazan brothers. As early as more than 20 years ago, this captain fought against their brothers and villains on the sea. Although the time is very long, Ching Yi still there. Ochaku waved his hands proudly, pretending to be indifferent and said. For the remaining remnants of the pirates, Ochaku almost had tears in his eyes. You must find ways to win over to your subordinates. Ochaku is a person who knows the current affairs, so he naturally knows how to take advantage of the situation. Even if Kazan has nothing to do with him, however, he knows. As long as you bring some information about Kazan in your speech, these pirates will be excited and more convinced. After all, after the death of Rocks, the next dominant family will definitely be the Flying Pirates. And the captain of the pirate group is Kazan. Ha 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 ha. Silver Axe also laughed wildly. Yes, the captain can prove that I went to that mission with Ochaku. I really miss the old days, when I drank with Kazan. Silver Axe said again. Ochaku, did the envoy toast me at that time? Ochaku. Ah yes yes yes. Silver Axe, you refused because you were wearing a helmet. Silver Axe. Ha ha ha. I remember. That's exactly what happened. Forehead. In fact, Ochaku is also confused. Is there such a thing? Silver Axe, you can really blow. I almost missed your rhythm. Remember that time? The two were entangled by Kazan with conquerors and immediately fell off. Still lying on the deck for several days to recover. But it does not matter. The important thing is that these subordinates love to hear this. Roar. Amazing Captain Ochaku. Amazing Captain Silver Axe. Snapped. When the other pirates heard it, they immediately slapped him. What kind of captain? It's obviously the captain. Captain Ochaku. Captain Silver Axe. Sure enough, the pirates were completely excited when they heard it. Although Kazan did not include himself, but it seems good to be able to follow Ochaku and Captain Silver Axe. At least they are all captain-level characters. And also has a relationship with the Kazan brothers. The relationship is hard. Now that Marine was defeated in the Valley of the Gods, the remnants of the Rocks pirate group lost their captain, but because they allowed Marine to flee, the pirates were honored and returned with supreme glory. Just ask. Can fight against naval headquarters, Marine throws away armor and armor. Pirates can return to Hachinosu safely again. Such a legendary experience. Isn't it worth blowing for a year, for a lifetime? How can I not be treated as a pirate hero by those pirates? Stop shouting, stop. Look, there is a person underground. Hiss. That guy is Garp. Garp was sunk by Kazan before the island crumbled. Now the island is torn apart, and his body is exposed along with the broken soil. But because Garp got hit hard by the rocks before. Got hit by Kazan's gravity knife again. Get crushed by Shiki with earth coiling. Now. Garp lay prone in the soil, his entire back sunken. There was blood all over his body. Looking at the situation, the injury is unclear. Ochaku and Silver Axe exchanged glances, can't help taking a breath. Garp. This man is running rampant in the new world. Except for the rocks in Newgate, they are almost invincible in the world. Such an East Blue savage. Fame doesn't just spread within Marine. In the mouth of the pirate, Garp is also the most fearful, most dangerous, godlike existence. But at this moment, Garp was already unconscious. Became a lamb to be slaughtered. What should I do? Ochaku hesitated. He really wanted to cut off Garp's head now. As long as he brought Garp's head back to Hachinosu, his Ochaku's reputation would increase infinitely. After all, he was the one who killed Garp, but the shadow Garp left on the pirates is too great. Ochaku was afraid that Garp would wake up suddenly and kill himself. In this situation, Ochaku could only look at Silver Axe, hoping he could give him an idea. Silver Axe naturally had the same idea as Ochaku. Garp is really scary. Even if he has passed out, it still makes the pirates afraid. Until a minute passed. Silver Axe tried. How about we call Kazan? Have him come and get rid of Garp. Hiss. Great idea. Ochaku clapped his hands immediately. So. It can not only borrow flowers to present Buddha, but also get in touch with Kazan. To know. The entire Rocks pirate group was established through forced deterrence. Everyone obeys the truth that the strong are respected. Now that the pirate group has no Captain Rocks, who will the remaining pirates obey? Who will be the first to be convinced? Speaking of rankings. Nature is another super powerful character on the battlefield. Kazan. In fact, everyone knows in their hearts that Kazan obviously doesn't like the remnants of the Rocks pirate group. But Ochaku and Silver Axe take it seriously, so. Just call Kazan in front of these guys. Just a few casual chats with Kazan can make a fool of himself. Wouldn't your own prestige increase accordingly? Ochaku and Silver Axe glanced at each other and immediately made a decision. Blue, blue, blue. Soon, the phone rang frantically. The intelligence officer of the Rocks Pirates has always had the contact information of the flying pirates. Over there, it's Shiki on the phone. What's up? Ochaku didn't ask too many questions, and immediately said, that. You. Hello, I'm Ochaku. We had an intersection 20 years ago, and now, Silver Axe and I are on the broken island of the Valley of the Gods, arrested Marine Vice Admiral, Garp. Yes. Garp. Please tell Kazan that I, Ochaku, need to speak to him. What to do with Garp? Well, time. Be quick. Ochaku finished. Silver Axe added. I, Silver Axe, also need to discuss with Kazan how to deal with Garp. Please. Well, please hurry up. I'm in a hurry, the island is sinking. Hiss. When the surrounding pirates heard it, they immediately expressed their dismay. Really? Ochaku has a close relationship with Silver Axe and Kazan. There is a deep friendship there. Otherwise, how dare you talk to Kazan like that? After a while, Shaw appeared over there. A calm voice came. Wait below, we will go down in a while. Blue, blue, blue. The phone hangs up. The remaining remnants of the Rocks Pirates immediately enter the carnival. Ah, Captain Ochaku, Captain Silver Axe. Long live the new Rocks Pirates. At the same time, 10,000 meters high. On the deck of the new XIS, Shiki held two stinky little devils in each hand, and a dissatisfied voice sounded. Hey, Newgate. You two stinky boys, they ate, but my devil fruit. Tell me, Newgate, what you want me to do with them? Newgate looked at the two devil fruits on the deck, both of which had been bitten. Totally stupefied, he never thought of it. Please ask Kazan to send Marco and Joz to the new XIS for refuge. As a result, the two children ate the devil fruit from others. Isn't this cheating? Now, on the territory of the flying pirates, how can you tell me how to deal with the mess? And the reason is very simple. When everyone returned to the deck of the new X, I saw that the deck was full of 100 billion treasures that Shiki and the others had looted from the Celestial Dragon's palace. Before, Shiki and others were going to fight in the Valley of the Gods, and the treasures were randomly piled on the deck, and devil fruit didn't take it away. And the Valley of Gods battlefield. Newgate, please Kazan, get Marco and Jazzy to a safe place. Finally, the two little ghosts came to new XIS through the door fruit. Two stinky brats who have never seen anything in the world. I was completely attracted by the super luxurious big ship and the huge amount of gold on the deck. And just a touch. 4 devil fruits just rolled out. Marco. Joz. They are all 6-year-old stinky brats, where have they seen such beautiful fruits? Greedy saliva drools. As a result, I took a bite and found that it was so unpalatable that I would die. But because of this, he gained the devil fruit ability. However, fortunately, the devil fruit was unpalatable, so the other 2 devil fruits were not poisoned. Otherwise, Marco and Josie would have to explode and die. But these golden treasures, devil fruit, stolen by Shiki from the Celestial Dragons, it is the property of the air pirates. Now being eaten by 2 stinky brats, 2 devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of berry. Such behavior. For pirates, it is no different from robbery and provocation. Newgate is the parent of 2 brats. Naturally, I have to give an explanation. Otherwise, the cliff cannot or leave here. Father, woo woo woo. Father, we don't dare to steal anymore. Marco and Josie whimpered. Because they found that the fruit was not only unpalatable. After eating, it can also turn people into monsters. Kazan couldn't help being a little funny watching this scene. Rather than punishing Marco and Joz, or asking Newgate for an explanation, he was even more curious about what abilities the two had acquired. And at this time, it seems that there are more important things to do. Yes, Garp, he's not dead. One was nearly dying from being beaten by rocks, took another blow from his own gravity knife, and was crushed by Shiki's Lion Majesty Earthcoiling. Under such an attack, Garp is still alive. Really Shao Qiang from immune to death. Kazan said, Shiki, put aside the matter here first, let me handle things first. When the flying pirates went down to the Valley of the Gods, sure enough, Garp was lying dead in the soil. Kazan is here. Everyone give way, Ochaku said proudly. Silver Axe said, let's go. Let my friends Kazan and Shiki go first. Kazan didn't bother with the 2 of them. Immediately, he took out the high-tech explosive shackles, collars, and chains researched by Stussy from the space. All kinds of tools that are so powerful that even gods can't escape. Let's say hello to Garp together. Kazan turned around and the words fell. Garp, I'll take it away and imprison it first. Remember, when you return to Hachinosu, talk about the Valley of the Gods. But can't say a single word about Garp. Otherwise, I will settle accounts with you one by one. What? Kazan. Garp is going to be taken by you. How good it is to kill it right now. Bring the head back to Hachinosu, hang it on the skull rock, and let all the pirates take a good look. This is our greatest honor as pirates. At this moment, the Valley of the Gods is full of people, and the remnants of the Rocks pirates are wondering. Obviously, they don't want to. Naturally, Kazan would not pay attention to the thoughts of these pirates. Just ask someone to handcuff the dying Garp and take him away. He plans to let Mo K use the island fruit to cooperate with the super prison developed by Stussy to build a Jedi prison inside Bagpipe Island and imprison Garp permanently. Marine can permanently imprison the pirates in Impel Down. Kazan can naturally imprison the Marines. And it's still inside the island of Bagpipe Island. Garp has no possibility of escaping. As for the reason, if you really want to say, it's just that Kazan doesn't want Garp to die too cheaply. Just like Ace. If Ace's identity is just a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marineford would not have to have a public execution. Even if he was imprisoned, it would not shock Quan Shiuan. And if Ace is Whitebeard's fan Dewey Zhang, but also the evil blood of One Piece Roger. Well worth planning for at Naval Headquarters. Garp 2. Garp is the elite backbone of Marine. Although the prestige is very high now, compared with the Marine heroes of later generations, Garp's failure in the Valley of Gods at the moment is far from enough. Let such a Garp die so easily. Prefer, quiet. Bias towards, no value, therefore, Kazan intends to see Naval Headquarters' reaction to the Battle of the Valley of the Gods before making a judgment. Hachinosu is a concentration of journalists and intelligence agents. The remnants of the Rocks pirates will eventually return to Hachinosu. Even many years later, the remnants of the Rocks headed by Ochaku will occupy Hachinosu. So, the news of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods will spread throughout the sea through the mouths of the remnants of the Rocks. Facing the giant fishing boat, Naval Headquarters will have to respond strongly. Otherwise, Marine's prestige will be suppressed infinitely. And if you respond in detail, Kazan could have brought out the prisoner Garp and given the world a good look. If Marine renders, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is a major victory for Marine. Or, just sacrificing a Marine Vice Admiral Garp for the demise of the Rocks. At that time, that's the perfect time to take Garp out for a yo. With a little manipulation, Marine will become the laughing stock of the whole sea. See, Kazan has plans of his own. Ochaku dare not have any opinion. As far as Ochaku is concerned, he is more inclined to use Kazan's prestige to make the rest of the remnants surrender. Eliminating Garp's name is unimportant and unbearable. The key can be to use this to view the relationship with the card. Ahem. Brother Kazan has his plan. Brother Ochaku, just follow him. Isn't it just going back to Hachinosu to hype Marine's defeat? I, Ochaku, understand this very well. Brother, please rest assured and leave it to Ochaku. I promise, I will not reveal any information about Garp. Little ones, don't you think so? Ochaku fell silent. Immediately, Silver Axe raised his axe and shouted to his subordinates. Ochaku is right. Brother Kazan is a person who handles big things, a representative figure among our pirates, and the new ocean overlord on the sea. As pirates, we should support any of his decisions. Little ones, are you right? With the two captains Ochaku and Silver Axe leading the speech. The remnants of Rocks were persuaded and acquiesced one after another. Zan is very satisfied with the performance of Ochaku and Silver Axe. Kazan looked at the sea and said with a smile, Ochaku, Silver Axe, I will give you a chance to make a fortune. Oh. Hearing this, TNG and Silver Axe immediately widened their eyes. Brother. What chance to make a fortune? The other pirates all showed expressions of admiration. Make a fortune? Kazan visually estimates that there are about 500 warships parked on the sea. These are marine routes, opting to escape by air, and the people go, the vehicles stay. The densely packed piece of the sea is already useless. Kazan couldn't help but think of himself and Shiki. The days when they lived on the warship, the conditions on the warship were much better than ordinary pirate ships, no matter in terms of quality or interior design. Pirate ships are nothing compared to warships. Therefore, the warships left by Marine, even if they are sold as scrap iron, can definitely be exchanged for economic benefits. For pirates, if you can use a warship, transform it into a pirate ship. Sailing the sea, that is absolutely cool. Pirates' money comes quickly, in fact, many of them have a lot of berry. And like to spend a lot. If pirates have the opportunity to pay for a warship, it will definitely be a good deal. They just don't have access all the time. Furthermore, pirates are sailing on warships, they are slapping Marine in the face all the time. Soon, Kazan called the Crane to his side. How much is the cost of this type of warship and the specifications of the artillery equipped? After all, Crane has been a Marine for more than 10 years, so he knows a little bit about warships. After thinking for a while, Suru Kaido. Most of the naval headquarters warships are mass-produced, so the price is much lower than that of a single ship, and with some configurations on the warships, each new warship out of the dock is about at 100 million berry. Kazan calculated the depreciation fee and the premium for the military license. Second-hand ones seem to sell for 100 million berry. He turned to look at Ochaku and Silver Axe. Listen. One warship, 100 million berry. There are 500 ships here, that's 50 billion berry. All these warships, drive away. Ah. Hearing the number of 50 billion berry, Ochaku and Silver Axe screamed excitedly. Immediately, his eyes turned into the shape of berry. Ochaku said, "Brother, are all for us?" Silver Axe said, "Brother, you are so kind, you are simply excellent." Kazan really doesn't understand how nervous these pirates are. What are you thinking? That is the private property of my air pirates. Want to drive away a warship for free? You dream. Kazan said with a smile. You bring the warship back to Hachinosu, no matter what price you pay, whether you sell the warship to pirates or sell it to the underground black market, I will not care about any sales methods. 50 billion berry. This is the berry you guys are going to give me in a year. The voice fell. Ochaku and Silver Axe have a tingling scalp. Mado. Good fellow. What's going on? F*K. The Valley of the Gods was fought down by our Rocks pirates. You, Kazan, have robbed the Valley of the Gods, and took all the benefits. You didn't join the battle until the end, and you didn't pay any price at all. Now, Captain Rocks is dead. Finally, Marine was defeated and fled, leaving behind a lot of warships. The two originally planned to drive the warship back and then sell it to make a lot of money. Where is Hano's? There is no shortage of underground trading channels. Ochaku has already made a plan to use the money from selling the warship to build the pirate group. Now, with a word from Kazan, the warships have become the property of the flying pirates. What is this? Kazan, damn it, your heart is so dark. You take away 50 billion berry with one word. How much do we have left? The soup in the pot has bottomed out. Seeing the uncomfortable faces of Ochaku and Silver Axe, Kazan said in a serious tone, Don't you want to? That's a pity. I wanted to make you a fortune. Since I don't want to save face, I'll ask someone to drive away. When Ochaku heard this, he immediately became anxious. Thank you, brother. We are willing. Brothers are willing. Thank you, big brother, for giving us the opportunity to make a fortune. Silver Axe was sweating on his forehead. Ochaku said again, 1 year. We can definitely sell them all. Brother, Ochaku promises to complete the task. Open the phone bug 24 hours a day, and wait for the big brother to inspect the progress at any time, Silver Axe said. Kazan is such a ruthless person. Ochaku and Silver Axe are terrified. If they don't cooperate, they will not be able to go back to Hachinosu. The old Captain Rocks is good, but I really don't want to be buried with him. That's all. Kazan leads the people away. And the news of the Valley of the Gods will spread across the sea following the mouths of these pirates. The pressure is on naval headquarters. At the same time, one day in the future, Tien Mian and Silver Axe will offer 50 billion berry. The fruit of the door, the inner space. Kazan, who got some things done, couldn't help but wonder. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, I not only snatched 400 billion berry treasures, but also more than 50 devil fruits, which can greatly increase the combat power of the flying pirates. Looking back, we have to plan carefully how to lay out the new era. Swordsman 5 elders, enslave the strong of all ages, one person can become a royal group. Compared horizontally, the combat power of the other 5 elders is actually not much weaker. And M has been using op fruit to lay out the eternal life, since 800 years ago. Take 5 elders as an example. On the surface, Marie Joyce has successfully used at least 5 times of immortality surgery. Op fruit successfully awakened 5 times. It is very possible that IM's forces have already controlled the awakening technique of this op fruit. And in fact, IM is still creating a battle record for longevity. How much is the combat power of the immortals among them? IM's path seems to be similar to mine. Is it the combat power of immortals? The difference is that IM has 800 years of heritage. It's also about ancient weapon, hidden power. Mary Jo, he still absolutely has the reigning emperor. If 5 Elders is Iming's superficial agent, superficially controlling the Celestial Dragons family, controlling the CP organization, and controlling such forces as naval headquarters. The IM hiding in the dark, what hidden power does he have? The king of the world. Can it be overthrown only by a great war? The one from the Void Throne, when will he make a move? Kazan couldn't help thinking. Not long after, Kazan and others returned to the new XIS again. Deck. Newgate's huge body was sitting cross-legged, and he really had a headache. The devil fruit that Joz ate was Paramecia shiny fruit. He turned into a shiny man, and at this moment, his finger uncontrollably turned into a diamond material. Dad, look, it's a diamond. Stony. It's so shiny. And Marco is in the form of zone bird fruit ancient species Goose microraptor. On the arms and legs, wings grew uncontrollably. The multicolored feathers are very nice. For his own image, Marco is completely confused. He didn't expect that he just ate a piece of fruit secretly. Turned into a birdman. Dad, what should I do if I grow hair? Facing the 2 stinky brats, Newgate really had a headache. Although, Newgate was once also taken away by Kazan with a devil fruit. But that was Captain Rock's packing to lose. Robbery, steal. For pirates, the nature is completely different. But now, Marco and Joz, without any permission, stole the 2 devil fruits that belonged to the flying pirates, and, just in terms of ability, it's a very powerful kind. Will the flying pirates let it go? Newgate, as the parent of the bear child, is really in a dilemma. Shiki came to the deck, feeling very good. Just now, my own brother Kazan went down to the Valley of the Gods. Not only imprisoned Garp, also brought back 50 billion berry. Even more exaggerated. The hard work of selling warships is still handed over to Ochaku and Silver X. The flying pirates just have to wait to collect the money. Shiki had to admire Kazan's methods. Tisk tisk tisk. The warships waiting for the new world to sail, all have pirate flags on them, and pirates on the deck. This picture. Shiki gets excited just thinking about it. Looking at Newgate's frowning face, and seeing the changes of Marco and Josie, Shiki joked. Hey, Newgate, these 2 boys seem to have good abilities, and my hard work is not in vain. Cuckoo snatched it from Celestial Dragons. Have you figured out how to pay for it? Gu la 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 la. Newgate put it down straight away, with an expression of wanting to kill or cut. How to pay? Devil fruit is priced according to ability, shiny fruit, zone ancient fruit. Its value is at least 1 billion berry or more. Newgate was under pressure to support his hometown and bring up a baby. How can Barry lose? Now the Rocks pirates are broken up again. Newgate himself was homeless. Hachinosu, let's forget about the place. What has been lost cannot be returned. Anyway, I really can't pay back Shiki's 2 devil fruits for a while. It's better to smash it directly. Shiki, well, didn't you invite me to join the flying pirates before? If it doesn't count, then I have to owe you 2 brothers first, and I, Newgate, can only pay for it later. Captain Kazan, I wonder if you can accept me, Edward Newgate, with 2 brats? Although Kazan and Newgate didn't communicate much, they felt that they were actually pretty good. And Marijoi's Anbu power also makes Kazan afraid. It is a good thing for a top-level combat power like Newgate to be able to join the flying pirates. Moreover, with the charm of the flying pirates, can those who join still run away? Kazan smiled casually. No problem. Shiki floated directly in front of Newgate, eye to eye and said, Hey, Newgate, you want to use this to renege on your debt? Gu la 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 la. Newgate spread out his hands, with an expression of letting Shiki dispose of you. Gia ha 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 ha. Shiki smiled and said, Since my brother has spoken, I have no choice but to agree. Hey. 2 brats, don't waste the ability that my golden lion snatched. Follow Shiki to look over. Marco and Joz shrank their necks, they were terrified. This golden retriever uncle is a fierce yuppie. At this moment, Kazan stood on the deck and waved his hand. The 100 billion worth of berry treasures piled up on the deck are all collected in the space. This time I have gained too much, and I must take stock of it later. And Marine was sent flying by the ability of the meatball fruit. Flying requires a process. Ochaku and Silver Axe also need time to return to Hachinosu. The thing that caused a sensation in the sea still needs to ferment for a while. At the same time, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is the dividing line of the important era of the sea, and a new era will follow. How should the flying pirates get involved? Thinking of this, Kazan said directly, "Go to the New World stronghold first, and then I'll go to Bagpipe Island for a banquet. At that time, our flying pirates will hold a new meeting. It's time for us to divide the sea." Following Kazan's voice fell. On the New X West, the flying pirates went completely insane. The Valley of the Gods event, about 4 days later. New World. Marineg 1 branch. This is Marine's largest military fortress in the New World, which is about the same size as Marineford. In the original book, after Marineford was destroyed in the Summit War, the G1 fortress also became the new naval headquarters. At this moment, the fortress is a little deserted. Because all the Marines here have been dispatched by Kong. A small number of Marine soldiers are discussing in the square. What the hell is this mission? 19 days ago, Kong Admiral transferred all the combat power of the headquarters, and there were not many people left in our G1 branch. Nearly 20 days have passed, why hasn't any news come back? It must be very important, that's why the confidentiality work is done so well. That's why Kong Admiral personally leads the team. Of course, the task is released on the spot and processed on the spot. There is no need for other departments to participate. It is normal that there is no news. If you do it so secretly, you will definitely win a big victory. The topic the Marines were talking about was the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. But everyone doesn't know what this mission is. The words, Valley of the Gods, did not appear in the discussion. Look over there, on the harbor, General Dorag is back. Yes. It's Drago. Seeing a warship approaching the port, Marine soldiers immediately greeted it. I want to see what that man looks like, Monkey D. Drago. The son of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, only 18 years old this year. Unlike Akainu and others who joined Marine in their 20s, Dorag, who is almost the same age as Akainu, was forced to move from East Blue to naval headquarters at the age of 10 under Garp's early operation. And early promotion to Rear Admiral, Akainu? Now I don't know where to hang around. And Drago, who has been trained strictly by Marine, has completely inherited Garp's powerful genes. Combat power explodes. At naval headquarters, Tarag is a genius of geniuses. It can be called the invincible representative of the new generation. It is the unique existence of the new generation. For this reason, Dorag is highly admired by those Marine recruits. But, after all, Dorag is young, and he is still very angry. Although every mission is 100% complete, but the time required for his mission is the longest in the entire naval headquarters. Actually, more than loggers don't really like being a Marine, so they use missions to travel around the new world. Marine's mission? Just a reason to go to sea. What can stop a man from running to the sea? And during the tour, Dorag's smile became more and more silent. This world is really messed up, very brutal. People in a country at war have no happiness at all. This made Dorag worry about it. However, there is no ability to change it. At this moment, I see the recruit who welcomes me. Dorag felt a little relieved. Hello. Any news from Admiral? Drago got off the warship, looked at a sailor and asked. Because after the mission, Drago found a country to play, but it turned out to be too far away from the headquarters, and missed the recruitment of the headquarters. But before the start of the Valley of the Gods, he learned that Garp, Kong and others were doing secret missions through a phone bug. But nearly 20 days have passed, and there is no news update. This made Drago very puzzled. A sailor replied, Yes, Rear Admiral, no news from headquarters. Drago nodded. Well, got it. At this moment, Drago stood still and couldn't help but look towards the sky. There is something, a lot of things. And until 3 minutes later, the sky is abnormal. Shish. Huge animal palms flew towards the G1 branch from Never Song at this moment. This is Sisakori's meatball fruit ability. How could it be? Drago's eyes widened, his face in disbelief. Almost an instant. The sky of the branch is like a swarm of giant stars and crows, covered with dense animal bear paws. The ability of the meatball fruit is settled, which is similar to that of the sweet fruit. Even if the ability user dies, the person who is shot will arrive at the destination set by the ability user. Of course, it may also be blocked by high-altitude objects. Moreover, during the whole process, the people who were photographed flying were in a coma state. Puff, puff. Immediately, the square of the G1 branch was covered with dense potholes. In every pothole, there was a Marine wearing a Marine uniform, but with dry blood and wounds everywhere. Lie in the center. In this state, it seems that they have just experienced a massacre. And a few minutes passed. There are already tens of thousands of potholes in the square. It is densely packed, almost covering the entire huge square. Hiss. This is the soldiers of the headquarters. This is the Vice Admiral of our G1 fortress. What's going on? Hurry up and save people. Not good, there are not enough medical staff. Come and help. What the hell is going on? On the fortress, it was completely messy and filled with desperate voices. When those medical staff ran out of the building, they were all terrified by the scene in front of them. This is definitely the square. Instead of a huge mass grave with tens of thousands of people. Soon. Drago found Sengoku. Sengoku is strong after all. After only 5 minutes, he woke up from the ability of the meatball fruit. What's going on? Sengoku Vice Admiral. Dorag frowned and asked. How embarrassing. Even a strong man like Sengoku doesn't have a single piece of his body intact. It's like being raped. What an enemy. It's so powerful. Cannot imagine. A bad premonition filled Dorag's heart. Sengoku rubbed his head. His expression became more and more bitter. Dorag, we failed this mission. It's a complete failure of Marine. Where's my father? Drago didn't care about this and asked immediately. Sengoku calmed down for a long time before saying, Garp, he was attacked underground by Kazan's strange ability, and Shiki blocked the exit with lion fruit. At that time, all Marines were ordered to retreat. We have already no time to get Garp out of the ground. However, that guy has a lot of life, so he should. Drago's face was ugly. According to this meaning, Garp is still on the battlefield. However, it takes time to fly the meatball fruit, and it has been 4 days until now. Garp was not photographed flying. For 4 days, he was free. But until now, Yinpu still hasn't sent back any news. Ah. When Dorag frowned and guessed, there was a huge wail from the surrounding area. It's Zephyr. At this moment Zephyr has just landed. Black's pure iron hands hugged his empty shoulders, howling loudly. Yes. Zephyr's only intact arm. Killed by Kazan in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and stayed there forever. And Kazan's first-generation ghost possesses the power to corrode wounds. The pain is unbearable for ordinary people. Back then, when I was competing with Roger, I cut a wound on Roger's face, and Roger, who has a strong constitution, couldn't heal the wound, and it hurt for a whole month. And Kong's face, in the Marineford destruction battle, was still wounded by Kazan. Even if it was the Phantom Beast constitution, the wound could not heal, and the pain was unbearable. If you really want a metaphor, the wound left by first-generation Goosh is more terrifying than the double pain of dark fruit. And, hard to heal. Zephyr did have his entire arm chopped off. The wound is huge. Waking up suddenly from a coma, the pain was naturally unbearable. Hiss. Whoosh. Zephyr's forehead was full of sweat. He endured the pain, and directly used the iron fruit ability to change the position of the iron hand prosthesis, covering it on the broken arm, using the compressed iron element to frame the broken arm, and stop the bleeding. However, the pain still made him roll on the ground. Hard to imagine. A wound that can make even a strong man roll in pain. What kind of horrible pain will it be? Sengoku and Drago were silent at the same time. It took a long time for the medical staff to inject Zephyr with a drug similar to anesthetics, wrapping the wound round and round, and finally let Zephyr's tense nerves relax a bit. If we lose, we lose. I saw with my own eyes that both of Meatball Sisakori's hands were cut off by Kazan. Without his hands, he will not have any ability to escape. He is actually dead. I am the last one to escape. Once again, in the battle with the flying pirates, I removed the Mincan. Zephyr slumped on the ground, muttering alone. Hear this. Drago was furious. Garp's life and death are unknown now. Marine came back in a big defeat. Still using the ability of the meatball fruit, he fled in a hurry, and even a strong man like Zephyr had his arms cut off during the escape, and the meatball fruit ability user who helped everyone escape, Sisakoli, was confirmed dead. This kind of result is unacceptable to anyone. Not to mention the young and vigorous Dorag. Damn. Kazan. Air pirates. It's you. Ah. Sengoku remained silent. Where's Kong Admiral? He escaped by jumping into the sea, and it is estimated that it will take half a month to return to the G1 fortress. Don't be surprised. Otherwise, the entire marine will be a no-go. Meanwhile, Bagpipe Island. Marine's original X1 branch is between the Valley of the Gods and Marine Fortress. Relying on the superiority of the air, the new XIS arrived at the X1 branch, and then all the staff, using the door fruit, transformed the space, and came to the Bagpipe Island above Gaia Island in the Paradise. Bagpipe Island took more than 5 years to build. Has initially formed a scale. At the same time, after the fusion of the fruits of Mo-K Island, the original Sky Island has also become a part of Bagpipe Island. 2 islands, one big and one small. Like a strong magnet, they are completely bonded together. And when Kazan et al. Appeared, the original slaves of Bagpipe Island, and the people of Gaia Island, the people of Sky Island. They all came to worship together. They have given up their original identities and become citizens of Bagpipe Island. Their lord came back. Seeing so many people at once, Newgate was dumbfounded. Marco and Joz were hanging on his body, and they also looked at the scene in front of them in bewilderment. And when they turned their heads to look at the huge castle, the 3 father and son were shocked. Where did I go? This is the air pirates. No, this is too scary. Until now, Newgate realizes that what he knows about Shiki, Kazan, is just the tip of the iceberg. This kingdom in the sky is simply the ideal land in the minds of all those born in poverty. And also at this time, Kazan who has just set foot on Bagpipe Island. A system beep sounded in my mind. The progress of the kingdom of the host has been detected, and the faith value has been refreshed. Faith value 0% into faith value 6%. Congratulations, host, for getting the golden pupil. Golden eyes. The host can see the loyalty value above the head of the citizen. The loyalty value represents the citizen's belief in the Sky Kingdom and the country's lord. Overall rating 1 to 10 stars. Below 5 stars, it is considered a betrayal. The higher the star, the more loyal. The lower the star, the worse. I saw a row of little stars on the heads of everyone around me. Most of them are 7 stars or more. At this moment, Kazan finally understood that the progress of the convergence of the phantom beast and human godhood was bound to the kingdom he built. And the integrity, strength, and other comprehensive factors of the kingdom are improved, and the faith progress can be completed. This is good. Kazan thought that he was going to build a real kingdom in the sky. Unexpectedly, the progress of the kingdom's construction is also linked to the progress of faith. It can also increase the gathering progress of the phantom beast godhood. 6%? It's a little low. However, Kazan didn't think too much, he is an immortal anyway. It is Jin Jitong. Can easily identify traitors or disloyal. This saves me a lot of worries. In the future, whether it is pure gold, devil fruit, or other resources, you can use the golden pupil to detect one side. That way, no accidents will happen. Present. Kazan immediately thought, didn't he have a dog in Marie Joy's? I'm not very curious about the dog's loyalty value. Moreover, after the battle of the Valley of the Gods, Kazan thought of many new problems and needed information from Swordsman 5 elders. It's time to call the dog over and do 10 strokes. Only 6% of faith progress. It shows that Kazan's current power is evaluated as weak by the system. And faith progress. It refers to the team of the flying pirates and the national power of the kingdom of the sky. The overall evaluation score contains combat teams, nationalities, culture, economy, influence, etc. It is a very comprehensive and complex evaluation. Kazan looked at the stars of faith above people's heads, and was a little silent. He is a man of habit. In the few days after the Valley of the Gods, he analyzed the entire battle. The conclusion is that the current power of the flying pirates is far not enough. Marie Joy has 800 years of heritage, it is not as simple as people see it. In fact, Valley of the Gods War. Kazan almost brought the entire combat power of the flying pirates to the Valley of the Gods. And the number of people is only 800 people. Rock's Pirate has 150,000 people. Marie Joy and Marine have at least 200,000 people. Compare it. Although the flying pirates have many elites, their overall strength is not enough. The number of people is not as good as a fraction of the other 2 major forces. So, the whole process of Valley of the Gods. Kazan did not choose to fight recklessly, but to fight wits. The very beginning of the treasure hunt. Kazan completely relies on the advantage of speed and system space to collect all the benefits in the treasure house like a magic trick, harvesting more than 400 billion berry and more than 50 devil fruit in total. And if not Kazan, facing the huge number of pirates in rocks, how much treasure can the flying pirates capture? Don't say everything. I'm afraid it's as difficult as a third. Then there is the part of watching the play. Kazan knew that the flying pirates had few people and were not the protagonists of the battlefield, so he lifted the celestial dragons into the air, deliberately arousing the anger of the Rock's pirate, and the pirates vented their anger on the Marine on the ground desperately, leading to Rock's pirate and naval headquarters, killing crazy to both sides. In this link, Kazan is the initiator. His sense of participation with the flying pirates is actually very low. Immediately afterwards, Rox was mobbed. Kazan was pulled into the space by the Swordsman 5 Elders and was not in the main battle, but through the observation of the ability of the Swordsman 5 Elders. Kazan understood instantly. This old and immortal guy is like cheating. The Swordsman 5 Elders has collected the top powerhouses of various eras for hundreds of years. Ghostslave, Ryoma, Ozzy, and the 4 pirates are all top powerhouses for hundreds of years. Let him form an army by himself, with the combat power of a 4 Emperor's regiment. It can be said that the configuration is quite scary. After the Valley of the Gods incident, Yi Zan also questioned Shiji and others. According to them, the remaining 4-5 elders belong to the category of top powerhouses. It was completely because Rox exhausted his vitality and went berserk that he withstood the siege of the crowd. But even so, the crazy Rox didn't kill a single person, but wasted to death. If Kazan hadn't pulled out the heart of the Swordsman 5 Elders, which could threaten the opponent's life at any time, and the Swordsman 5 Elders just controlled the space transferability of all 5 Elders, then 5 Elders would most likely stay on the battlefield. 5 top combat forces that have not been fully exposed. With naval headquarters, what is the final result of Valley of the Gods? Things have not happened, so nature cannot be defined. But Kazan believes that accidents are very likely to happen. As for the end of the war, in one aspect, the flying pirates are actually similar in nature to the Blackbeard pirates. With a dozen or so people, Blackbeard is in the hands of the Whitebeard pirates with tens of thousands of people and the naval headquarters with hundreds of thousands of people. Steel the Summit War's biggest victory. It also uses the least number of people and exerts the least effort, but becomes the biggest beneficiary of the war. Therefore, Kazan figured it out, made a decision. In this period of time in the future, let the flying pirates grow from a small team and a small force to a real behemoth. In fact, this era has all the conditions for such a rampage. In the original book, The End of the Rox Era, New World began to chaos. New World has become the battlefield where the legendary 3 big pirates compete. Marine is consumed by Rox pirate in the Valley of the Gods. In the face of the chaos in the New World, we can only stare blankly. And the era of Roger One Piece is over, and the whole world is in chaos. New World has become a carnival place for 4 emperors and all pirates. Marine completely lost control of New World, even, almost to the point of quitting New World. So, all Kazan has to do, but skipping the effects of the Rox era. Advancement of the New World pattern after the end of the Roger era. Gu la 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 la. Captain Kazan, the atmosphere of the flying pirates is really great. My 2 sons like it very much. This is the first time I have experienced such a large-scale banquet. Newgate laughed. At this moment, the king of preparations for the bagpipe bean banquet. Because the flying pirates obtained more than 400 billion berry treasures in the Valley of the Gods, and the laborers of Bagpipe Island, who are also citizens, have been working diligently on construction in the past few years. So Kazan is going to throw a huge banquet. All humans consume food on a daily basis anyway. Preparing for a banquet is nothing more than getting together and making it more sumptuous. Newgate approached with a bucket-like drinking glass. Really? Kazan looked over his head. 5 stars. Belief system. A total of 0 to 10 star levels. 5 stars, in the system's evaluation of faith, is a very general evaluation. Almost like being a stranger. Of course, no malice. A bastard. Kazan couldn't help thinking. Like Redfield, Shaki, Linlin, Stussy, Molly, Mork, Kaido. All 10 stars. The female warriors of Amazon Lily are also 10 stars. There are 800 members of the Flying Pirates, almost all of whom are 9 and 10 stars. And Gaia Island, Sky Island, and the people from the Kingdom of the Bridge are all 8 to 10 stars. Certainly. Crane is also 10 stars. Crane's current performance is still a bit inferior, perhaps because of his inferiority complex and his past marine status. Kazan was going to turn around and let her relax. And among hundreds of thousands of people, only Newgate has only 5 stars. Look at the situation. Does Newgate really want to join the Flying Pirates? Now that Kazan has the golden pupil, he can see other people's belief, which can also be said to be loyalty, the degree of hard work for the entire team, and even whether he has dedication to the Air Kingdom. So he could see Newgate's true intentions at a glance. Of course, it's not hard to guess, in the original book. Newgate at the peak of his life. Just because Roger begged, Odin knelt down and let the man go. Let Odin follow Roger and go to another pirate group to start the final adventure. And old age, faced with Ace's rage, he asked to hunt down Blackbeard who killed his companions. Newgate as captain. Even if he had a bad feeling, he still let Ace leave. Just explain. Newgate's personality tends to wrong himself and help others. In terms of force, he can be called the strongest man. But when it comes to the bloodiness, personality, and tenacity of being a pirate, Newgate belongs to the kind of middle of the road. This character has run through his life from beginning to end. Now that Marco and Joz ate the devil fruit from the Flying Pirates, Newgate, who is a godfather, was completely cheated by his son, and there was also an element of being forced to help him. This mentality is not a true strongman mentality. Change to the present era. Gate was in the Rocks pirate as a bastard. Although Newgate also tried his best, his performance was not impressive. The entire pirate group can be said to be only rocks. Individuals are fighting with all their might, even losing their lives. In other words, such Newgate, the Flying Pirates are not needed. But people change. Although Newgate is 39 years old, his character is basically stereotyped. He is different from Redfield, who joined the pirates at the age of 20, and later adapted to the team very well. Consider the next layout of New World. Newgate could form an important part. Kazan will of course give Newgate some time to adapt. If not past. Say it again. That's right, it seems that Marco and Joz have adapted well, but you, Newgate, are not even as adaptable as the two children. Kazan laughed. Hearing this, Newgate was taken aback, not knowing what to say for a moment. Kazan said casually, Newgate, the banquet is about to begin. However, before that, I need you to pass on a disappearance to the other members. Newgate said, Google la la la, please speak, Captain. Kazan stood up. Said plainly, 10 days later. The Sky Pirates will hold a meeting at Bagpipe Island, and they will redefine the responsibilities of all senior cadres of the entire pirate group, as well as determine the plans for the next few years of the pirate group. Everyone. Stand by on Bagpipe Island, waiting to be called. Gu la 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 la, of course. Soon. As Newgate made his way through the crowd, the message was delivered. Pause time. The entire Flying Pirates were excited. To know. The last meeting like this was 20 years ago. At that time, Redfield, Molly, and Mork had just joined the pirates. The location is near Sleeping Ancient Town. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed. The most excited ones are Morley, Mork, Linlin, and Kaido. Up to now, none of them have any positions. 10 days after hearing that Kazan is about to hold a redesignation meeting and announce the plan for the entire team. Crazy laughter of, well, was heard throughout the banquet. Crowd periphery. Redfield swung his wineglass and leaned against a tree. The red figure almost merged into the tree. Look at Shiki sitting on the grass. Redfield said, it's been many years, Brother Yin finally made another big move. Shiki looked into the distance. That's right, even the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, we haven't mobilized like this, Pat, we shouldn't have changed, after all, the positions of deputy captain and deputy are almost the limit of the pirate group. Redfield said, not necessarily, let's just look at Newgate's performance first. Oh? How should I say it? Shiki raised his eyebrows. Redfield still maintains the habit of the lonely moments before, and likes to observe others. He noticed that there was a gap between Newgate and the team. It was very similar to the week before I joined the pirates. Sense of distance. Those who have experienced it themselves will know. The sense of distance is often shown in the details. If Newgate participates in the meeting, it means that the meeting is not important, and maybe there will be little change. And if Newgate is excluded from the meeting, then our air pirates may change, Redfield said. Hearing this, Shiki frowned. I also guessed a lot of things in my heart. Cut. That damned Newgate. I saw it 20 years ago, he is a pure idiot. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he still looks like he can't be saved. Gudong. Redfield downed the red wine and patted Shiki on the shoulder. Let's go. Play mahjong. No, I'm playing Fight the Landlord today. Okay, I'll accompany you. The huge banquet of the flying pirates has officially begun. Soon, 10 days later. Today is the time for an important meeting of the flying pirates. Everyone on Bagpipe Island is getting ready. We are eager to try, and each is very comfortable. The other side. Somewhere in the palace of Marie Joyce, full of anger and sorrow. Blue 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 one hang up with the phone bug. The swordsman 5 elders was shirtless, sitting on the sofa, using women's clothes to wipe off the bloodline on the knife, and on the bed not far away, several bright red flowers bloomed on the clean white sheet, above which there were several red flowers. If the woman's body, there are blood dripping. This is a second-hand or even fifth-hand princess sent by several franchise kings. Kings exclusive. And the swordsman 5 elders is good at this. Anyway, sleeping with new women, sleeping with lowly slaves. He coughs involuntarily. Cough cough cough. Damn it. Here, there are actually people who make up their numbers. None of them are new. Only slaves. Vomit. Those damned franchise countries. Next year, the gold in the sky will be doubled. The swordsman 5 elders was furious, and slashed directly at the dead man again. Cut it into several sections before giving up. The blade, which was wiped clean, became bloody again. Recently, the situation in Marie Joyce has taken a major turn. Swordsman 5 elders. Although there is no heart, it is also disturbed. And the reason for the confusion, it's also very simple. First, Marine Admiral Kong has returned to Naval Headquarters from the Valley of the Gods, and after Naval Headquarters statistics, reported the loss of Naval Headquarters this time. All of these require 5 elders to process and review. And this time, according to the statistics, a total of 8,762 celestial dragons died, equal to annihilation. The garrison arranged by Marie Joyce in the Valley of the Gods, many people died. In Naval Headquarters, there are 400 people with the rank of generals, and the total number has reached more than 80,000. In the end, the Valley of the Gods was smashed down and sank into the bottom of the sea. Not a single body was ever recovered. The Valley of the Gods has been completely wiped from the Celestial Dragons map. It can be said, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the face of Marie Joyce, has been ruled out. How to deal with it, the 5 old men don't know what to do. I have been in a hurry for many days, but no countermeasures have been discussed. Hachinosu's intelligence agency sends back a message. As the remnants of the Rocks pirate returned to Hachinosu, 500 warships were brought back to Hive Island by Ochaku and Silver Axe. These 2 damn pirates actually started the auction mode and advertised in newspapers. The pirates of the New World, and the crazy Hachinosu gathered for a while. And more news about the Valley of the Gods, with the gathering of a large number of people, has begun to spread across the sea. Now there is wild suspicion in the sea, and when the news is actually released, it can basically be confirmed that it will be a catastrophe at the jingling level. And, the situation is unstoppable. How to reverse the situation of fishing boats in the sea is also a question for 5 elders to consider. They collectively have a headache, and, at the same time, a frightening secret order was delivered to the 5 elders in the morning. King of the world, Master I am, tonight will come out again, and the 5 elders are called. More than 180 years, I am Sama is about to show up again. This secret order is like a reminder. Make all the 5 elders break out in a cold sweat. To relieve tension. In broad daylight, Janshin 5 elders recruited the concubines of the kings of the franchise countries. Result. He's just come back to life. That goddamn phone bug is ringing. Kazan on the phone. Marie Joy, the palace. A golden phone bug suddenly rings. This is the contact information that Kazan specifically asked for last time in the land of Underworld. Traitor, undercover, threat, intelligence, Jane. A series of vocabulary eyes floated in the mind of the swordsman 5 elders. A sudden outburst of emotion. The 5 elders were so angry that they killed all the women on the spot. And after answering the phone, Kazan didn't say any nonsense at all, and directly asked to meet today. What does meet mean? Of course I want to be a dog in the past. The swordsman 5 elders was naturally unwilling. But, there is no room for negotiation. After all, his heart is in the hands of Kazan. Even if 5 elders and others have returned to Marie Joyce, even if there are 10,000 soldiers guarding him, even if he climbed to the peak of power again, facing Kazan, a man who eats people's hearts, no matter how reluctant he must go to the slave master. Otherwise, the heart will be fried. So the two decided to meet at another place called Dick's Island at 11 o'clock in the evening. Swordsman 5 elders' ability to beat. Space movement is actually similar to doorfruit. After all centuries-old monsters, the 5 elders also used to hide their identities for vacations all over the world. 5 elders, Molly. Both have coordinates on Dick Island. Hence the choice of Isle of Dick. Damn Kazan. I really want to kill you. Make you a slave forever. How can I get back my eternal heart? Who can tell me how to do it? Swordsman 5 elders grinned, murderous intent flared up. He hated Kazan 10,000 times, but his heart was in the hands of others and he couldn't show it. This moment, same day. I am meeting. Kazan meeting. One is the real king of the world who is full of pressure. One is a cruel and inhuman slave owner. In comparison, Swordsman 5 elders thinks Master I am is much cuter. Today's 5 elders is very stressful, time flies. Bagpipe Island, Air Pirates, the second official meeting is ready to enter. The location is in the center of Bagpipe Island, where there is a lake with a flat island in the center. Kazan has the ability to invite wind and rain at any time, and Bagpipe Island is never short of water, so Kazan asked Mori to transform the island's fruit, so that the waterways on Bagpipe Island extend in all directions, and boats can travel everywhere, and in the lake, a tree can be placed. Thousands of warships. In the future, the ships of the flying pirates can park in the lake and turn on the air conditioner at any time. At this time, a huge and luxurious castle was built on the island in the middle of the lake. Regardless of whether it is a citizen from the Kingdom of the Bridge or Sky Island, a citizen of Gaia Island. After becoming a member of Bagpipe Island, Kazan, the chief king, immediately built a palace. After more than 5 years, it has been completed. Inside the castle, under the design of thousands of construction engineers in the Kingdom of Bridges, the entire castle is the most special existence in this world, even more distinctive and luxurious than Marijoy's palace. In a huge room, Kazan sorted the devil fruit slightly, and 2 new devil fruit emerged from the space. Originally, Shiki snatched 4 devil fruits in the Palace of Celestial Dragons. But there is a shiny fruit, the fruit in the form of a raptor, which was eaten by Marco and Joz. Now there are only 2 left unchecked. Soon, the information of devil fruit appeared in front of Kazan. Paramecia bubble fruit, fortune value, 10 points. Zone dog fruit phantom beast 9 tails fox form, fortune value, 25 points. In the original book, Paramecia bubble fruit belongs to CP9 fishnet long-legged black secretary, Khalifa. The ability is not strong, and the fortune value is only 10 points. Kazan naturally didn't pay attention, and the Phantom Beast 9 Tails Fox form has a fortune level of 25 points, which is the same level as the Phoenix form. Originally belonged to Katerina Demai, she is one of the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Her ability is to change the appearance of anyone, even the clothes. From this aspect alone, it is the absolute superior of imitation fruit. Kazan took one look and decided immediately. It's time to give Nicole Albia the 9 Tails Fox form. Albia is an archaeologist with his own pursuit of intellectual documents. Kazan doesn't want to interfere with her ideals. Anyway, let her give birth to a little Robin in the future. At present, Albia is not in the Flying Pirates, but to explore the ruins, it also needs some self-protection ability. Albia was, after all, one of Kazan's women. Its combat power is no longer Kazan's first consideration. The shape is pure white like the 9 Tails fox-shaped fruit carved from white jade. Foreshadows. Beast form may be a white 9 Tails baby fox. With Nicole Albia's natural white hair, in addition, you can transform at will, change into a tail, become Stussy, Shaki, Linlin. Hiss, play together, there may be unexpected effects. As for the other Logia Yunyan fruit, Kazan is going to leave it to Tianyueshue. Arrange for them when you have time. Others. After Kazan gets the belief system, then you can see the loyalty and talent strength of your subordinates, and you can properly distribute them to other members of the Flying Pirates. At this time, there was a knock on the door. He walked lightly into the room, his voice a little reserved. My lord, the staff has arrived and we can go to the meeting. Shaki, the head of the harem, in order to correct Crane's inferiority complex, many things are entrusted to Crane. Try to give her the chance to be alone with Kazan. Courage is cultivated slowly. Kazan looked at the 10-star loyalty on the top of the Crane's head, and immediately touched her delicate cheek with satisfaction. As soon as he was touched, Crane's whole body trembled. His heart was pounding, his body was weak, and his face was flushed. Then, Kazan took out a gold ring from the space, with pure gold hidden inside. This is a pure gold ring, it can keep a person's appearance forever. from today onwards, you should keep this appearance, it's very beautiful. The entire room, the moment pure gold appeared, became golden. It's pure gold. When Crane saw the pure gold ring, he was instantly moved beyond measure. She communicated more with Shiki, so she naturally knew that Kazan possessed such a peerless treasure as pure gold. A permanent face is every woman's dream. However, Crane also knows that it is impossible to give Kazan's pure gold to others casually. Now, actually give it to myself. Does it mean that you have recognized yourself by pressing Zan? Kazan also compliments her looks. How can I keep my current appearance forever? Am I really that beautiful? Oh, immediately. He felt weak all over and was about to be unable to stand up. She was so excited that she couldn't speak, she just wanted to move by herself. Okay. Let's start the meeting together first. The other side. In an uninhabited area of Bagpipe Island, there was the sound of fighting. Shiki that jumped up. A punch landed on Newgate's huge jaw. Pat, idiot, Newgate, you don't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. Lousy is useless to lion fruit. If you dare to use shock fruit to shake the island into a crack, I will kill you now. Boom. Hey, Shiki, you're crazy. I've said it 10,000 times, my real idea is to join the flying pirates first, and then pay off the debt of the 2 devil fruits. What's wrong with me? I'm not in harming the interests of the pirates. I will sincerely help you brothers do things. Newgate, you are pure salty fish. We, the flying pirates, don't need trash like you. Hoo. The two were out of breath, Shiki said. Is this what you really think? Then what? What then? Newgate said loudly immediately. Then, of course, focus on the family and build a pirate group that will be happy forever. I'm not interested in conquering the world. I don't even want the children to take risks. I'll be the daddy if something happens, and I'll be able to fight it alone. Childish thinking, Newgate. Just yesterday, Shiki got Redfield's advice, thinking that Newgate's bad mentality is wrong. His own brother Kazan will never allow such people to stay in the Flying Pirates. If Newgate leaves, then he must be an enemy in the future. It won't be long before he will die under the knife of the Flying Pirates. Shiki is also a person who values friendship. He had chatted with Newgate many years ago, so he still has a certain affection for Newgate. Naturally, I don't want things like Swordsman to meet each other to happen. So before the meeting, she found Newgate. Ask him why he really joined the Air Pirates. Now, the answer is obvious. Newgate came in to pay off the debt. To put it bluntly, it is to put it badly, and then pay off the debt. Despite Shiki's belief, Newgate will not harm the interests of the Air Pirates. But Newgate with this mentality, he detests it. And finally recruited you to the pirates. In the end, let Lousy listen to this. Pat, immediately, Shiki punched Newgate again. That's why I said, you are living by luck. Newgate became anxious immediately, and said that he would not call anymore. Wait, Rox once said something like this. But I asked him and he didn't say anything. Shiki waved his hand, his tone softened a little. I'll tell you the reason. All along, your fists have given you confidence, and the facts seem to prove this. Your strength makes you think that you can protect everything you guard with a pair of fists. But, times have changed. The Rox lost. But my brother is not Rox. What kind of overlord is Rox? I despised him 20 years ago. He is just a plaything of my flying pirates. On the opposite side of our flying pirates, you can't protect what you cherish. Don't blame me for not reminding you. When the wind blows, the sea is not affectionate. Lousy won't either. Newgate. Shiki said again. So, you have to think clearly, is to really join my flying pirates, as a real part of it, to protect the things you cherish together, to create real supremacy. Or, you choose to stand on the opposite side of the flying pirates. Newgate. Yes, the sea situation has changed. Follow the normal scenario. After Rox died, Edward Newgate counted as the top existence in the sea. A pair the fist is invincible, and the natural mix is smooth. However, with the appearance of the flying pirates led by Kazan, everything changes. Now is the time of great turmoil. Shiki knew that after the Valley of the Gods, Kazan's ambitions would be fully unleashed. To build an air kingdom, Kazan needs to enclose all the territory on the sea, as much as he can enclose. After taking advantage of the marine Valley of the Gods, he suffered a serious illness. The entire island country of New World. Both would be targets for Kazan to swallow. If in the hometown of Newgate, on the territory of the Sphinx. If there is a conflict with Newgate, then Newgate must be wiped out by the flying pirates. You want to create a family-style pirate group, I allow it, but it must also be under the flying pirate group. Enough said. Newgate, don't waste my kindness. Shiki left a few words and flew away directly. Newgate was a little stunned. After wandering from the Sphinx, Newgate joined several pirate groups, but they were all pitted at the beginning. Then, when entering the fourth pirate group, he met Rox, and Newgate was beaten by Rox. And Rox asserts, Newgate can't summon back his former companion. It turns out that it is. After joining the Rox pirate, Newgate found that his values were different, but he couldn't find a reason to leave, so he started to show bad performance. No matter how much he contributed, no matter how little he contributed, he only took his own. That part of Barry, don't fight or grab. It has been bad until after Marco and JOZ. Newgate has real greed. He wants to create a better life for the people he cares about. Even, I dreamed of creating a pirate group. In essence, Newgate is still a person who is restrained by the world and influenced by the environment everywhere. No matter how strong he is, he cannot escape the shackles of his personality. Is nothing more than powerful, and others dare not mess with it. And now, Rox Pirate has disbanded. When it was time for Newgate to set up its own business, it happened that Marco Chosi ate devil fruit again. Once again accidentally forced to get involved in a force. Being coerced by the environment again. Will Newgate continue to play badly? Several years? Are like Rox Pirate, 20 years. At this time, Shiki's words shocked Newgate. Yes, now a pirate group more terrifying than the Rox appears. Kazan is a brother with ideals, and has different ambitions from ordinary pirates. They want to build a huge kingdom, and they want to. The sea achieves dominance. When Newgate first joined, he was even afraid that he would not be able to keep up with the rhythm. So, the bad attitude of, join and try it out, takes the initiative. But Kazan is no Rox. Those who do not have faith stars will not be reused, or even lost. Newgate muttered. Do you want to take a big gamble? Join a pirate group sincerely like going out to sea for the first time? Newgate, don't waste my kindness. Shiki's words flowed times in Newgate's mind. At this time, two childish voices came down. Father. What's the matter with your face? Father, have you been beaten? Newgate looked up and saw Marco holding a diamond JOZ in the sole of his foot. The two stinky little ghosts originally agreed to play with Shiki. As a result, Shiki was not found at the location. But seeing the tall figure of Newgate, he immediately descended from the sky. Newgate fondly rubbed Marco's pineapple head. Gu la 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 la. I'm fine, it's just a small problem. After hesitating for a moment, Newgate still asked. My son, tell me, do you really like being in the air pirates? Facing Newgate's inquiry, Marco and JOZ replied without any hesitation. We like to play with Shiki's second father very much. Second father is a good man. Second father also teaches. I bought a lot of things for me. This morning, my second dad took us to fly around. We saw a big golden clock in the new city. The flying pirates are so good, much better than Hachinosu. Daddy. Is second daddy here? The two stinky little devils are orphans, who grew up suffering from childhood. After being adopted by Newgate, they entered the chaotic and dirty place of Hachinosu and continued to suffer. Now to Bagpipe Island in the sky. This difference is like refreshing the brats' worldview. The difference between hell and heaven. How could they not like it? Otherwise, the 10 stars. Is it a decoration? Newgate, F*K. Turn the table over. What the hell? Shiki's second father. That guy Shiki, when did he take over my sons? After a while, Newgate relieved. Gu la 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 la. Let's go sons, the team is going to your second place for a meeting. Father, why are you crying? No. The friendship between men, what do you children know? The island in the middle of the lake, castle of the wind's breath. Church hall. The design here is very large, big enough to accommodate thousands of people. More than 800 members of the flying pirates of different sizes gather here, which seems a bit small. Everyone is very quiet at the moment, and everyone is waiting for Captain Kazan to speak. Ended with the Valley of the Gods incident. As long as this kind of big event is passed on, it will have a major impact on all the three major forces of pirates, Marine, and Marie Joys. It can be said that the Gods Valley incident is a huge event that can affect an era. The entire sea will also usher in new changes. The flying pirates are currently the largest force in the pirates. It should be based on this turmoil. Start a new layout. From then on, ships on the sea either sailed away or sank. Kazan, as the captain of the flying pirates, naturally has to set the goal of the next era for the team, so that this giant ship can be operated on the most correct route in a stable, safe and effective manner. Only when each item is qualified can we cope with the end of the One Piece era. It is said that Marie Joyce needs a huge war to be overthrown. It is the common achievement of the right time, place and people. What is huge? Nearly 400,000 people participated in the Valley of the Gods. I am afraid that millions of people will participate in a huge war, and the regiment can be considered huge. And the air pirates, currently only 800 people. Kazan has traveled through the world of pirates for more than 20 years, and his understanding of this world has become more profound. Momo knows that there is a factor of manpower is irresistible. Therefore, his goal is not to take too many steps at once. Through time, slowly erode, to eat this huge cake. Now. Shiki stood aside and said, Shiki and Newgate haven't arrived yet, should the meeting start on time? Hearing this, Zan raised his eyebrows. Kazan also knows Shiki very well. Very affectionate. But yesterday, Kazan saw that the loyalty star on Newgate's head was still 5 stars, so it can be said that there was no improvement. This inevitably reminds Kazan. The Newgate guy, as Shiki said. If Newgate hadn't been born strong, with such a wooden fish head, and that kind of submissive character, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get him out of the Sphinx alive. Yes to this evaluation. Kazan is also quite recognized. He also thought about having a good talk with Newgate later. Of course, he would use the necessary means. He knew that if Newgate's ambition was not aroused, Newgate would not be able to keep up with the flying pirates. Next during the time, it will naturally not be reused. Even Newgate is not even qualified to participate in this meeting. World's strongest man, the original world is important, but here in Kazan, it doesn't have to be. 5 years? Bad 10 years? Newgate would make no sense staying here? Shiki is probably trying to convince Newgate. Kazan thought to himself. What I have to say is that Shiki has now grown into a qualified and powerful deputy captain of the pirate group. Although he can't change his temper, he has restrained a lot. In addition to surrendering by force, Shiki is more about doing things with his brain, can be regarded as a big pirate with courage and strategy. To this, unknowingly, Shiki became Kazan's side, a powerful wrist. At the same time, with his natural high intelligence, Ladefield is also outstanding in ability. With the two of them around, Kazan will have a lot of peace of mind. The admiral is back. At this time, a soldier came to report. Soon. In the hall, Shi's figure appeared. And on his face, there are some scars. You can tell it's a fight. At the same time, it is very rare for Shiki to have scars on his face. It is not difficult to guess that Shiki withdraws his ability, gives up hockey, and only uses his body to fight directly. Who is Shiki? The only deputy captain of pirates in the sky, the flight control admiral. It's another captain besides Kazan. It seems to be injured now. This kind of thing is very serious for the flying pirates. Moreover, seeing Shiki's unhappy face and a little disappointed expression, he walked straight in, and then stood in his position as the deputy captain without saying a word. All the members of the flying pirates clung to their hearts. Also at this time, the little soldier reported again, Newgate is here. When Shiki heard it, he didn't look at it, but raised his eyebrows. Soon. Newgate's figure appeared, and his face was blue and purple, and his jaw was swollen. Sorry everyone, I'm a step late Newgate said directly to the crowd. He also took a special look at Shiki, but Shiki didn't look at him at all. Newgate could only stand in a corner in desperation. Kazan couldn't help but glance at Newgate. Good guy. Newgate guy, it's really worth it for Shiki to beat him up. It was rated 5 stars yesterday, but now it has risen to 8 stars. At least in terms of mentality, Newgate is integrated into this group. Also at this time, in Kazan's mind, the voice of the system sounded. Ding. It is detected that the faith possessed by the host has been increased from 6.99% to -7%. Meet the system reward requirements, and get the upgrade of the fortune entry. Fortune. The current fortune value is no longer limited to the full value of 100 points. The host can absorb the fortune value infinitely. The fortune event is defined by the host. If you consume 100 fortune points independently, you can get a critical hit reward. Seeing this, Kazan was overjoyed. The previous fortune has a limit of full value. Even if there is more, it will not be added. Kazan also wasted a lot of fortune points for this. Now, the volume of fortune value has become unlimited. In other words, Kazan can even accumulate 10,000 fortune points, and every time he needs to use fortune points, he only needs to consume 100 of them to get a critical hit reward. The function of fortune has evolved from a passive skill to an active skill. This point, exactly what Kazan needs right now. It was a pleasant surprise. Because there are more than 50 devil fruits in his space, in order to prevent wasting luck, he didn't touch them. Before touching them, Kazan will not take out these devil fruits and give them away. And now, worry is completely dispelled. Kazan doesn't care about Newgate and fortune, either. Instead, he winked meaningfully at Shiki. Oh. When Shiki saw it, he knew that his own brother was praising himself because of the Newgate incident. Good fellows Newgate, you really are a badass guy. Gia ha 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 ha. Shiki couldn't help but sneakily chuckled. Redfield beside him quickly patted him on the back. It's a gaffe to laugh any longer. Shiki. Oh. He. Here. Kazan ordered Shaki. The meeting officially begins. As a staff member, Shaki first introduced the members. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the situation in the New World began to change. After the death of Rox, the Rox pirate, the only and the first force in the sea, has fallen apart. Ochaku and Silver Axe have absorbed the remnants of Rox and formed the Straight Axe pirate group. However, just because Ochaku and Silver Axe are not strong enough, they will not have the ability to control the sea, which will lead to New World. All heroes will rise together. The era has really come. Currently, the reporters and intelligence agents have finished sorting out the information in Hachinosu. Within 3 days, all the news about the Valley of the Gods will be released. The news will sweep across the entire sky. The world will usher in new changes. So, our governor will make plans for the entire team. As Shaki finished speaking, the members gasped. They all listened and looked forward to it. The important meeting of the air pirates is finally about to begin. Yes. What Shaki said is not wrong. The world will usher in new changes. If there is no suitable leader, then in the new era, it is impossible to expand the power. But the flying pirates are not worried about this at all. Because their captain is Kazan. Now, all the members couldn't help but stare at Kazan. Just curious what the captain will order, Kazan smiled. The main points of the meeting were not directly stated. After all, there are new members of the flying pirates, and they must be informed of the basic situation. Then, Kazan turned to look at the giant Mach. Mach, is the underground prison ready? Hulala. Boss Governor, the underground prison has been built, and that bastard Garp has been imprisoned in it. Only I can open the entrance, and no one else can get in. Absolutely panacea. The island fruit can transform the island, and of course it can also transform an interior space inside the island. Moreover, with the high-tech collars and shackles developed by Stussy. Also, a prison cage made of sake iron ore produced in Wanoya Field. Even if Garp is a fairy, he can't fly with his wings. Besides, Kazan has plenty of ways to deal with Garp. Op fruit out the heart. Feed the most useless devil fruit. Anyway, Garp is here in Kazan, and can already be declared completely abolished. Such a non-threatening Garp. It depends on when. Take it out and squeeze the final value. You naval headquarters can use ACE, live broadcast execution, behead the blood of One Piece in front of the world, wipe out the Whitebeard pirate group, and achieve the purpose of shocking the whole world. Then my flying pirates can also use Garp to extinguish the arrogance of naval headquarters. Imprisoned? Dead? Kazan chose to be imprisoned without hesitation. Now. Just waiting for the reaction from naval headquarters. Anyway, Kazan has a lot of time and is not in a hurry at all. Kazan said with a smile. Well done. How about the integration of Bagpipe Island and Sky Island? Mork. They're already an island. Kazan. We will have more islands in the future. Join them and become part of Bagpipe Island. Kazan nodded and continued. Stussy, the configuration of the island also needs to be updated and arranged according to the terrain in a timely manner to deal with the expansion of that part of the island. I will give you money, manpower, and all support, and you can try anything you imagine. Yeah. Stussy nodded momentarily. Marvelous. Feeling totally pampered. Kazan now has a wealth of more than 4,000 berry, which is enough to build several huge cities and support N Vega punks, so he decided to let Stussy do it. Here, Molly immediately nodded naively. At the same time, Shaki also reported the progress of 2 cities and 1 castle. Bagpipe Island currently. There are a total of large buildings, namely Kazan's Castle, progress 100%, New Shandora City, progress 56%. Entertaining Golden City, 50% progress. After all, it is a process from scratch, and Kazan is not willing to squeeze free labor. Therefore, even after more than 5 years, the urban construction progress of Bagpipe Island is still only halfway. A little slower than expected, but it doesn't matter, Kazan and others are immortals. Anyway, before the end of Roger's reign, the 2 cities of Fanglei Island can be put into use. By the time, these 2 cities will shock the world. Putting the Golden Bell in the most conspicuous position of Shandora, as a signboard, is enough to become the most influential holy place for punching cards on the sea. At the same time, the Golden Bell will also be used to ring. The number of times will also be given various commands. Definitely, this will be a feature of Bagpipe Island. And Bagpipe Island went through Island Fruit and Stussy's design. Can, in the air, fly, go to sea, sail. In short, using wind energy and the buoyancy of the sea, the ocean flow. Naturally, the island can be placed on the sea surface to become a floating island on the sea surface. By the time, Bagpipe Island is like a huge ship, sailing on the sea, and it can also be parked on the sea. It is like a normal island, receiving guests from all directions, and will not even be affected by the red soil. The barrier of the mainland, truly sailing the whole world, and carrying out trade and economic exchanges with all places. In other words, Bagpipe Island is always sky center, center of the sea, even the center of the world. After the basic introduction, Kazan finally entered the topic of today's meeting. Follow him step forward. All members of the Flying Pirates immediately looked forward to it. The Flying Pirates have been established for more than 20 years, but they have not expanded. The number of people is only a mere 800 people. And the post on board? Basically only the Captain Kazan, the Deputy Captain Shiki, the Deputy Redfield, the Staff Officer Shaki, the Science Minister of Stussy, the Chef of the Long Bread. Even Linlin, Molly, Mork, Kaido. Important cadres like this also have no positions. Certainly. They certainly wouldn't mind such trivial matters as position. Anyway, with Kazan leading, there will be no dissatisfaction. But it will not affect their expectations of their positioning in the slightest. Position. On the other hand, what Captain Kazan said about the crew. The captain will give himself a position according to how he sees himself. Isn't it important? This moment, the members of the Flying Pirates tightened their bodies involuntarily, and all looked at the stage. Now, with a wave of Kazan, 4 huge treasure chests appeared in front of him. After opening, golden light shines. In each treasure box, there are at least 2 billion berries wealth. 4. Add up to close to 10 billion, hiss. Seeing this scene, the members of the Flying Pirates couldn't help being amazed. The family background of the pirates is really rich. Moreover, the last time Shiki alone led people to snatch 100 billion berry, those in the Celestial Dragon's treasury have not been announced yet. I'm afraid there are more that haven't been taken out. Now, what is the captain going to do? And then, before everyone could react, Kazan mobilized storage again. Dozens of famous knives, floating in the midair above everyone's head. The densely packed famous knives, like flying swords in the air, give people a great impact. These famous swords and demon swords were all dug out by Kazan and Shiki in the Wanokuni sword mound many years ago, and now they are taken out, which can be regarded as the core members of the swordsmanship class. Up. At this moment, many flying pirates use their swords. They couldn't help but swallowed. They are all swordsmen, so they naturally have the vision to distinguish famous swords. These are the most famous knives in the sea. Shooting. There are so many famous knives in the world. Hiss. It's horrible. And when everyone looked up, Kazan waved again. Dozens of devil fruits of different shapes and colors floated out together and gathered above everyone's heads again. Everyone in the pirates was dumbfounded. They all know that the Captain Kazan is demon fruit power, and all the senior cadres are demon fruit power. Furushima assigns devil fruits first meeting. Is all the devil fruit going to be distributed? 10 billion berry wealth. Dozens of famous knives. Dozens of devil fruits. Our pirate group is too rich too. So, what exactly is the captain going to do? In the audience, the members of the pirates were discussing wildly and excitedly. Until a few minutes later, only then slowly stopped. With so many resources, what is Dwoyan going to do? How? It's like wanting a branch house production. Everyone in the pirate group did not understand Kazan's intention. You look at me, I look at you, all confused. But Tien Zan will explain this matter. Seeing that the basic layout has been completed, he immediately controls lion fruit. Soon. 5 devil fruits, a treasure chest, floating in front of Shiki. As a staff officer, Shiki naturally understands Kazan's thoughts. No need to ask too much, just put it away. Then. 5 devil fruits and a treasure chest floated in front of Linlin. Well, mine. This is. Linlin looked dazed, not knowing what his man was going to do. Isn't he his favorite devil fruit? What are you doing in your hands now? It's very strange. 5 devil fruits, a treasure chest, floating in front of Kaido. Boss. What is this for? Kaido is also at a loss, with a face full of confusion. As the younger brother of the pirate group, although Kaido is known for his bravery and is also admired by other pirate group members, he is just a good boy in front of Kazan, Shiki and other big bosses. Anyway, what do the bosses tell him to do? Just do whatever. There was no need to think about it before. Now, what does it mean to give 5 devil fruits? Even if Kaido scratches his head, he still can't figure it out. 5 devil fruits and a treasure chest floated to Newgate. No, Kazan, Newgate, really don't understand what you're doing. I haven't had a good chat with you yet. I'm going to tell you that I really understand Shiki's intentions, and now I sincerely join the Flying Pirates. But, what are you doing with devil fruit now? What's the use of me holding it? I'm a capable person, both sons are. I can't eat devil fruit anymore. Maybe it's just getting used to it. Newgate doesn't have much plans for the future, and he doesn't understand any strategies or plans. It's not long since he joined the pirates. Moreover, when dealing with Kazan, Newgate just thinks that he is mysterious and strong enough to make people outrageous, but in terms of familiarity, Newgate actually doesn't know Kazan at all. Therefore, for Kazan's style of doing things, Newgate also does not know. Now, put the 5 devil fruits into your hands. Newgate's expression is more confused than Kaido's little brother. But, at Kazan's gesture, although everyone didn't know why, they put away the devil fruit and a box of treasure first. They are all waiting for Kazan to answer their doubts. Must. Answers one by one. Otherwise, I really can't figure it out. Not long. Shiki stood up. Now, the person whose name I called, come up to receive the famous knife. Waiting for others, the upper bearer will take the devil fruit. Soon, the reappearance said Tien's name. And after saying the name, he explained in detail the specific reasons for obtaining the captain's reward. In short, these crew members who benefited were either talented or contributed. It only took a few minutes. Famous swords and devil fruit are distributed. Except for the 20 evil fruits that Kazan specially called out for Shiki, Linlin, Kaido, and Newgate, the rest of the abilities are random. Calendar. Anyway, the heads of the Flying Pirates are full of stars, and they are all loyal members. As long as the contribution ranks first and the performance is outstanding, all will be rewarded. The members who received the reward were so moved that they wanted to cry. Digging. Captain Boss is really generous. Kazan only takes a few minutes. The famous knives worth hundreds of millions and the devil fruit worth tens of billions were distributed. The whole process is quick and fast, without any hesitation at all. The status of the Flying Pirates has once again been elevated in the hearts of everyone. Kazan is even more like a god. Shiki said, for members who have not received rewards, don't worry, our governor will make a new plan next. This plan will allow your talents to be fully utilized, and there will be more opportunities to get rewards in the future. This plan will bring about a qualitative change in our entire team. Hiss. Still have. What's the plan? Shaki's voice fell, and everyone was attracted again. At this moment, in everyone's heart, it's like a monkey is scratching, tickling a group of people, and at the same time, they are extremely excited. This side. Shiki prepared a map of Grand Line New World. Spread out. Markers are drawn on the map. Linlin, Kaido, Newgate, Chichi looked. They don't understand, what is the specific purpose? At this time, Kazan explained, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the disintegration of the Rocks Pirate, basically bid farewell to the hegemony of the sea, and Marine's power in New World has also suffered a huge loss. Marine can't care about everything that happened in New World. It is the best time for us to plan New World. Naval Headquarters is gradually unable to do what it wants, so it can only reduce the strategic scope to the 4 seas in the park in the first half of the Grand Line. There is the focus of their next deployment. Therefore, New World will slowly be isolated by Marine. Become a world dominated by pirates. This is the future pattern of the sea. So, I plan to let Shiki, Linlin, Kaido, Newgate, The four of you each establish your own pirate group, become the four emperors of the sea, and absorb the talents of the sea to divide the territory of the sea. Then, concentrate all your strength and defend the main body of the flying pirates to an unprecedented level. A pirate group of 800 people is not a powerful force. Not even the original Rocks pirate. Not to mention naval headquarters, the mysterious Mary Jo Ying. Therefore, Kazan had to figure out a way. Let the flying pirates become huge in an extremely fast expanding way. There is no doubt that if Shiki, Linlin, Kaido, and Newgate all gather together in the flying pirates, their talents can only follow behind themselves, Shiki, and Redfield forever. If you don't have many opportunities to perform, you will be firmly suppressed. In this way, it will be wasted slowly. The flying pirates have a huge mouth, and they can only devour the resources of the sea in one place. And to disperse people is to have multiple giant mouths, swallowing the resources of the sea at multiple locations. Seal the four emperors. Divide the sea. It is the most suitable thing for layout in this era. Now, because there are no three legendary pirates on the sea. Yes. The Roger pirates were originally small to tiny pirates. After the Captain Roger became the One Piece, the reputation of the Roger pirates was given a layer of legend. In fact, the body of the pirate group can decide everything. Roger really didn't have the qualifications to intervene in New World's affairs. Of course, it is also possible that he is not interested. Roger is not interested in ruling One Piece, just let him sail the sea more freely. And Shiki, Newgate. At this moment, they are already in the flying pirates and are an important backbone. Heralds, New World. There will be no similar pattern to the three legendary pirates in the future. Therefore, what Kazan has to do is to let the era of four emperors be staged ahead of schedule. There is no doubt that Newgate, Linlin, and Kaido will go through the original way, and it will take more than 20 years to become bigger and stronger, and then be named the Emperor of the Sea. 20 years, the time is still too long. But now with Kazan has a plan and massive resources. It is absolutely possible to go to the four emperors in advance. Only. The difference is, a Shanks, and there is one more Shaki added. It is worth mentioning that at this time, Figalen Shanks was only a 1-year-old child, and he was still eating rice cereal on Roger's boat. He had no strength or qualifications at all. The Emperor of the Sea. Regardless of how far his Captain Roger can go, Shanks seems to have been kicked out of the game. Don't count on the position of four emperors. At the same time, except for the members of the flying pirates, no one else needs to count on it. What new generation will be suppressed forever? And so, the whole New World. Under Kazan's operation, they will completely become the pockets of the flying pirates. However, it takes a little time to set up, in one sentence. Four emperors occupy New World, Kazan occupies four emperors. Shaki, Linlin, Kaido, Newgate, you will be the four emperors of the New World. I want you to take these four regions and all the islands on this map. Shiki will be the flying admiral of the flying pirates, and Redfield, as the admiral's deputy, will provide you with some help. You can also discuss among yourself and sum up your experience. Shiki, Redfield will be the main body of the air pirates. Brain. Center. Help other members and conquer the city. And now it doesn't matter if it's Linlin, or Kaido, or Newgate. Before the time came, they would inevitably encounter a lot of trouble when they seized the territory. And Shiki and Redfield for the four, to help. Of course, Kaido is less than 25 years old, no matter what he does, he is still immature. But with Shiki watching, it's not a big problem. This mission is a challenge for everyone, and only keep challenging. One day, they will be more able to adapt to the sea. In this way, Kazan advanced everyone to the position of the real strong. Even Shiki and Redfield need to grow, so, this time is a challenge for everyone. Of course, including Kazan himself, it took half an hour. Kazan made it clear what everyone will do in the next 10 years. The layout is the same as before, but slightly different. Newgate takes the Sphinx as the center, occupies 57 surrounding islands, and divides the Fishmen Island into a territory, and then establishes a new order on it. Collect protection fees, provide shelter, etc., and slowly establish order. There is no rush at all. With Wano Kuni as the center, Kaido has fully developed the liquor iron ore and seastone deposits on the island, and occupies 42 surrounding islands. And Linlin is swapped with Shaki. Kazan is ready to make the giants Mali, Mork. Follow more and help Linlin to establish a stronghold near Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants, and hold the surrounding 57 islands in his hands, which originally belonged to the territory of the four emperors Shanks. Shiki occupies the original Linlin's 10,000 kingdoms, and the surrounding 46 islands. Among them, it is worth mentioning that Wanokuni, Ko Chang, the Fishmen Island, Wangguo. In today's era, there are 4 red road sign texts. The text of the road sign of the Fishmen Island was taken away by a mysterious person 16 years before the start of the plot. Roger and others also obtained rubbings of the text of the road sign in the Fishmen Island. Signpost text in male hand. Certainly. This is just a long-term plan. Not overnight. It definitely takes a process to implement. But the long-term goal has been set, and the rest is to expand step by step. And Kazan allocates 2.5 billion startup funds and 5 devil fruits to each person. It's completely up to them to play. Anyway, these 4 people, both Shiki and Redfield, help. The resourceful general, who has the name Crane, provides plans as a supplement. Internal communication is also possible. The rest is to wait for time to ferment. Slowly bring out the potential of everyone. What's more, the current era is still early, and Kazan is not so eager. He never dreamed of letting them achieve results in a year or 2. Only. Unlike in the original book, everyone will abide by the rules. Kazan will not care about the logic of group building. Whether Newgate builds a family, or Kaido builds a pirate group with beasts, it doesn't really matter. But there are basic moral constraints. That's it. But this time, with Kazan releasing new missions, let the 4 build their own pirate groups. Obviously, 800 people couldn't react for a while. Fortunately, there is a lot of time. It took several hours for everyone to get a glimpse of Kazan's purpose. Involuntarily, I was shocked. What is Rock's pirate? A broken Hachinosu only. And Kazan. What I want is the whole new world. Everyone was shocked, and slowly realized that with the disbandment of the Rock's pirate and the end of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the situation in New World was already so turbulent. Also only Kazan's reminder. Everyone understands. Incredible. Has your own captain actually thought of this to such an extent? Such is the situation at sea. Marijoy has infiltrated most of the world. All Kazan did was tell them to give up a piece of meat. And the planned 4 emperors are the advanced engineers. Kaido, boss, I'm so scared. I'm still young. Why do you want me to do this? Linlin. It's over. Linlin wants to form a pirate group by himself. Can't he take this opportunity to ask Kazan for? Well, in short, he needs to have a lot of children. Shaki. It's really interesting. I, Amazon Lily, should show up in front of the world. Newgate. I really can't keep up with the rhythm of the flying pirates. Because Shiki has the ability to fly and the fruit of the door as a guarantee of mobility, the 4 emperors will inevitably rise more rapidly, and generally speaking, the era will be greatly advanced. And Roger pirates, if they still want to go to Raftel. It is estimated that the card needs to deliberately give way. Otherwise, Roger will miss the text of the road sign. Whether the era of One Piece will start or not depends on Kazan. Blue, blue, blue. At this time, a golden phone bug rang. When Kazan saw it, he knew it was the Swordsman 5 elders calling. Looking at the time, it was almost time to meet up. In this way, everyone already understands what to do in the next 10 years. Basically everything to be said at the meeting was clearly stated. The resources that should be given are also in the hands of their respective members. After hanging up the phone, the 800 collectively looked at Kazan. Kazan glanced at the black heart in the space, thinking that it's time for his members to get in touch with the secrets of this world, so he said with a smile, "Since I have shown you a bright future, now I will take you to touch the real world. Dark. The real darkness of the world." Molly got the signal, and immediately opened the huge transparent door in the hall. This door leads to Dick Island, and there. It is the place where Kazan and the Swordsman 5 elders agreed to meet. As a member of the pirates, be sure to contact in advance Marie Joyce, the controller at the pinnacle of power. Swordsman 5 elders, the lost dog. Nature becomes the best entry point. Soon. Led by Kazan, the flying pirates disappeared in the lord of the castle. Dick Island. Jungle. A figure is walking quickly. This man was none other than the 5 elders, swordsmen from Marie Joyce. Pounding the fruit, spatial movement is just an incidental ability. It is not like the door fruit, laying down the coordinates of space travel in the place where the eyes can see. And Swordsman 5 elders arrive at their initial location on Isle of Dick. It belongs to the bustling beach resort area. On the westernmost edge of the island, the location of Kazan and others is a wild beach in the Far East. As a slave master, Kazan would naturally not go to see 5 elders in person. Then, 5 elders can only drive from the west to the east. Use your feet to traverse the entire island. Damn Kazan. Why did you choose so far away? Doesn't he have a door fruit? The 5 elders were going to be pissed off, but there was nothing they could do. I can only run out of sweat obediently, and at this time. In the underworld space of the 5 elders, a red phone bug rang. Blue, blue, blue. However, 5 elders did not know about this. His space is different from Kazan's portable space. Kazan can observe the interior of the space at any time, and can detect any changes, but 5 elders need to enter the interior of the kingdom of the underworld to perceive the abnormality of the things inside. And when he was going to see Kazan, he naturally wouldn't bring Marie-Joyce's most important contact phone bug with him, otherwise Kazan would get it, and the consequences would be unimaginably serious. That's all. A very important call, missed by Swordsman 5 elders. Holy Land Marie-Joyce, Pangu City, between flowers. 2 figures. Kneel. 1 stop. My lord, gold, water, fire, and earth. The 4 stars have been contacted, and they will go to the huge ancient castle of Pangu City to attend the meeting in 1 hour, just Jupiter. Jupiter, haven't contacted yet, the kneeling man reports. This person didn't understand at all that Master Yim came out of the mountain today after nearly 200 years. As a result, Jupiter was notified in the morning. The guy didn't stay by the phone bug. This is very serious matter. It's an offense to Lord I Am. In front of him, I Am was wearing a long robe with a hood, and the thick wrapping almost covered everything about her. But the aura of those eyes cannot be hidden. Those who kneel on the ground, bury their heads even lower. A female voice came out from the cloak. Preparing for a dinner party, the meeting will start on time, and there is no need to contact me anymore. Im's voice was cold, without any emotion, and Dao Yi finished speaking. Yes. Master I Am. Those who stayed in place couldn't help but tremble. Secretly said, dinner? Is it going to be a showdown? For hundreds of years, I Am would only show up at meetings. Moreover, they are all 5 elders contacted by themselves as communication. In fact, no one in the depths of Pangu City had ever met the 5 elders. And the 5 elders go to every meeting. From the beginning to the end, I will only see I Am on the throne of the void, alone. Void Throne Hall. There was never anyone other than I Am, the 5 elders. Now, Master I Am is going to prepare a dinner party. Not just meetings. Master I Am finally no longer hides. Is he going to reveal the tip of the iceberg? This is the era about to open. Isle of Dick, East Beach. There are bonfires everywhere on the beach, and the surrounding waves reflect the light of the fire. Food, drink, fruit. Everything. Linlin, Kaido, Newgate. Confused. Because of the previous flying pirates, the Captain Kazan issued a mission to let a few people go to New World to be the 4 emperors. Although a specific plan to occupy the territory has been given. Also arranged several backhands, but several people are still under great pressure. The fundamental reason is, several people are not really the captain of the pirate ship. Afraid of not doing well and disappointing Kazan. Newgate has been following other people for so many years. In terms of experience in establishing a pirate group, he has almost 0 experience. Even if he becomes the captain of the Rocks pirate, he is actually doing badly. He really has no such ability. Kaido made his debut as a younger brother in the Flying Pirates. He is a younger brother who is taken care of by others. How much level can he buy? As for Linlin, although she formed the pirate group, she was only 13 years old at the time, and she basically didn't care about anything. The pirate group was run by Longbread, and the scale was small. It's true, everyone has no experience as a captain at all. Not to mention the majestic 4 emperors, just by the name. 4 emperors. The name sounds great. He is an absolute boss who dominates the side. When the 4 emperors, it was indeed Alexander. Kazan saw several people sitting there moaning. Can't help but feel funny inside, but there is no way. The time has come. The major forces of all parties will make structural adjustments based on the Valley of the Gods incident. Otherwise, you can't keep up with the changes of the times. Kazan could only put a few people on the shelves and forcefully drive the ducks to the shelves. Even without myself, the future achievements of several people will not be low, and they are all real 4 emperors. What's more, there are still others in control now. The youthfulness of a few people will fade away one day. This kind of thing. It is best not to involve too much external force. Otherwise, the effect of growth will be greatly reduced. And is the 4 emperors the limit for these people? Of course not. As long as Air Kingdom Bagpipe Island exists. New World, 4 emperors, it's just part of their experience. 4 emperors, really no big deal, in the future. Bagpipe Island is the core of the entire Kazan Sky Empire. In fact, many things are common. Just like the structure of a company, what Sufo other companies can also use as a structure. For Kazan, he actually wants to create a different, Marie Joyce. Of course. The structure is similar, but the nature is different. The position of 4 emperors in Kazan's system is currently only similar to the position of Marine Commander. It can be said, how many people want to be Marine Admiral, or even Marine Admiral, or even 5 elders? There's still a long way to go. If you can't even do 4 emperors, well, forget about the others. Soon. Not far from the gathering place of flying pirates. There was a sound of footsteps. The footsteps stopped. The swordsman 5 elders stood on the soft sand, and at a glance, he saw the pirates consisting of 800 people. Everyone is numb. What the hell, how do you deal with this situation? If you Kazan want to see me, you can see me, it's fine if you come alone. As a result, you brought so many people. I am the holder of power at the pinnacle of world power. How do you want me to kneel down? In front of so many people, my dignity is almost trampled to the ground. But the swordsman 5 elders took it into consideration. After meeting Kazan, go to the huge castle of Pangu City to meet Im Tianping. On Kazan's side, there is simply no time to waste. Otherwise, it will be sooner or later on Im's side. F*K. Kazan. One day I'll kill you. What the hell do you mean? After staring blankly for 5 minutes, only then did the swordsman 5 elders bite the bullet and slowly walk towards the crowd. As long as Kazan doesn't speak, just treat yourself as a person, and 1 step more normal is 1 step. Kazan should not embarrass himself in front of so many people. I am one of the Marie Joy's powers. The information you have is valuable. If it is really abandoned like this, it will be a huge loss for Kazan. Not to tear the skin too much. But the swordsman 5 elders was still wrong, and he was just about to enter the 3rd class. Kazan's cold, emotionless voice came through. Stop. Just crawl over here like a pug from where you stand. At this moment, in Kazan's eyes, on the head of the swordsman 5 elders, there is only 1 hollow star. The system evaluation is 0 star loyalty. 5 stars, it is generally good. 0 stars, the lowest, is the absolute enemy. It's no different from killing your father, an enemy. Since the swordsman 5 elders has no loyalty at all and wants to kill himself at any time, Kazan will not save face for him, and also gave up his plan to raise him into a good dog. Kazan believes that even if this kind of dog is stalking is a waste of expression. Find a time and just kill the dog. Time passed by every minute and every second. The 800th member of the Flying Pirates looked at the 5 elders with a confused face. This old guy has seen it in the Valley of the Gods. It's the one who made Kazan disappear. As for the specific background, no one knows. This old man, is it about the darkness of the world? See Kazan giving orders, while the bald man 30 meters away is indifferent. Kaido was a little angry immediately. Kaido opened his mouth wide, and stretched his hand into his throat, took out a large mace from a certain pouch. This scene is similar to the swallowing sword in the trick. It is a space skill transformed from the bull's stomach, in the form of a unicorn, which can hide some mace and the like. Hey, shit. My brother is talking to you, deaf or something. Kaido was carrying a mace and was about to burst when he walked over. Swordsman 5 elders listened. It's hard to bite your teeth. What kind of bastard is this? I remembered that I was scolded by Shiki over the phone before, but now I am insulted in front of my face. However, both times he had nothing to do. Who told me to be a bug across the phone at that time? At this moment, the heart is controlled by someone. Wow, woof woof. Hoo-hoo. 5 elders rolled and crawled, crossed half of the beach, and came to Kazan. Get eternal life may make people more afraid of death. Get power intensifies the fear of death. You are so flexible. Kazan couldn't help but admire. Introduce yourself. Me, I want to hear the most detailed. In fact, Kazan has no interest in 5 elders' personal information. Last time, he didn't even bother to ask his name. But now it is different. 5 elders is facing the entire flying pirate group. They are not time travelers, and their knowledge of the entire pirate world may not be as good as Kazan's 1000th. Right now, the 5 elders are so humble, but identity is an existence that shocks people's worldview. If not a little more detailed, they won't understand 5 elders like this. Why do people exist? The swordsman 5 elders knelt on the soft sand. The bald head has been buried in the ground, covered with a lot of fine sand. In Kazan's space, a golden pot containing the heart of the swordsman 5 elders was soaked in wine. Under Kazan's mobilization, it kept flipping in the space, like a rotating. A weightless space station, or a diving fighter jet. Anyway, dizzy, people want to throw up. Swordsman 5 elders is very uncomfortable. He knew that it was stuck, reminding himself. My name is Aphrodite Kronos Saint, born 670 years ago. The celestial dragons of the Aphrodite family, at the age of 76, was killed by a mysterious person. Endowed with the eternal life surgery, he has lived till now. Now it is Marie Joyce, Jupiter, one of the 5 stars, who controls the law, one of the lifeblood of the world, and the other 5 elders control politics, espionage, historical events. Kronos knelt on the ground and introduced himself with difficulty. If you want such a person, kneel down and introduce yourself. In fact, it is not easy, but whose heart is pinched in someone else's hand? Now. After finishing speaking, Kronos just wanted to vomit. And everyone in the air pirates, he was stunned and stunned. Good guy. It turns out that those old men who appeared in the Valley of the Gods are the rulers of this world. To be honest, if this old man was not brought by Kazan, everyone would never believe a word. You might even think it's dementia, bragging, fantasy time. The contrast is too great, it is unacceptable. Nothing else, a master of the world, one of the noblest men in the world. He looks like a dog. How did it work? How did my own captain, the beast tamer, do it? Compared to this old man, the members of the Flying Pirates seem to be more concerned about how Kazan is so awesome. So amazing. To actually make the rulers of the world act like dogs. As expected of the man that all members of the entire pirate group adore. The crane is on the side. My heart tightened when I heard it. The old man in front of him is Kong's immediate boss. As the original Marine Vice Admiral, although he doesn't know much about it, he has heard some gossip. Marine is completely controlled by the 5 senior officers of Marie Joyce. It's a secret. Now, it has been confirmed that they are the 5 members of the Valley of Gods. Why? When you left the Valley of the Gods, didn't you leave with the Marine generals? Although Crane no longer cared about Marine's life and death, he still asked curiously. Marine? When Kronos saw the crane, he was immediately dissatisfied, and subconsciously forgot about the current situation, with a look of contempt on his face. Marine is just a dog of our Marine. King of Celestial Dragons, walks with dogs. What's more, my fruit ability belongs to the strategic level, and it is even more impossible to expose my ability in front of dogs. This is a stain on the ability of the controller. Nausea. Seeing Kronos's contemptuous expression, Crane felt sick. It turns out that Marine is in the eyes of the superior. Worse than a dog. Fortunately, I joined the Flying Pirates. Otherwise, knowing that the upper class has this kind of mentality, you must be disgusted to death. At the same time, GU also admired Kong. To be able to do the job so well under this person, what a mentality. Then, Kazan asked a few more questions. Mainly Marie Joyce's evil deeds over the years, and slavery. In short, Marie Joyce focused on making celestial dragons a creator, character, and through power oppression and time brainwashing, the cognition of the people of the world was completely wiped out, thinking. Waigu words. Those who resist are wiped out, and people or things will be easily forgotten by others. After forgetting, Marie Joy has strengthened the slavery system all over the world. For hundreds of years, people have been filled with slaves everywhere, so that the hearts of the people of the world are exhausted, and they think that. Because as long as you are not a slave, you are already very happy. By issuing all kinds of ideological imprisonment, you can reach the point of long-term rule. Most of the people present chose to be pirates because their hometown couldn't afford the money in the sky. Otherwise, you will only end up as a slave. Newgate, Kaido et al. Have been gnashing their teeth. As for other aspects, Kazan asked all the questions. IM's information is 100 years old, but Kronos doesn't even know about it. See almost. Finally, Kazan asked uninterestedly, tell me about the D family. Clan of D. Kronos didn't even think about it, and said, 800 years ago, in that lost dynasty, the group, the bottom, the lowest, the most disgusting untouchables. D's family. Everyone in the Flying Pirates, listen up. Another refreshing word. D. Because, the Valley of the Gods happened not long ago, and is the biggest grievance on the battlefield and the biggest contributor, rocks D. Zebek repeatedly mentioned the traitor of the D family during the battle. The target is Gold D Roger, Monkey D Garp. 1 D's beats up 2 other D's. Even, at the risk of death, kill them. Enough to see how much the rocks hate the 2 traitors of D. See this question. Crane couldn't help saying, Garp, he has a D in his name. Huh. Kronos knelt on the sand and snorted coldly. It's a pity that Garp is a member of the D family. I originally thought that he would return to naval headquarters alive and be promoted to Marine Admiral smoothly. Now it seems that he also died in that battle. Otherwise, our celestial dragons will have one more real D clan dog. Although it was a cold snort, everyone could hear that there was a trace of pity in Kronos' words. It's not that Kronos pity Garp, but Garp with a D in his name. Just joined Marine again. Garp, is the waste going to be promoted to Marine Admiral? The news. It also let everyone know that Marine is about to reform. Can't help but look at Kazan. The captain is really clever. The big forces are changing because of the Valley of Gods incident. Kazan here. He knows. After the Valley of the Gods, Kong will be promoted to Marine Marshal. Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, promoted to Marine Admiral. But Garp refused. Look at it this way. Garp refuses promotion to Marine Admiral. It's not because God's Valley united with Roger to kill rocks and felt that the victory was invincible. But the D in his name. You know, Marine and Marie Joys are inextricably linked. And there are regulations within Marine. Headquarters Admiral, when the Celestial Dragons are in danger, they must personally protect the Celestial Dragons. And just Marine Vice Admiral? Sorry, no obligation. So. Garp probably knew. Marie Joy elevated himself to Marine Admiral to discuss the D in his name. Therefore, only after rejecting Marie Joy's promotion countless times, Kazan asked. So, the true meaning of the D family is. On the other side, a certain sea area in New World. A pirate ship is drifting. Roger pirates. Bo. Roger stared straight ahead. The wound in his stomach hadn't fully healed yet. Recently, he has become a little silent. The state is very different from before the Valley of the Gods. Only because, when fighting, rocks kept yelling at Roger. You traitor of the D clan around. It is the sound of the waves and the crying of children. The Roger pirates retreated from the Valley of the Gods, and by accident, a member found 2 treasure chests left behind when passing by the ruins of the Celestial Dragon's palace. After taking it back to the ship, it was discovered that there was a red-haired baby hidden in one of the treasure chests. But now Roger has no time to manage. Roger, you've been a little silent recently, you don't look like you anymore. Have you encountered any confusion? Rayleigh took the flagon and leaned against the mast. Roger said. That's right, I was actually detained as a traitor by another D family. D? Rayleigh took a sip. Does the D in your name have any specific meaning? You're the first person I've ever seen with letters in their name. This name is really strange. It seems to be deliberately made in a strange direction. Haha. You don't mind. Gudong Gudong, would you like a drink? Roger refuses. I don't know the meaning of D, actually. Rayleigh, remember the day we met? If only I could introduce myself to you the real way. Should be. Roger lowered his straw hat and imagined seeing Rayleigh for the first time. Should be. My name is Roger, and I'm from the never-forgotten kingdom of D, Roger of the Gore family. Roger straightened his hat. D, it's just the name of an ancient kingdom. But this kingdom is my hometown where I don't know the specific name, or the specific location. Rayleigh. Just a kingdom name added to the name? That, D, is no big deal. Roger said such a long paragraph, and Rayleigh was like a garden water, so. There was a moment of silence. Roger said, so, I don't know the specific meaning of D. It only exists naturally in my name. The meaning of D is more like a signal that will always remind me to chase birth. And Rox is also a family of D, seems to know the true meaning of D. I am against him, so, he's calling me and Garp traitors of D. That's all. Roger and Rayleigh fell silent simultaneously. It was Rox who killed the pirates' companions first, and this revenge must be avenged. There is no problem. But 3 minutes later, the two clapped their hands at the same time and roared loudly. Historical inscription. Raftel. One Piece. At the same time, the two thought of the last words that Rox roared out at the time. Because Rox has a D in its name, and bluntly said that Roger is a traitor. Then any information about D may come out of his mouth. Rayleigh's brain was racing. Constantly added, if Rox cares about the meaning of D as much as you do, then he may have arrived at what you call the hometown, and the historical inscriptions seem to fit the context of the unforgotten kingdom, and One Piece is more, it is an eternal legend on the sea. So, Roger. Roger's eyes lit up, and he said, yes, Rayleigh, the answer is in Raftel. Rayleigh said, anyway, Raftel has One Piece, doesn't it? Hey, Roger, let us take you for a walk. Other members also gathered around. You still have us, Captain. Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Roger laughed, sweeping away the haze. Traitor of D. That's what the Rox know. Only by going to the hometown, to see for yourself, will you understand the true meaning of D. The words of the Rox family, why care, under the moonlight. Roger even had a halo on him, known by Rayleigh et al. The old Roger is back. Even stronger, and hockey's back. That's it. Roger officially embarked on a journey of chasing One Piece. Meanwhile, Dick Island. The bonfire swayed. So, but Song is the name of a kingdom? An embellishment that commoners put on their names? Listening to Cronus' explanation, the others were at a loss. Is it really nothing special? I thought it was so amazing. The Swordsman 5 Elders has been let go by Kazan. This 5 Elders is ignorant and should not be fully trained by IM. Today, Kazan got a lot of information, so he just ignored it. After all, his heart is still in his hands. It only takes a second for him to die. However, about the meaning of D, Kazan understood. It turns out that D is another kind of inheritance of the historical text. Another way of existence of the historical text. Simply put, the huge ancient kingdom, knowing that it is about to fall, will be obliterated by the 20 kingdoms. So, huge kingdom, the kingdom is divided into two groups, and the history of the kingdom is recorded separately. The first type, the royal family of the kingdom, such as the Kazuki clan, the Fishmen Island clan, and the Rudali clan. At that time, they were the royal family loyal to the kingdom. They have territory and combat power to preserve the kingdom's history by protecting the historical text. Then, Shandora, the Fishmen Island, Wanokuni, Alabasta, Elbaf. These are all forces that do not have diplomatic relations with Marie Joyce. So, on their land, there are historical inscriptions. They also guard the secrets of history from generation to generation. The second type, civilians. These civilians, they have no blood, no great family, they may even be just slaves, they don't understand the script of the royal family, they don't understand the historical text. But, they are saved by the giant kingdom. So there is determination to support the huge kingdom. And, the determination will never be worse than those of the royal family. And among these low-level people saved by the giant kingdom, the slaves talk about it in their spare time. They are like fans, who like to give stars nicknames, and they call the giant kingdom D. After the fall of the kingdom, these people, through the way of tattooing their names, they added the name to the D nickname, like Monkey D, Luffy, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Both of them belong to the family of D, but Luo's D is mixed in front of the surname Vadier, while Luffy's D is after the surname Monkey, plus Usaro of the giant family. It is enough to explain. D does not distinguish between race and blood. It's just a group of people with special ideas, adding D to the name to express their determination. Certainly. Over time and Marie Joy's deliberate obliteration, the descendants of the D family composed of low-level people have gradually forgotten the original meaning of D. But the D in the name always remind them to find the truth. The historical text will also enter their field of vision. Raftel, that gathers all the answers at last. Why? The D family is called the natural enemy of God. It's just that they are too thorny. The kind that is both reckless and reckless. Actually, you can put yourself in your shoes and think about it. If you are mocking, some fanatics who support Daming are not princes and nobles, but a butcher who sells meat, or a fisherman, named Zhang San, and because of his loyalty in Ming. So he arbitrarily decided to change the name and inherit the small family. Changed to Zhang Di. Please reply Ming D3. Listen to this. It's not a name that normal people can come up with. 5 elders said. The D family has always been the most difficult. That is, because they regard the most unbearable black history of celestial dragons, the 100 years of disappearance, as a family heirloom, engraved in their names, and passed down from generation to generation. Your descendants. I have already forgotten the meaning of D. As a result, I got a middle name to show off. Can the people of Marie Joyce see it without breaking the defense? For Marie Joyce, D is the remnant of the previous dynasty, the most hateful, the most rebellious, the most humble low-class people, the most disgusting slave, and the most arrogant thorn in the head. The D family, without the inheritance of the royal family of the ancient kingdom, will not endure. If you don't accept it, just do it. If you don't know D, go find the answer. And more importantly, under the sturdy gene, the D family often produces talents in large numbers. They are born to love fighting celestial dragons. Make a big deal, in an enslaved world ruled by nobles. Such a thing for celestial dragons. Everything they make is groundbreaking. Slowly, D gives the meaning of God's natural enemy. And rocks are called rocks, instead of his real name Zebek. Maybe it's his thinking, his ambition, has actually surpassed the meaning of D. Therefore, Nika will not choose him, and Garp is a member of the D family. Also because D is special, he was allowed to stay in Marine. Even, celestial dragons intend to raise Garp to admiral. Garp would be mocked by Marie Joyce behind his back. Have a look. D. Marine. Our dog. If D can become Admiral's obedient dog, that would be even better. It's interesting. Because D is a small family separated from the descendants of the so-called low class, it is also the ultimate complex selected from special genes such as courage, recklessness, and rebellion. So, D can be counted as the chosen one. Of course there are very few in the world. However, the monkey family, with one family and 3 deciseconds, can indeed be counted as a big family in the D family. Thinking of this, Kazan couldn't help thinking to himself. What is that big secret treasure? Why did Rox and Roger of the D family laugh together? Let this era give the answer. Now. Isle of Dick, the atmosphere of the banquet is not enough. A member of the pirates. More is blowing the evening wind. Think silently. Because today, not only did the captain issue the largest order ever. Everyone is about to face new tasks. At the same time, I also saw the peak power of Marie Joyce in this world. From the mouth of Cronus. Everyone also learned a small part of the truth about the world. Gold in the sky. Slave. Celestial dragons. Everyone didn't expect that any kind of crime was actually deliberately committed by Marie Joyce, and they deliberately encouraged it in order to stabilize the power of attorney. Even celestial dragons overbearing, unreasonable, domineering, pig-like thinking. Actually, they are all specially cultivated by Marie Joyce executives in order to create a different character design. It can not only increase the tyranny attribute of celestial dragons, but also reduce the risk of being usurped. Celestial dragons, after all, are descendants of true kings too. Regardless of whether it is a commoner or an aristocrat, it is actually designed by the high level. Dick Island. The banquet is still going on though. But most people are stuck in the weight of thinking. And at the same time, Marie Joy, Pangu City, huge tongue doctor. Da, with a burst of footsteps. The 5 elders have arrived in the halls of the Void Throne. Swordsman 5 elders, Aphrodite Kronos Saint, also just returned to Marie Joyce from Isle of Dick, and even had time to tidy up. Finally got there before the meeting started. Dress well and enter the hall with the 5 elders. As soon as everyone came to the place, I saw I am wearing a cloak, sitting opposite a long table about 30 meters long. The sense of distance is full, and the table side. Delicate food and various tableware are placed. And 5 chairs. One look and you know it's for the 5 elders. This is. The 5 elders all had doubtful thoughts. They never thought about it. Going to honor I am for dinner one day. What's going on? Let's have dinner together. Since when did Lord I am be so approachable? In the temple, there seemed to be many strangers. The 5 elders had some accidents, and it was their first time in the temple. Meet someone other than Lord I am, in other words. These people also know the identity of I am. The 5 of them just wanted to kneel down to meet Lord I am. One of you has betrayed me. Just then, an indifferent female voice came from under the cloak opposite. The location of the Void Throne is the center of the entire world. The throne symbolizes peace. Just as the highest power controller in the world is the 5 elders with the highest status among the celestial dragons, their power is divided into 5 shares, and the 5 powers are controlled by 5 people respectively, and the power is also in a dispersed state. The so-called void means it means the throne of the void. Even if you sit on it, you will not get any power. In other words, there is no one person who can gather all the power and become a unique mission in this world. And on the floor in front of the void throne, the weapons of the 20 kings were planted, which also meant that the first 20 people used their weapons to block the road and made an oath to block everyone. Weapons block, which means they will block anyone who intends to get their hands on the void throne. Ironically, 800 years have passed, and this vow has long since ceased to exist. The void throne already has a master, and the 5 elders, who symbolize the decentralization of power, were cultivated by the master of the throne to be loyal haters. However, more than that, 5 elders is just the agent that I am launched on the table, but I am himself. And IM's own hidden forces, but it has never been exposed. So many years have passed. Descendants of the original 20 kings. Among them, the descendants of 19 kings have been completely castrated by IM and even replaced their racial genes. The descendants of the 20 kings who possessed change, courage, and great power were completely corrupted and brainwashed by the Celestial Dragons Creator Organization, launched by IM. These celestial dragons were named Creator, with the most noble, holy. Until now, these noble celestial dragons of the Creator have actually degenerated into pig-like creatures. They are not ideal, weakened physique, only know pleasure and arrogance. They were obsessed with slavery and became slave pioneers. They keep slaves. I am also trapped, such celestial dragons. It no longer has the possibility of threatening IM, or having the possibility of seeking power and usurping the throne. After all, the descendants of the 20 kings were all suppressed by IM with the softest means. They were all castrated. Liu Bei, then play the music and dance. Liu Chan, happy here, don't miss Shu. In fact, they have all experienced similar brainwashing incidents. Only, what celestial dragons experienced is exaggerated n times. If this world, who would most like the celestial dragons to disappear? It must be IM on the void throne. The 20 kings are the ones who put the knife in front of the void throne and hinder IM. However, due to the fact that the world needs representatives of the 20 kingdoms, future generations need someone to stand up and act as Marie Joy's facade, and they must always tell the world that the 20 kingdoms still exist, and the world has not changed dynasties. In short, these people are a disguise for IM. Therefore, IM can't shoot to destroy it. Otherwise, celestial dragons went to hell collectively hundreds of years ago. Why spend so much gold every year to raise a group of pigs? And, after all, the 20 kings are dragons and phoenixes among people, and they are also the top group of people in the world. Therefore, their genes are also very strong. Only, the offspring of those thoughtful elites, once the signs appear, either be wiped out violently by IM, strangled in the cradle, disappear into the world, either be pulled into his camp by Imchi and corrupted. As in, typical of the celestial dragons family. 5 elders, it is the representative of corruption. At the same time, because the celestial dragons have been completely abolished by IM, even if they are slowly immortalized by the 5 elders and slowly have a long-term rule, the interior of the celestial dragons does not care at all. It doesn't matter who rules anyway, to the fun-loving celestial dragons. As long as the monthly heavenly gold is in hand, then there will be no delay in the aristocratic life of celestial dragons' supremacy. Time has wiped everything away. Only, now, as one of the 5 people pushed to the table by IM. Looks like someone betrayed IM. How could it be possible? Our loyalty to Master Yim, the bright moon, can learn from it. How could we betray Master IM? At this moment, 5 elders collectively shed sweat. Facing IM's word. Let 5 people know what to do. Master IM. Master IM. Boom 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 1. The 5 elders knelt down and kowtowed as a group, where they were still in the mood to eat. The 4 didn't understand what IM was talking about. In addition, there is one person who is still lucky. But 5 elders also thought that today's dinner is not rewarding. It's someone's last supper. Now, 5 elders finally understood, in the hall of the void throne. Why is there a new stranger? These people, 5 elders, have never met before, and now it seems that they are the absolute loyal ministers cultivated by IM behind the scenes. 2 is much more important. In comparison, 5 elders are more like idiots who don't know the truth of the world. 5 tool people standing in front of the stage. CP, celestial dragons, and 5 elders are all superficial forces. What is hidden is the key. Otherwise, why would I dare to sit on the void throne? Someone is the replacement for one of the 5 elders. Im's personal influence. At this moment, the tip of the iceberg emerged. Who will be replaced? Who is the traitor again? Undoubtedly, the Swordsman 5 elders, Aphrodite Kronos Saint. However, Kronos is still lucky. In other words, he is good at deceiving himself. Because Kronos came to this world, and under Im's control, he became the power to control the pinnacle of the world early on, possessing endless lives. With the blessing of these eternal buffs, Kronos was unwilling at all, believing that he had been discovered by Im. Who would be willing to give up the right to eternal life? Only. What Kronos doesn't know is, Im's ability is beyond everyone's imagination. Take the most recent example. Im himself is actually the pioneer of the eternal life surgery. She was never an op fruit capable, but he is the founder of eternal life surgery. This involves another level of world mystery. In fact, Im discovered that this world has a kind of ancient gods characters with supernatural powers. These characters are more mysterious than ancient characters, and each character is taken out separately. In fact, they don't have special meaning, and ordinary people can't understand them. But as long as they are arranged in the right way, it will be like entering a series of codes, and you will be given a function, a divine power. For example, the words eternal and life, a single word, here, actually has no special meaning. But as long as the combination becomes eternal life, it is your surgery. Certainly. This is just a metaphor, the real situation is much more complicated. After all, there are letters in English, and thousands of words can be pieced together through different permutations and combinations. And even Im himself, even if he has endless lives to study, it is only among the tens of thousands of powers mastered of the God's great power. Eternal life surgery is just one of them. The eternal life operation is to inscribe a series of God's words, representing eternal life, on the heart of the target person. If the combination of characters is correct and the meaning of the words is correct, then the heart will gain the power of eternal life. In other words, in Marie Joy's, all the people who have undergone eternal life surgery. I am secretly adding the symbol of going to watch. After all, not everyone can understand that kind of text. Can't detect anything. And even those with op fruit abilities can only use a string of texts, provided by Im to photograph cats and draw tigers, and copy and describe on other people's hearts. Only. Op fruit needs to be awakened in order to achieve the precision of depicting God's characters. Therefore, it is also correct that only those who have awakened can complete the undead surgery. Or just say it. Op fruit, in fact, does not have the ability of undead surgery. Undead surgery is not an awakening skill that comes with op fruit. And Kazan. When Kazan removed the heart of 5 elders, he only relied on his op fruit ability, knowing that it was something portrayed by the op fruit ability, and then speculated that the string of black words on the heart was undead surgery. When Im was the pioneer of the undead surgery, Tien Shan. It has already been discovered through monitoring that the heart of Aphrodite Kronos Saint has been separated from the body, does not even exist in this world, and is even hidden by another kind of power. Represents. Aphrodite Kronos Saint has a huge problem. Plus, before today's meeting, Aphrodite Kronos Saint suddenly leaves Marie Joy's. Not even the red phone bug can get in touch, therefore. Im has concluded that Aphrodite Kronos Saint has betrayed her. And the combination of words of God, it is Im's biggest trump card to rule the world. Certainly. Except Im, the secret of the undead surgery is unknown to others. If Kronos knew, my heart is not only controlled by Kazan. I am watching the heartbeat of this heart. Despair is bound to happen. What is this? What are you two doing? Too old and ugly. Is my dog's life worth trampling on like this? Now. The 5 elders have different expressions and are at a loss for what to do. Even if the other 4 had never betrayed Im, seeing Im's powerful oppressive force, they did not dare to raise their heads at all. They could only kneel on the ground and reflect on whether they were wrong. Wrong? They collectively pressed their foreheads to the ground. Master Im, please be careful. Kronos also followed the others, and said sincerely, Master Im, please be careful. And also at this time, a voice sounded in front of everyone. Aphrodite Kronos Saint, look up. Speak out, who deserves to have your heart taken away? At this moment, Kronos heard the word, heart. In an instant, he fell into despair. The feeling of shattered dreams. Now that he was investigated, there was no way he could escape. After all, the person in front of him is not only powerful. In the distance, there is an even more terrifying Lord I Am watching. Kronos scrambled and crawled, wanting to go to I Am to show his loyalty, but his bald head was stepped on by a foot. Your Excellency, there is no need to take a step forward, just explain the problem. Kronos sweats like rain. Yes, it's Kazan, he took my heart. Master I was killed by Kazan Leondi. Kazan, he owns Op Fruit now, in the ring of the underworld. He dug out my heart to threaten me as an internal response. But Master I don't know anything, I didn't say anything. You know my situation best. Kronos did not have much exposure to the secrets of the world. In this era, he doesn't have many secrets. He didn't even mention Im's name. And Kazan, on his own, knows a lot. Bottom line. Kronos is not yet a qualified undercover agent. The information provided is not of much value either. Kronos now. I just want to beg Im to help me get my heart back. Trying to re-sit in the 5 elders' shoes. Continue to rule the world as Im's dog. The other 4-5 elders were stunned. Kronos' heart was taken away. No wonder he left in such a hurry that day in the Valley of the Gods. It turned out that he lost his heart in the dimension of the underworld. Otherwise, the heart would be destroyed. Get crushed by Kazan. Did Kazan actually become an Op Fruit capable user? Hiss. That guy is too scary. Kronos is a person with the ability to smash the fruit, and he can dispatch an army of ghost slaves. How did Kazan do it? Unbelievable. The other 4-5 elders were taken aback for a moment. Then be pleasantly surprised. Kazan became an Op Fruit ability user. That's it. It will be very difficult for Master Im in the future to create eternal life. And the 4 of them will be further strengthened because of having the rare immortal heart power. Kronos, you have done a good job. Your heart, what a great contribution. This is really great news for the 4 of us. Seeing the target person has been spoken. The mysterious figure made a decisive decision. At this time, Kronos was no longer valuable. While begging for mercy, he was instantly cut in half. The body cut along the chest cavity, the inside of the chest cavity. It's empty. Proof of the immortal heart of Aphrodite Kronos Saint has been lost. On stage. Seeing this situation, Im didn't express anything. It was as if there was just an ant dying in front of him. Isn't that the death of a 5 elders? What a big deal. For Im, who has divine words, whether Kronos is dead or not is actually not a big problem. And that time is far from coming. Just go back and pay attention to Kazan. As long as he is not a remnant of the D family, Kazan will not be able to make any waves. At the same time, behind the pillars in the Void Throne Hall. Get out the other guy. The 4-5 elders who were still alive suddenly felt a strong smell of blood rushing towards their faces. Subconsciously look up. Can't help being shocked. The appearance of this person is exactly the same as that of Aphrodite Kronos Sin. Devil fruit ability? Or other abilities? Anyway, the 4-5 elders already knew it in their hearts. The original Aphrodite Kronos Saint was completely replaced within this second. Identity, appearance, name, that power. All symbols that represent information about one person are taken away and placed on another person. This is more terrifying than obliterating a person. The handover happened in just a second. Master Im didn't care about this. The 4-5 elders broke out in a cold sweat again. The implications are obvious. If the 4 of them betray Im Sama like Kronos did. The next one to be replaced is myself. Hey, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, power and eternal life will be lost. From today onwards, I, Aphrodite Kronos Saint, will accept the original position of Jupiter and work with the 4 of you. Then, please come to the table, all 4 adults. We have asked Lord Im to wait too long. Now let's talk about the Valley of the Gods incident and Marine's internal problems. Of course, there's also the question of Kazan. The man who came over said casually, He stepped on the blood, leaving a string of bright red footprints on the huge stone slab. And under Im's gesture, the new Kronos picked up the famous knife dropped by the original owner, Kronos, next to it. Walked to the table and sat down calmly. The other 4-5 elders followed tremblingly. At the same time, Dick Island, Eastern Beach. The flying pirates are still here, but the atmosphere is better than before. After all, everyone will be transferred to various parts of the new world soon. It's time to start building the Four Emperors Regiment. Many things need to be negotiated in advance. Kazan blows the sea breeze. He frowned slightly. He felt a slight abnormality in the system space. The heart of the Swordsman 5 Elders actually stopped beating at this moment. The black text on the surface of the immortal heart was cut like ink and turned into a black piece, dyeing the whole heart black. And in the space, the original basket of apples. One of them suddenly changed. The apple is shaking slightly. Impressively twisted into the spiral pattern of devil fruit. 5 elders dead? This suddenly generated devil fruit, could it be the fruit of the Superman 2 pie? Kazan stares into space immediately. Just above the devil fruit, a line of small characters appeared. Paramisha lay fruit, fortune score, 30 points. A 30-point fortune score. It's actually at the same level as the blue dragon form, but it's normal when you think about it. As the rulers of the world, 5 elders' fruit abilities are selected from thousands of people. Will the evaluation be poor? Seeing this result, Kazan was pleasantly surprised. He knows that the Swordsman 5 elders is dead. Then, the fruit of the lay escaped from the body of the deceased and escaped. Go anywhere in the world and be reborn. But now it seems that devil fruit's soul is actually hidden in the heart. After the death of the capable person, he escaped and was locked by the system space and trapped within a certain range. To the end. The raid fruit can only parasitize on one apple in the space. Hiss. Does this mean that the heart is actually the place where devil fruit's ability parasitizes? If this is the case, then in the future, if you encounter any ability users who are attractive, you only need to use op fruit to first capture the opponent's heart, put it into the space, and then kill the ability user, and the devil fruit can be used in the system. Space, reborn? Op fruit topping plus system space plus killing ability users equals seizing others' abilities. Figured out the principle. Kazan was totally in for a surprise. Did not think of. Today, I got a devil fruit with a fortune rating of 30. How to use it? Devil fruit with 30 fortune points is not common. Kazan is going to keep it and make a decision later. After all, Kazan's current strength is very strong, and Lei Guo not only has the ability to move in space, but also forces people into the ring. After winning, he will capture the opponent. This is a bug ability that makes the enemy inescapable. Kazan had to prioritize himself. Build an army of the defeated? If it is successfully built, won't it be very labor-saving in future battles? But Kazan doesn't have any entries now, and there seems to be no strong people in the era. It's a good skill for hunting marine. You can only choose to save the test first. At the same time, Kazan also discovered a new continent because of this incident. This way of hunting demon fruit power seems to be more high-end than dark fruit. 100% success rate, no risk at all. Aphrodite Kronos Saint. Well done to you. Your death is worth it too. If this hadn't happened, Kazan would never have imagined such an encounter. But now it seems that likes are worth the money. Previously. After all, the matter of devil fruit parasitizing the heart has not been confirmed. Kazan has no idea that there are other ways to get devil fruit besides dark fruit. Now, after a disobedient dog died, Kazan discovered devil fruit's hunting method. The Blackbeard pirates also rely on hunting abilities and are powerful. Kazan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. In the future, as long as you meet a capable person and have potential, you should take it into your own hands if necessary. Smiling, Kazan threw the black heart into the sea to feed the fish. Cronus came to Dick Island to meet me, and when I got back, Marie Joyce found me. It should be the reason why the undercover agent was exposed. And I found him. After all, to kill an important figure like 5 elders so quickly, even 5 elders of the same level as him, has no right to dispose of it. Only the king of the world, the owner of 5 elders, will be so decisive. Chess pieces crushed. How did Kaim find out? Have I entered Im's field of vision? Kazan couldn't help thinking. Dick Island. On the beach. The flying pirates banquet is almost over. Kazan tidied up and called everyone over. Starting tomorrow, you each go to New World to carry out your own part of the mission. Shiki, Redfield, Crane, Molly, Mork, will assist you. When building forces, you don't need to use the name of the flying pirates. When we meet next time, I look forward to the surprises you guys can bring me. The voice fell, and everyone was silent, a little bit sad. Hey. Is it time to part? Last time, Captain Kazan handed over the flying pirates to Deputy Captain Shiki and Deputy Ryder to take care of them. It was many years ago. As a result, After that disappearance, as soon as Kazan came back, he fought with Rox, the overlord of the sea. The flying pirates start to shock the sea, and this time, Kazan is to let the members develop their own power. Waiting for the next meeting, it's the integration of the whole team. At that time, what kind of behemoth will the flying pirates be? Cannot imagine. Shaki, Linlin, Kaido, and Newgate all had solemn expressions. Kazan gave himself the task. You can't lose to others. 4 Emperor's pirates? So let's duel. Marie-Joy. Void Throne, Great Hall. The dinner meeting came to a close. After dealing with Aphrodite Chronos Saint, left first. She didn't bother to pay any attention to the content of the meeting. After all, studying the words of God was her favorite. Maybe it won't take long before 20 character combinations will die. Throughout the scene, there are only 5 elders left. And under the leadership of the newly appointed, Chronos. After talking, also determine how to deal with the current situation. Chronos said, tomorrow, we will posthumously title those generals who died. Especially Monkey D. Garp, as a member of the D family, we should let everyone remember Monkey D. Garp's contribution to Marine and to our Marie-Joys. So, the title of Marine Hero must be given to Monkey D. Garp. Kong promoted to Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku, Zephyr promoted to Marine Admiral. The other 4-5 elders took a breath. Hiss, is it such a big hand? Naval Headquarters obviously suffered a huge defeat. The Valley of the Gods is completely destroyed. Not protected by those crap. He even confessed the dog life of the only D family. Now, not only was Marine not punished, instead, give these Marines a promotion. What's the meaning? Fit. The point of view expressed by the Jupiter in front of me. There may be Lord Im's meaning in it. No one dared to have any opinions. Originally, after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Marine's morale was hit by the pirates, and now Marineford is depressed, and Marie-Joys still counts on Marine to do a good job. Now, scolding is of no use at all. It is not as good as the title that should be chased, and the promotion that should be promoted. Give it an illusory title, and reward the minions with a little berry, to make the minions happy. Boost your internal morale. Otherwise, Marine will really become a decoration. Who's still working for Mary Jo? No doubt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, arrange more positions for Marine. A Marshal. 2 Admirals. After, it is also easier to attract new people to join. Never act like a total failure. Chronos said, I heard that Monkey D. Drago has performed well in the headquarters recently. When the opportunity comes, we will arrange an Admiral title for him, so that he can inherit his father's career and replace Garp to protect the Celestial Dragons. The rest of the 5 elders immediately agreed. Good idea. Indeed, we need an obedient D among our Marines. Chronos said, as for the Valley of the Gods incident, we ask all Marines, all participants, to emphasize to the outside world that Rox is dead, and other influences should be reduced if they can be reduced. Those who should be blocked should be blocked. Don't let the waves form a tsunami. According to the situation of the sea, let's make a judgment. Soon. Marie-Joy's meeting is over. The 4-5 elders walked in the empty palace with dignified expressions. They didn't speak to each other, their minds were flying wild. Never thought of it. Lord Im will have so many backers. So many backup talents, now I have to perform well. Otherwise, maybe one day it will be replaced by people like Jupiter. The palace is occupied. Slaves are occupied. The raised women have also become other people's playthings. Hiss, unexpectedly, the identity, name, and power have all been taken over by someone. This kind of thing is just too scary. The 4-5 elders are afraid to think about it. If on the day of the Valley of the Gods, Jupiter hadn't pulled Kazan into the land of the underworld, and after returning to the Valley of the Gods, Jupiter would have brought him back to Marie-Joys, maybe Kazan might have taken his heart away. The person who died today was himself. Pity. That fruit that was created after hundreds of years of accumulation. With the death of the capable person, I don't know where to go. Marie-Joy has lost a fortune. The value of that devil fruit is not lower than that of op fruit. And at the same time, newspaper, headquarters. In the office, Morgans wandered around holding a phone bug, hesitating for a long time. Now. Reporter, intelligence officer. After getting the news from the mouths of the pirates, it was finally refined in Hachinosu. The news this time is sensational and will definitely detonate the entire sea. Is this call still available? Am I going to offend Kazan for this? Earlier, Morgans got Kazan's contact information from Hachinosu Ochaku. He felt it keenly. Ochaku Silver Axe and others are nothing more than participants in the Valley of the Gods, playing soy sauce. These two are the clowns pushed to the front of the stage. Not at all the protagonist of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Give them the length of the news, one more word is a waste. And Rock's last words in the Valley of the Gods. Already refined. As long as it is announced, all the pirates will be excited. Raftel. One Piece. Valley of the Gods event. Every item here, taken out individually, is an existence that shocked the world. But always feel if there is no news without soul, there will be no breaking point. And Morgans thought that Kazan, as another pole besides Rock's, what he said was also very important, and even Kazan's words were also the focus of this incident. Then, Morgans, before the news was finalized, decided to give Kazan a call. He intends to use interviews to get some news information from Kazan. But the problem is, Morgans is very scared right now. Rocks are dead. And Kazan lives. Even the air pirates have nothing to lose this time. This strange battle loss ratio explain a big problem. Kazan seems far scarier than Rocks. Morgans held the phone bug, his fingers ready to dial, and the psychological pressure multiplied with each key press. Blue blue blue. Not long after, the phone was connected. Hello. I am Morgans, a reporter from the newspaper. I hope to interview Kazan. Please convey it. Well, I can wait. Please make sure Kazan listens to the phone. Morgans was stunned for a moment, and after getting nervous, he still spoke out his purpose. 3 minutes later, the phone hung up. Morgan's brow was covered with sweat, but his eyes were already shining. He never expected that Kazan could communicate so easily. Have a polite conversation. There is no hostility of ordinary pirates at all. You can talk like a friend without feeling the slightest pressure. One by one, the keywords circulated in Morgan's mind. Really? Your judgment is correct. What Kazan said is the point. I have the sense of smelling news. I was born for big news. Rocks. One Piece really exists, Kazan. Whoever wins the big secret treasure will be One Piece. The more chaotic the sea, the more suitable for development. Kazan is naturally willing to add fire to New World. Since there is no One Piece now, then give everyone a title to chase after. Anyway, mobilize the enthusiasm of the sea. Future stories will be more exciting. Now, Morgans pondered what Kazan had said. He never expected that it was just a brief phone call. To be able to completely sublimate the Valley of God incident. His eyes light up now. One Piece. The era of sea supremacy ends. The era of One Piece begins. Hiss. The title of One Piece alone will explode the world. Kazan, he defined this era. The world will enter the era of One Piece. Without hesitation, Morgans was inspired. Immediately write. Not long. Numerous newsbirds began to gather news headquarters system. Cack, quack, quack. Rough hair, thick hair, selling newspapers. Next second. The end of the old days, the beginning of a new era. The most breaking news begins to rush to the sea. New World. In a tavern on an island. The guests inside seem to be very strong, with fierce expressions. There are more or less scars on their faces. This is very normal. Because this tavern is full of pirates, now. The interest of all the pirates is very enthusiastic. Bottles of wine held high in their hands, and recent newspapers. Hey, does One Piece really exist in this world? After all, it is the last words of the former sea overlord Rocks. It must be true. One Piece really exists. I didn't expect such a huge war to happen some time ago. The Valley of the Gods. That's where the celestial dragons gather. It is said that tens of thousands of celestial dragons were killed in the battle. Hey, is this really possible? Hachinosu has many survivors from that battle, and Ochaku, the former captain of the Rock's pirate, Silver Axe, has personally confirmed this matter. I heard that the marine side was defeated. Even the most vicious marine Vice Admiral Garp died in the battle, and was named Marine Hero by the naval headquarters. It is true. One Piece. Moreover, besides Rocks, another protagonist of the Valley of the Gods battle, the captain of the flying pirates, Kazan, who has the highest bounty in the world, also responded to this matter in a telephone interview, saying, "Whoever wins One Piece is the One Piece of this era. One Piece." All the pirates discussed enthusiastically, and the more they discussed, the more frightened they became. It was like hearing the most amazing thing. In fact, Pirates and Marine have always been opposing forces, and they are inherently opposed. At the same time, pirates have been suppressed by Marine for so many years. Marine not only issued rewards to pirates, but also used all the neutral forces in the world to cut off the heads of pirates, and even created a new profession, pirate hunter, to fight against pirates. The existence of the reward order has always made all the pirates itch. I can't wait to crush Marine to ashes. At the same time, Marine also sends the pirates into impel down, sending a hit. Even when necessary, pirates are pushed to the execution platform and executed in public all over the world. And now, the pirates' greatest enemy, Marine, has failed. The celestial dragons were killed in the Valley of the Gods, and the remnants of the Rocks pirate also announced the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods, telling the world that anyone can go to the Valley of the Gods, an island exclusive to celestial dragons, to explore and find answers. Meanwhile, Marine is horrified in battle. Even if they get rid of the rocks, it's still a huge failure. Not to mention, and Kazan from the Flying Pirates is fine, and whoever finds the One Piece is the One Piece. King of Pirates. Rock's last words, similar to the fuse of a bomb. Kazan's declaration is like gunpowder in a bomb. Both in one, instantly detonate the whole sea. Now, all the pirates on the paper in the tavern couldn't help wiping off the cold sweat, and Shiki fell into a frenzy. It's true. Hachinosu is holding a warship auction, and those who looted the combat materials from the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods happened to buy one. The warship is at the port. At this time, everyone should stop hiding. Anyone who wants to hang out with me should stand up. I, Captain Jayers, will lead him on a pirate ship built by a warship to find Raftel and find Raftel. One Piece. Become the dominance of One Piece. Little ones, it's the times. After drinking this glass of rum, Chi-Chi will drink it for lousy. A pirate leader stepped on the table with one foot, picked up a bottle of wine and drank it, then kicked the table over, threw a bunch of berry to the tavern owner, and walked towards the outside of the tavern to the harbor. And behind him, unknowingly, he followed many pirates who had just been impressed. It really is a warship. Hiss. Long live the captain. Let's take the One Piece together. Such a scenario. It is happening everywhere in the Four Seas and Grand Line. The original pirate. Just eating and drinking on the sea, wantonly releasing my desires. And now, with Rocks announcing the news of One Piece, Kazan announces that the one who wins One Piece is One Piece. These two sentences are combined into one. Let the pirates seem to have touched a certain nerve. Let's go to the new world. Intent to meddle in the highest achievement of this era. One Piece. At the same time, New World. The island where the newspaper is headquartered. Damn it. F*K him. The popular newspaper that Lousy worked so hard to edit is now selling like crazy all over the world, and it's being reprinted one after another, and it's been enlarged to 130 million copies. As a result, the news agency only gave me a bonus of 3 million berry. Who the hell are you underestimating? F*K. Without me, Morgans, how could this kind of news happen? I hate it. In an alley, Morgans threw a bottle against the wall. The glass bottle shattered. The whole alley was filled with his whining. The reason is that Morgans is keenly aware of the breaking point of the news. Not only has he been stationed in Hachinosu for a long time, he has obtained first-hand information. At the same time, he tactfully contacted Kazan. This is an exclusive interview with Kazan. All the other journalists failed. In the end, Tuan made the news of the Valley of Gods get unprecedented traffic. That's the equivalent of the same news event. All journalists are participating in dividing the cake. But only Morgans wrote it, a hit, step on all the journalists in the same industry. And because of this explosive press release, Morgans can make a lot of money, the last pinnacle of his life as a journalist. But that disgusting news agency president totally ignored Morgans' efforts. Count all commissions as the credit of the news agency. But anyone with eyes can see it. Morgan's credit has been embezzled by the head of the news agency. Even the signature of the news is the president's name. 3 million berry. Such an award is simply insulting. Then the great value behind the news, not a single hair counts. And also at this time, suddenly there was the neighing of bats in the dark alley. A red figure gathered from the darkness. Redfield's calm voice came out. Morgans, Governor Kazan asked me to ask you, have you, as a subordinate of the Flying Pirates, helped the team win the world's news? If you are interested, our Flying Pirates can also invest in you. Invest in me? Kazan is going to invest in me. Morgans was shocked. Seeing the person in front of him, who was the famous Third Commander, and Red Earl, Redfield of the Flying Pirates, Morgans was completely flustered. Redfield was sent by Kazan. Morgans never expected it. One day, that man will find me. And, the person who arranged it was Redfield. Is it so important? Since the last phone call with Kazan, he has been unable to calm down for a long time. The man is different from all pirates, and his tone of voice has no trace of hostility. Morgans, who is deeply involved in the news industry and often deals with pirates, is shocked. Just listening to a phone call can make Alexander. Unexpectedly, Kazan not only answered his various questions on the phone. Now, how to invest in yourself. Get all the news in the world. What a great domination this is. There are various industries in pirate world, whether it is resource-based, mining-based, or shipbuilding-based, they are all part of the world. Not everyone's ideal is a marine or a pirate. Morgans is different. He has always wanted to own the largest news agency in the world. Only, no action has ever been taken, just because it's so hard. It's a fantasy. But now, Kazan actually said that he wanted to invest in himself and win the news all over the world. Morgans, who had just been greatly wronged, just heard this suggestion. Decided to gamble immediately. Even if it is to sacrifice his own life, he must. Morgans realized, this may be his only chance in a lifetime. Seeing Morgans stunned, Redfield reminded, for or against Kazan. After speaking with Morgans on the phone, it was immediately clear that this guy was also a big player. Simply make the layout first. He knew that Morgans was the biggest newsman following Hi. To control the fishing reel is to control the tongue of the world. Now that Morgans bumped into it by accident, then take advantage of it. Therefore, Kazan directly invested 1 billion berry in Morgans, and then asked Redfield to personally take down the entire news agency, and then let Morgans manage the news agency as the president and become a special organization of the air pirates. Certainly, Marine is also deeply entrenched within the news agency. But Kazan will clear. Even when necessary, the news agency will deliberately cooperate with Marine in acting. Anyway, news agency has been defined by Kazan as a tool. It can be taken out as a fishing reel weapon at any time. Yes. Morgans nodded instantly like a rattle. Redfield nodded in satisfaction, and immediately proceeded to arrange. There are 1 billion berries money in it, and at the same time, there is a devil fruit specially found for you, in the form of zone bird fruit albatross. This fruit is just right for your journalist. Features, even, this form, that will become your Morgan's signature as the greatest news in the world. 1 billion berry. Bird fruit albatross form. Morgans was in complete shock. Boss Kazan, are you so thoughtful in doing things? Did you even consider your own image? Indeed, just like a star in the real world, if you want to create a little fresh meat persona, then give him a tender face like a little fresh meat. And the news agency of One Piece world, of course, wants to turn the newsman into the leader of the news bird. Such images are like totems that only belong to the press. And it just so happened that Kazan got the devil fruit in the albatross form in the Valley of the Gods. And when the sun rises tomorrow, world press. The internal structure has changed greatly. And Morgans, transformed into a birdman, officially became the president of the World News Agency. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Marshal's Office. At the moment, there are only Marine Marshal Kong who just took office and Marine Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr who just took office. The three were silent. The three of them never thought of it. After suffering such a big defeat in the Valley of the Gods, Marie Joyce actually promoted himself and others. Even, Marie Joyce praised all Marines for the first time. In fact, Kong had already submitted his resignation to the above. As a result, the resignation was rejected. He was also assigned to be the Marine Marshal of the headquarters. And, at the same time, Kong also submitted to Marie Joyce a proposal after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Naval Headquarters suggestion. The new generation of Marine generals should be arranged around those with super Logia abilities. Witness the power of the Wind Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Even Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr are all aware of the importance of Logia ability users on the battlefield. Logia's attack range is too large, making it impossible to guard against. Only the controlled Logia will take the initiative in the war. Otherwise, the army will be passive. Therefore, Kong proposed to 5 elders by submitting his resignation letter. Only, Kong didn't expect that. Not only was he not dismissed. The layout around Logia ability users was also unanimously approved by Marie Joyce, and there was almost no resistance. even received huge financial support from Marie Joyce. Throw yourself heavily into Marine's new construction. Edward Newgate founded the Whitebeard Pirates. Shaki established the Snake Pirates. Charlotte Linlin founded the Linlin Pirates. Kaido established the Beasts Pirates. What are these people going to do? Kong was troubled, and he frowned and asked with an uncomfortable expression on his face. Kong thought that there were 3 members of the Flying Pirates. At the moment, they are scattered in New World, each establishing their own pirate group. What the heck is the meaning? After the Valley of the Gods, the ambitions of the pirates have been fully activated by the title of One Piece. Could it be that the Flying Pirates have become infighting, and the members have left the team one after another to find some great secret treasure, so they set up their own business? Zephyr said with a serious face. Gu Kong frowned and pondered. No, Kazan is not rocks, his strategy and his own character are not enough to manage a pirate group badly. Charlotte Linlin, Shaki, have been confirmed to be Kazan's woman, and Kaido is his bring out the little brother with one hand. It is basically impossible to break away from the Flying Pirates. Also, the title of One Piece was given by Kazan. If he really cared, would he say something like that in the paper? What he doesn't want to say is that he hasn't revealed a single piece of information. Kazan is disturbing the sea, disturbing the New World. After Kong finished speaking, Sengoku nodded in approval. He analyzed the current situation for Kong. I think that Kazan is breaking up the members, he is really dividing up the sea. He intends to get involved in the entire New World. Our marine was damaged in the Valley of the Gods, and now we are not strong enough, so Kazan will break up the team, scatter and develop independently. When conditions permit, these pirate groups will merge together. This will be the end of naval headquarters. Hiss. Hearing this, Kong and Zephyr were shocked at the same time. Kazan's operation, isn't this Marine's specialty? Marine has established branches all over the world, and then let its Marines manage each sea area and absorb talents from all over the world. Why would Kazan do that? How many people are there in their Flying Pirates, are they qualified? You know, naval headquarters relies on the entire Marie Joyce, a superpower established 800 years ago. Why does Kazan's pirate group challenge Marie Joyce? A lesson from the past, Lux Pirates put it there. So many people have not done it. This is just speculation, and it may also be the reason within their pirate group, as Zephyr said. Even if everyone already understands it in their hearts, Sengoku doesn't need to explain it. Sengoku changed his voice and said, Marshal Kong, the situation in the sea is getting more and more chaotic now. The news and newspapers have spread all over the sea. The failure of our marine has been known all over the world. This is a serious blow to us. The chaos in the New World is unavoidable. Facing the news fishing boat, we can only keep silent. But at the same time, should we find an opportunity to take down the world's tongue newspaper? The news from over there is that the president of the news agency mysteriously disappeared last night. The new generation of journalists, Morgans, took over decisively and became the president of the news agency. Morgans is only in his 20s, an age that is easy to conquer. If Morgans can serve as the mouthpiece of our marine and encounter similar events in the Valley of the Gods in the future, we will have enough time and have the right to interpret, facing the world. For newsreels, Sengoku analyzed a whole bunch. Sengoku, you're right. Kong nodded in approval. Marie Joyce just allocated 10 billion berry to naval headquarters for military expenditure. Let us recruit recruits in a big way, and search for talents with high combat power and high intelligence from all over the world. Among them, 8 billion has already been allocated to various branches. Of course, the news is also important. I have decided to take out 100 million berry every year and put it into the World News Agency, and then deploy the news industry. Yes. Sengoku and Zephyr nodded simultaneously. However, the 3 of them didn't know. The change of the World News Agency was written by Kazan. And Morgans, the president of the news agency, was also Kazan who sent Redfield to correct him. Compared with Marine's drizzle investment of 100 million berry per year, Kazan handed Morgans 1 billion berry. It also casually established Morgan's big news image. Certainly. Since naval headquarters is scrambling to send money to the news agency for construction, Kazan certainly wouldn't let Morgans say no even. Kazan wanted Morgans to show greed in front of Marine, just talking about conditions. Want me to post news? Need to add money? The more greedy you are, the more you will show your weakness, relax the vigilance of naval headquarters, and at the same time get the long-term meal ticket of naval headquarters steadily. The news agency acts as a two-pronged eater, so just secretly trip up Marine in the future. Before I knew it, Marine also became a species. Half a month later, Marijoy and Naval Headquarters have issued their latest wanted warrants. Kazan, the captain of the Flying Pirates, with a bounty of 4.04 billion berry. Shiki, vice captain of the Flying Pirates, bounty 2.72 billion berry. Redfield, deputy of the Flying Pirates, with a bounty of 2.4 billion berry. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, bounty 2 billion berry. Shaki, captain of the Kuja Pirates, bounty 1.66 billion berry. Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Linlin Pirates, bounty 1.8 billion berry. Kaido, captain of Beasts Pirates, bounty 1.1 billion berry. Kazan committed the greatest crime in the Valley of the Gods by taking Shiki and Redfield with him. As the main boss, Kazan's bounty has exceeded 4 billion berry. And the other members, because of their respective establishment of the pirate group, by mistake, the pirates in the sea thought that these four were also fighting for the title of One Piece, and they became the weather vane of the New World. Countless pirates set sail, rushed to Raftel. The bounty of Newgate and others was also obtained. In addition, some of Kazan's deeds were actually reported by newspapers. Hand-penned at Morgan's, deliberately tout it. Kazan has been described as the newest legend of the sea. Fame is unprecedented. The title of the article is, Legend of the New Era. Kazan, at the age of 13, took his younger brother Shiki to sea, and wiped out an entire branch of Marine West Blue. This result was valued by Naval Headquarters. The initial bounty reached 40 million berry. 20 years ago, with a team of only 60 people, they took the initiative to attack Naval Headquarters and destroyed half of Marineford, causing Marine's vitality to be seriously injured. It took 3 years to repair it. 6 years ago, Kazan dominated the naval battle in the Hachinosu Sea area of New World, and won a big victory. Marine was defeated and withdrew from the competition in the Hachinosu Sea area. Because of Kazan, Rock's pirate got a chance to survive. Now, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods defeated Marine once again, and killed Garp, who was dubbed the Marine Hero. Now, many wandering warships in New World actually have a nest of pirates inside. Moreover, Kazan's famous saying, "The one who seizes the big secret treasure is the One Piece," has become a famous saying that can be recorded in history. Same year, Marijoy and Naval Headquarters are furious. Chest bounty increased to 40,240 million berry. After reading the newspaper in his hand, Kazan was dumbfounded. This report is as good as the headlines of previous Life news. Morgan's is really a news talent, but do you use it like this? As an investor, it is also very embarrassing. I intend to keep a low profile and let the members perform on their own. Just wait for acceptance. It seems that even if you plan to hide for a while, you will not be safe. Soon. Kazan's fame soared after the article was published by news agencies. Impressively surpassed the peak of the rocks. No way, the sea has no time to remember a dead person. If the tide washes up on the beach, it will soon smooth the beach. For a while, Kazan's name became a household name. Even small children stop crying when they hear Kazan's name. Challenge Marine, challenge Marijoys, kill Marine's hero, kill celestial dragons. Become the captain of the strongest pirate group in the world today. In just over 20 years, Kazan has achieved unprecedented achievements. Although the previous Kazan is also very famous. But the biggest force in the sea is the Rock's pirate, the overlord of the sea. The sea has always respected the strong, so ignore the low-key existence of Kazana. And now, with the Rocks completely dead, all achievements go to Kazan. In particular, whoever wins the One Piece is the One Piece. This famous saying of Kazan has even become the belief of the sea. It is the target of all pirates. Kazan doesn't care about the evaluation of the outside world. Because, he is waiting for the arrival of the new era. Organized all the data in the space source, Kazan found that although he has established a prototype of a behemoth, many resources are still not consumed, and it is also suitable for more layout. In the system space, an Endor has resources. 1. 2 pieces of Black history text. 2. Handbook of Lunar Science and Technology. Stussy has not been involved in research for the time being. 3. Paramecia combined fruit, fortune evaluation, 20 points. 4. Paramecia sweet fruit, fortune rating, 25 points. 5. Paramecia lay fruit, fortune evaluation, 30 points. 6 to 400 billion berry wealth. 7. Dozens of tons of pure gold. Of course, there are also the Logia Yunyan fruit I left for Tianyuishwe, and the zone Fruit Phantom Beast 9 Tails Fox form that I left behind for Nicole. Kazan pondered. Since my subordinates are going to New World to conquer the world, then I will take a vacation first and send such fruits to the sky. It's time to give yourself a little vacation. Tick tick tick. Fast forward 8 years. The year is now Sea Circle Calendar 1492. It is only a year since Roger arrived at Raftel in the original book and became the One Piece. At the same time, it was also the period when Roger was terminally ill and frantically running business on the sea before his own death. Expect. After 8 years, the elite backbone of flying pirates is blooming everywhere in New World. Shiki and Redfield gradually relaxed their support for the 4 emperors, and the news of the 2 of them gradually disappeared in the sea, becoming a legend in the mouth of the pirates. The presence. But Newgate, Linlin, Shaki, Kaido. But it is the most popular superpower now. They completely defined a new era in the era of all pirates chasing One Piece. This era is called 4 Emperors. The 4 royal-level pirate groups of New World have grown into 4 behemoths. 4 Emperors not only circled a lot of territory in New World. It also compresses the living space of Marine. Because of the existence of the 4 Emperors, Marine's many layouts in New World were ordered to stop. Even, Marine's power is shrinking towards Redline. Years passed. The achievements of the 4 Emperors have been reported to Kazan's ears one after another. This day. Sea Circle Calendar May 11, 1492. Redline. Top of the cliff. A white cloud floats on the deserted terracotta continent. The white clouds are constantly churning, up and down. There were also bursts of pleasant female singing voices from inside. Sky Snowmoon. Now Yunyan who ate the Logia Yunyan fruit. Tianyuishue can control everything that exists in the clouds. Thunder, rain, hail, control cloud weight, density. Certainly. Tianyuishue can also knead the clouds into a ball and act as a bed. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the pleasant sound stopped. But not long. Another voice sounded. Blue 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 one. Kazan didn't blame for being disturbed, and smiled. Kaido, I haven't called for a year. How is Wanokuna's progress? Kaido said. Boss, Wanokuni is settled. That guy Odin and his family were kicked out of Wanokuni by me. Little brother is expanding to the outside. The pirate group is now dominated by people with zone abilities, and the number has reached. After an introduction, Kaido said anxiously, Boss, I am now in the sea near Wanokuni, and I just led my subordinates to control a human trafficking ship. Sister-in-law Tianyuishue seems to be on this ship. Kaido comes from the kingdom of Vulca, and was once sold to Marie Joyce by his own kingdom. Therefore, Kaido hates this industry. If the waters near Wanokuni, a human trafficker's boat appears, Kaido will go there himself. The mace will send those human traffickers to hell and repent. Only. This time when Kaido boarded the boat, he saw a young woman with long green hair, wearing Wanokuni attire, and a famous knife on her waist, who was almost exactly the same as Tianyuishue. Sun appeared on the ship, although the woman looked a little confused. But this appearance alone has to be taken seriously. Therefore, Kaido then anxiously called Kazan. Sister Tianyuishue, don't worry, I'm on the phone with the old man. Kaido is comforting. Tianyuishue? Inside the clouds, Yizun is hugging the ruddy Tianshue. Immediately guessed the reason, since it is in the waters near Wanokuni. It is very likely that he is the ancestor of the Tianyue family, a time traveler who has the Paramecia time fruit. Days and months. Phonebug, Kaido briefly explained the situation. Generally speaking, when Kaido was expanding his territory, he encountered a human trafficker's boat, and saw a woman exactly like Yu Tianshui on board. So Kazan reported, hoping to get a solution. Hearing the news, Kazan calculated the timing. He estimated that in the current timeline, Tianyue almost just passed through, and then sailed to the waters near Wanokuni with the trafficker's boat. As Kaido said, Tianyue Shi's mind is a little confused now. In fact, this is very normal. It's like a traveler traveling to a new world. After all, it is far from the time she is in, and the change in worldview is huge. Tianyue Shi will not adapt to the worldview for a while. Kazan said to the phonebug, you settle her on a nearby island first, and I'll be there in a few days. Yes, boss. I'll make arrangements right away, and the location is on Kakexi Island. Where is the phone? Kaido replied immediately. Soon. The two decided on the location and hung up the phone. Now. Kazan's current location is the Red Line near Upside Down Mountain. He intends to go to Logue Town first, and then call Molly, who has the coordinates of Logue Town, use Molly's door fruit, and bring himself and Tianue to Wano Kuni, and then go to the island where Kaido is. Morley has coordinates for many famous places in the world, but not every island has them. But as long as this is done, the voyage of the whole world will be greatly reduced. In Kazan's opinion, the current era is the last few years of Roger's reign. Just like the Rocks Valley of the Gods era, the more late. The incidents on the sea will be more concentrated and erupted. It's a good time to get involved. And, whether it's Maki, Linlin, Newgate, Kaido, these subordinates have made achievements in New World. Although the power is not as perfect as the Four Emperors Regiment of the later generations. But anyway, they have become the four giants in the sea. As the leader of the four, Kazan must personally inspect them in the era when One Piece is about to end. Otherwise, there will be no sense of existence at all. At the same time, this person is also very important during Tianue. She herself is a time fruit capable person, and the traveler herself carries the starfish's secret. However, Tianue Shi is also the ancestor of Wano Kuni Tianue family. In Tianue family, there are even portraits and illusions handed down, which shows that Tianue Shi is very important in the family. If you pull her into your camp, Wanakuna's rule will be more stable and prestigious. Certainly, it is also necessary for Kazan to take Tien Yushui, a junior, to meet him. My lord, what you just said? Tien Yushui asked curiously. She seemed to hear something extraordinary. Well, the person who looks exactly like you is the woman in the portrait you brought, the ancestor of your Yuishan family. When the moon opened, Kazan is very sure. What? Is the legend passed down in the family really going to come true? There are really people who travel through time and space in this world. My ancestors. Tien Yushui was shocked, and hurriedly put on her clothes. Soon, she also packed Kazan's clothes. Kazan laughed and said, well, there is more than one traverser in this world. Anyway, in terms of seniority, Tianue Hour is Tianuexu's ancestor-level task. But in terms of actual age, Tien Yushui is still Tien Yushi's sister. Spanning 800 years, the maturity is also different. Soon, Kazan summoned a small sailboat from inside the space. This boat was specially designed and built by Kazan, who spent 400 million berry on the water for traveling alone. The main thing is a pure tourism, it's a floating palace. Therefore, the ship is not equipped with a cannon, nor does it have many functions of a pirate ship. Its size is actually about the same as the Mary. So it is easy to get into the space. But whether it is materials, decoration design, or planning of functional areas, this ship is different from other ships. Anyway, so many years. Kazan travels around the world in this small boat. Soon, white clouds floated on the deck, heading towards the direction of Logue Town. Purpose. It is Wano Kuni, the other side. Somewhere near Wano Kuni on the surface of the blue sea. A ship is sailing slowly. On the towering mast, the flag of the Kazuki family fluttered in the wind. No doubt. This is Kazuki Oden, who was kicked out of Wano Kuni by Kaido. And his 10 retainers. Deck. Kazuki Oden, wearing a pair of knives, stands out at the forefront. The current situation in Wano Kuni is not complicated. Almost occupied by Kaido, strictly count. The flying pirates had laid out Wano Kuni as early as 20 or 30 years ago. It's just that the time has not come. It's just not going to the step of domination. With the help of Shiki, and Redfield used to be entrenched in Haji Valley, when plotting seastone and liquor iron mines, they made a layout early on. Since Kaido landed in Wano Kuni, they have started to rectify the forces of several major families in Wano Kuni. The results were achieved with little to no effort. Therefore, more than 80% of the Wano Kuni area is under the control of the Beast's pirates. This is almost equivalent to taking Wano Kuni into the line. Only, the Kazuki clan, who had always been the general family of Wano Kuni, were the de facto rulers. When encountering such a thing, of course you have to resist. But Kaido is not the Kaido in the original book. Compared with the advanced combat skills such as Conqueror's Winding that he learned later, or the development of the Eudemon's Devil Fruit, Kaido came into contact with Kazan early on with the operation of Kazan. How does he compare to Oden? Is just modest. Is normal. Only. At the request of Kazan and Shiki, Kaido will not kill in Wano Kuni. The flying pirates are known for their brutality. So, Kaido just expelled the Kazuki clan and those retainer warriors from Wano Kuni. At this time, Kazuki Oden, who was expelled, was very dissatisfied. Damn it. Why did this happen to me? I'm Kazuki Odin. Deep anger was revealed on his serious face. Kazuki Odin, Wano-kuni has been in trouble since he was born. At the age of 0, throw the nanny out. When I was 6 years old, I went in and out of Waji Luxiang. At the age of 15, he threatened the abbot of the temple and lived in seclusion in the temple. He would kidnap women in towns every night, build a harem in temples and Buddhist halls, and sing songs every night. It's a beautiful name, it's all my own charm, and the girls are willing to follow. But in fact, it is just borrowing the name of the daimyo family to help the poor in a disguised form among a group of ordinary families. Growing up, Odin was even more heaven-defying. Sleeping with someone else's wife became the godfather of NTR in One Piece. Use the skeleton of a friend, go to the brazier, and cook Kanto in the fire. These series of things are outrageous. Odin, a naturally powerful scumbag, is not an exaggeration. This kind of people, in the words of today's world, if they calm down in the later stage and do something earth-shattering, they will be rewarded with the label of villain for a lifetime. From small to large, Odin hasn't done a single good thing. At the age of 18, he failed to go to sea illegally for the 38th time. Sukiyaki couldn't stand it anymore, so he severed the father-son relationship with Odin and expelled him from the capital of flowers. Only. With the attack led by Kaido, they made the momentum to unify Wano-kuni. Kazuki Sukiyaki and Odin resumed their relationship. Sukiyaki originally planned to use the power of Kazuki Odin to take the ruling power of Wano-kuni back to the Kazuki family, so all the retainers were handed over to this contemptuous son. Result. Kazuki Odin took all his retainers and suffered a huge defeat in the hands of Kaido at the beginning. Kazuki Sukiyaki here, just surrender. Began to live in seclusion in Wano-kuni incognito. And what about Odin? If it weren't for Kaido's scruples about the influence of Wano-kuni, and his actions were measured, Kazuki Odin would have been a dead man. Now. Odin drifted in the sea with his remnants, his face full of indignation. Damn Kaido. When I avenge this revenge, I'll go to sea. Never coming back to Wano-kuni, this crappy place. Facing Odin's wrath, the other retainers immediately felt tense. Master Odin, how about we go to find the furry kingdom of Zou? Nekobashi and Inuarashi should both be in the furry kingdom. We can use their power to bring Wano-kuni back, a retainer reminded. Kazuki Odin was obviously unconvinced and said, how did I hear that Kaido is on Kokorishi Island? We can take advantage of his troops not being around, and kill Kaido on Kokorishi Island first. As long as Kaido is dead, I can feel at ease out to sea. Wano-kuni, forget it, lousy, has no interest at all. Odin said. The retainers collectively reminded, but Kaido is not easy to deal with even if he is alone. That's right. We should get the support of the Black and Furry Principality, and then think about it in the long run. This is the best and safest way. Master Odin, you have Zou's eternal pointer. With the help of the permanent pointer, we can reach the Furry Principalities soon. Odin said. Permanent pointer? No, this opportunity is very difficult. I do not care. Kazuki Odin wore a pothead, unsheathed Tien Yuyu and Yanmo, pointed his 2 knives forward, and said angrily, Kaido has only one chance to be alone. Let's set off now to take Kaido's head off. Etc. Master Odin, don't go to Kakexi in that direction. Kazuki Odin frowned, and hurriedly pointed in another direction, then, go this way. This direction is not right. Kazuki Odin sensed the malice from his retainers. But see the delicate face of Yi Zhang. Immediately asked, Yi Zhang, are you really a man? Are you lying to me? Because the retainers were recruited from Sukiyaki some time ago. Therefore, Kazuki Odin doesn't know much about some of them and many of them. Thinking that there is now a Tibetan woman on board my boat. Just in time to relax. The nightly singing and dancing in the Buddhist hall in the past is really nostalgic. Face Kazuki Odin that look. Yi Zhang's face was covered with sweat. He has heard about Kazuki Odin for a long time, and his reputation in Wano-kuni is so rotten to ultimate. Many women with families have been raped by him. Most men in Wano-kuni are cowards. Even if women are robbed, they hate Odin in their hearts. He also chose to swallow his anger. Yi Zhang is just a ring wearing a heterosexual costume, but he is essentially a man. This damned Odin actually came up with an idea. Of course a man. Yi Zhang shook the musket in his hand, and immediately frowned. The other retainers were a little bit numb. Hastily stepped forward. We can all prove that Yi is indeed a man. Mad. This Odin should have started a family sooner. Only then can the bad habits of the past be changed. The retainers quickly changed the subject. Master Odin, The direction is right now. We immediately set sail to Kokolishi Island. Kaido is on the island. Okay. Kazuki Odin waved his hand uninterestedly. Only then did he take his gaze away from Yizang, and put the two sabers back into their sheaths. A few days passed. Koko Island. This is an island in the sea off Wano-kuni. Although Wano-kuni is a huge country, the capital of flowers or any other region is equal to the size of another island. But at the same time, Wano-kuni is also a closed country. For hundreds of years, Wano-kuni has been completely closed off, and has no interest in the surrounding non-sovereign islands. Therefore, the nearby islands are not under the jurisdiction of Wano-kuni. At the same time, Koko Ridge is not a Mary-Ju franchise. And Kaido, with Wano-kuni as its base, naturally wants to control all the islands. As early as 3 years ago, it is easy to bring Kalishi into the jurisdiction. There are 3 towns on this island. The people on the island will provide beasts pirates with a protection fee every year. The protection fee is so beautiful. The golden statue in the sky is indemnity. Protection fees are like taxes, the amounts cannot be equalized. But as long as you pay the protection fee, you can get the protection of beasts pirates. The 4 emperors have already lost their prestige in the New World. Slowly, Kaido has been called 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts in the Sea. Such a name makes ordinary pirates really dare not mess with it. Then, after Kaido incorporated Kalishi into its territory, the island's appearance changed dramatically, and it gradually became an extremely safe island, which also attracted a large number of people to visit and settle, and the population increased. Something like that. In the waters near Elbaf, the nations, and the Sphinx plays often. After all, this is the result of discussions within the 4 emperors. Many regulations were decided by the 4 of them. Therefore, when the 4 emperors team collects protection fees, it will not be resented by the people on the various islands, and it can actually provide protection to the immediate people. Even more, the 4 emperors have set out to unify economies everywhere. Experiment. Possibility of distribution of various goods. The circulation of goods means that I am in circulation, and these local people have brought real benefits. Menman fruit is a veritable bug. The distance and transportation are not a problem at all. Every time the airway of the door fruit is opened, it is the crisp voice of Qian Berry. Now, on the island, in a stronghold in the Beasts Pirates jungle. Make a mess. At Tianyue, the famous knife was out of its sheath, holding a famous knife in both hands. I finally know, you were actually human traffickers. If you hurt me, the slave has injuries, won't the price drop? You are really not good people. This era is really awful. Kaido on the other side was quite helpless when looking at Tianyue. It's wrong. How can I sell slaves? Sister-in-law, don't get me wrong. At the same time, Kaido also knew that the woman in front of him was not Tianyue, but a member of the Tianyue family. However, it is impossible to reveal the identity of the traverser at Tianyue. But, by virtue of Tianyue Shi and Tianyue look exactly the same. Kaido will choose to pay attention. After all, look the same. It means that Tianyue is in line with the aesthetics of Kazan boss. Just like Charlotte Linlin asked Devil Fruit to give to Kazan before, didn't Kaido think carefully? Don't know how to send a woman who fits the boss's aesthetics. Facing Tianyue, Kaido raised his hand and surrendered. Wait. I meant to imprison you. Don't be in a hurry. Kaido said sincerely, sister-in-law. Little brother Kaido didn't mean that. He was just waiting for big brother to arrive. I'm wronging you to wait here for a few days. Can you stop mentioning leaving what happened? Little brother is very difficult. Tianyu's beautiful eyes were startled. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Could it be? Are these people going to arrest themselves as Mrs. Yaze? Tianyue said. I don't agree to be your sister-in-law. Let me go now. I want to leave for Wano-kuni immediately. Kaido was also speechless, and immediately explained. Let's talk about it when the boss comes over. The whole Wano-kuni is the boss's territory anyway. It would be better for him to bring you there himself. Wano-kuni is your boss's territory. How can it be? The sky and the moon are confused. Kaido proudly said, of course, not only the Tianyue family has been fully owned by my boss, but also the whole Wano-kuni. If you follow my boss, sister-in-law, you will definitely not suffer. Tianyue Shi. Has it changed so much in just a few hundred years? Not only has the geography of the world changed, but even the location of Wano-kuni has changed. Even the controller of Wano-kuni has changed? Not the Kazuki family anymore. When the two were talking, there was a movement around. Shashasha. Hey hey hey. Kaido. We meet again. This time, keep your head. I will use your skull for cooking Odin. The surrounding bushes were split open, and the corpses of two beasts pirates were kicked out. Then, Kazuki Odin walked out of the forest with a dozen retainers. These people are dressed in a Wano Kuni samurai costume. There are samurai swords pinned to their waists. Kaido can recognize at a glance that they are all retainers cultivated by Sukiyaki. After logging into Wano Kuni by myself, some time ago, Wano Kuni's previous general, Sukiyaki, summoned the prickly son named Kazuki Odin back, and handed over his retainers to him. And the one who took the lead is Kazuki Odin. After joining the Flying Pirates, Kaido's style of conduct has been established, and there is no trace of Mr. Guy in the future. Cutting grass and roots is in line with the style of pirates. In fact, he had long wanted to get rid of this group of people and hurry up. Only, at that time, due to the fact that it was inside Wano Kuni, it was not suitable for a big war. After all, the Kazuki clan ruled Wano Kuni for many years. This deep-rooted force is only suitable for getting rid of like a frog in warm water. Then, 3 months ago, after a major war broke out, Kaido won the bet by winning and drove Kazuki Odin away from Wano Kuni. Thinking that one day I will meet you on the sea. At that time, they will not be crushed to death one by one. I didn't expect to meet you here today, just a loser. Isn't this a good opportunity to get rid of the remnants of the Kazuki family? Just let this group of people disappear from this world. Wano Kuni will make waves where no one dares. In this way, before the boss arrives, he can hand in the most perfect results. Thinking of this, a gleam of red light appeared in Kaido's eyes. Hey, Kazuki Odin, take your dirty eyeballs off my sister-in-law. Get down on your knees and die. You losers dare to yell in front of Lousy, so let's save your life this time. Seeing that Kazuki Odin was half speaking, he stopped talking and fixed his eyes on Tianyue Shi. Kaido was a little annoyed immediately. Sister-in-law. Kazuki Odin, the Sao thief, was in high spirits. Odin remembered that his favorite thing to do in the past was to sneak into the farmer's house in Wano Kuni in the dead of night, charm the man, and then carry the woman to the temple. In the middle of the night, the temple host, while meditating, fiddled with the beads, listening to the echo in the empty hall, shaking his head. And increase with age. A lot of Kazuki Odin's interest was lost. Or to put it another way, those good-looking women from Wanakuna's family have already been picked up by him. But now that you are out at sea, of course you are indulging your hobbies. Especially, after being so angry with Kaido in Wano Kuni, need to relax. I already had thoughts about that guy Yizang before. Rub. Tien Yu Zan and Yan Mo unsheathed at the same time. Kazuki Odin said, shoot together, get rid of Kaido. Kazuki Odin knew that he was no match for one person, so he ordered immediately. Base, Your Highness, just wait for the certificate. Kinemon, Denjiro, Kurozumi Kanjuro, Raizo and others also drew their swords one after another. Before this, they've scouted this stronghold of the beast's pirates. In general, except for Kaido, the rest of the elite were not brought out in Wano Kuni. Exactly as Kazuki Odin said, this is best chance to get rid of Kaido. Kill Kaido. Wano Kuni will go into chaos for a while before returning to the hands of the Koji family once again. Grumble grunt. Kaido opened his mouth wide, stretched an arm into his throat, and pulled out a huge spiked mace from his stomach. Sister-in-law, you go to the back and wait first. I will kill all these people. Tianyue frowned. But if you choose between Kaido and Kazuki Odin at all, definitely choose Wanakuna's samurai in Tianyue. This is trust in countrymen, never been to Wano Kuni though. Even if it was 800 years ago, or 800 years later. But, seeing the look in Kazuki Odin's eyes, Tianyue felt inexplicably conflicted. Tianyue Shi was preparing to leave. Kazuki Odin's voice continued. Miss, wait before you go. I am Kazuki Odin of the Wano Kuni Kazuki family. I have the purest chivalry spirit of Wano Kuni. I can't hear women's cries for help. I will take you from the pirates. Rescued from the regiment, I don't need anything in return. Hearing this, Tianyue said, are you from the Kazuki clan? Of course. Isn't it like that? I'm an upright man from the Kazuki family. In Wano Kuni, the Guangji family name is like a layer of gold. Comparing the whole world, it is equivalent to the title of Celestial Dragon's second generation. If you see it personally, you have to weigh your own weight. It's really easy to use. There are a lot of women sent up because of this name. Kazuki Odin has tried and tested before. After finishing speaking, he walked up with a pair of knives in his air. And at this time, Kaido doesn't have time to catch up with Kazuki Oden. Mentioning the 8 precepts, he shouted loudly, "Surrender to death." The other side. Members of the Beast's pirates also broke out from the stronghold, engaging the retainers of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Oden took a few elites against Kaido. Pause time. Black thunder and lightning began to appear around, crackling. Thunder 8 trigrams, ha 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 ha. Shoot them all. Kill Kaido. Kazuki Oden ran at a high speed, Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzhan unsheathed at the same time, crossing their heads. His body was wrapped in a layer of gas flames. This is Wanakuna's emission, and it is also the embodiment of advanced armament haki. Although it is not as good as Kaido's Conqueror's entanglement, it can actually fight a few tricks. Strictly speaking, entanglement is not avoiding God. At the same time, with more knowledge, there will be countermeasures. More critically, Kazuki Oden is not alone. Both knives are also covered in purple-black haki. At this moment, Kazuki Oden is like a tiger that is about to be released from the cage, and his momentum is soaring. There is no doubt that if there are beautiful women around, Oden's competitive spirit will become stronger. Because Wanakuna's women usually admire Tianjanhao. Especially the powerful swordsman, Your Highness. Jinweiman and others behind him also drew out their weapons one after another, and they all stepped forward, wanting to fight side by side. Facing Kaido, Oden did not refuse. In an instant, Oden opened his arms, and as he moved, the 2 knives sliced through the air. It is said that one year Wano-kuni made trouble with the mountain god, who trampled on buildings and devoured people's lives like a natural disaster. All the samurai couldn't handle it. In the end, because the mountain god's wound was too smooth, it was only mended with hemp rope afterwards, and the mountain god came back to life again. It is enough to see that Kazuki Oden's attack power is not weak. He also has his own unique double knife swordsmanship. Even, the slashing blows sent out are far more powerful than ordinary great swordsmen. Zzz. Kaido stepped on one foot, his eyes were fixed, and there seemed to be thunder flashing in his eyes. Roared. Thunder 8 trigrams. Bajai was lifted up in his hand, and at the same time purple-white lightning was wrapped around the mace. Under the horizontal slash, a whole space of lightning and thunder hit Kazuki Oden's 2 forces immediately. Boom, Kazuki Oden received a huge force and flew backwards directly. He had already fought against Kaido last time. Although he knew how to defend against the thundering 8 trigrams move, because Kaido's physique was exceptionally strong, and with the power of phantom beasts, even if he was defended by Oden, it was inevitable that he would fly backwards. While bleeding at the corner of Oden's mouth, he strode forward again. His vassals also followed Oden and acted together. All kinds of moves were thrown at Kaido's body, and the sword was suddenly full of light, and the sword energy flew randomly. But Oden and the others arrived in front of Kaido in an instant, and 2 cold rays of light approached Kaido's face. How could Kaido just sit and wait? Suddenly, the strength of the whole body exploded, and the black and blue scales as hard as steel were not satisfied with the whole body. His stature also swelled, his strong thighs and veins popped up on his arms. When a few sword lights are about to fall on the body, the powerful defense of the unicorn form of the phantom beast make Tianyu Yuzhan and Yanmo unable to advance further. What kind of scales are these? What a powerful defense. Kaido turned out to be a sorcerer. Looking at the monster-like monster in front of them, Jinweiman and others were shocked. Did Kaido not use all his strength in the previous battle? This is too scary, he is playing us. You stupid masters, you are not worthy of Laozi's full strength. Since you have seen this form, go to hell. Kaido's pupils shrank, he clenched the mace with both hands and struck out. Clang, Ashura Boy's body flew upside down, directly smashing several big trees. And at this moment, Kaido got a gap. As soon as the twins pedaled, the whole person jumped into the sky, and the mace swirled in his hands, triggering the celestial phenomena, and countless thunder snakes stretched out, entangled on the spinning mace, and in an instant, Kaido's whole body was like a thunderbolt, shot towards Kazuki Oden below. Successfully. Yin Naraku. Boom. Accompanied by the huge purple thunder light, Oden felt that the whole sky was being illuminated, and immediately used the twin knives wrapped around the armed emission to resist, but Kaido's unicorn form specializes in strength and is blessed with advanced combat skills. A black lightning bolt fell from the sky along Kaido's figure. The earth collapsed in an instant. Kazuki Oden even felt that his legs were weak, and his whole body was about to be smashed into the ground. Impossible. Why is he so strong? When Tianyue felt the earth tremble, and saw the picture in front of him, he was a little stunned. When humans can become so powerful, Tianyueshi was also a member of the big family 800 years ago, and she belonged to a group of people with high awareness. She only knows that the power system at that time was quite unsound. Emission. What actually wraps around a weapon to obtain such a high amount of destructive power? At that time, in the sea, Devil Fruit was the main battle mode. Now, it seems to be able to attach a layer of emission. Can emission be used in this way? Rumble? On the other side, a sailboat flies low. At the bow, Zan and Tianyueshue could vaguely see the island ahead. And above the island, there was actually a flash of thunder. You can tell at a glance that there are masters fighting. On the deck, clouds and mist drifted around. Tianyueshue said, "My lord, the Kakexi Island is ahead. Could it be that Kaido is in trouble?" Kaido's voyage this time is aimed at human traffickers' boats. Wano Kuni also needs manpower to maintain it. Because he wants to stay on the island to wait for us, he arranged for his men to go back to Wano Kuni first. Let's go and have a look. It's just a small problem anyway. Kazan could only guess. The two use Molly's fruit ability to make a transition to Wano Kuni. Then come to Kei Kalishi Island, and now it is about to arrive. And logically speaking, the only ones who are strong in the sea are the Roger pirates. Kazan's influence has not been deliberately contacted. Anyway, as long as the coordinates of the road signs are mastered, Kazan's side will become an unavoidable threshold for Roger's side. Take Wanakuna's road sign text for example. In the original book, after Kazuki Oden joined the Roger pirates, he sneaked back to Wano Kuni and stole it. At that time, Wano Kuni was being ravaged by Kaido. As a result, Oden got the coordinate text and ran away. The flamboyant escaped shadow was captured by Wano Kuni chasing and scolding traitors. The country is going to perish here. You take things and go to sea without looking back. You deserve to be Wano Kuni too, and now. Roger found little news of the coordinate text. After all, history text of the Fishmen Island, history text of Wano Kuni, history text of Elbaf. They were all guarded by Kazan. Pretty sure, not got by Roger. It's worth saying, the coordinate text does not exist in Wangguo, and there is no news of the historical text on Shaki's site. That coordinate text is actually on the territory ruled by Elbaf, Linlin now. This indicates that the coordinate text in the original book was transported by Linlin from Elbaf to Wangguo. So, the three historical texts on the sea are all mastered by Kazan. Moreover, none of them were contacted by Roger and others. Think about it too. Kazuki Oden joins the Roger pirates, and it's only a year. Roger's final year. Collect 4 coordinate texts and go straight to Raftel. And Zoe's position. It is on the back of the elephant owner, it seems to be moving. Otherwise, the last piece of historical text will also be the exclusive item of the flying pirates. Speak up. The peak powerhouses in the sea are basically people from the flying pirates. Even Kaido. It is also difficult to have opponents in this sea. And if it is a long-planned war, or if there is enough time to prepare, Kaido will definitely call for helpers, and even ask Kazuru to supervise it himself. Whitebeard and Newgate will come to help and even encounter the situation of being trapped in the battle. It can only be said that this is an emergency situation. When arriving at the destination, Kazan in the sky couldn't help laughing. The people right now are Kazuki Oden, who was driven out of Wano Kuni, and his retainers. Kazuki Oden, this person. Kazan doesn't have good reviews. For Kazan, who is about to completely rule Wano Kuni, Kazuki Oden is definitely the last clown role that will cause trouble. Kazan reminded Kaido before that this person can find a chance to get rid of him when he has little influence. Now it seems that it is a good time to catch up. I just didn't expect that it was supposed to review the entire Beast's Pirates. But it became Kaido's one-man show. Well, just look at how much Kaido has grown. Present. Kazan and Tianyueshue floated down on the clouds. As the two landed. Cow-like and cow-like, Kaido didn't bother to fight. He ran over with a mace in hand. Boss. The two only contacted each other by phone and hadn't seen each other for 8 years. At this point Kazan sees Kaido. This guy has reached a height of nearly 5 meters, and it seems that he has not grown loose. And Stussy tested Kaido's genes. The peak period is after the age of 40. Therefore, so far, Kazan has not paired Kaido with pure gold. Kaido hasn't stopped growing. Kazan's golden figure floated down, and smiled. Do you need me to take action? Kaido looked excited, but still shook his head and said, It's just some defeated generals. Of course the boss doesn't need to take action himself. Kazan said. Leave Kinemon and Kurozumi Kanjuro, and kill the rest. These two people. Let's do it, little brother. After Kaido finished speaking, he disappeared in place with a mace in his hand, looking for Oden again. Jinwaiman is the one who has the ability to obey the fruit of Paramecia. Kurozumi Kanjuro, who is capable of Paramecia and other fruits. Now that we have met, the devil fruit of these two people must be hunted down, of course. Although the fruit ability is not sure good or bad. But Kazan is definitely not too much to increase the fortune value. The Kazuki family, of course, must be completely wiped out, so as to eliminate future troubles forever. And at this time, Tien Yushui looked at a woman with long green hair standing in the distance, looked at herself in a daze, and was stunned for a moment. The two look so much alike, almost like twin sisters. Not only are they similar in age, but they also have almost the same dress and figure. Who is this person? Why is he so similar to me? Tianyue muttered. Tianyushui muttered. This is the ancestor of my Tianyue family, because of time? More than 800 years ago, Tianyueshi ate the fruit of time and was about to travel to the future. Her time travel was a big event for the entire Tianyue family. After all, Tianyueshi had a special message for the future. Those descendants will naturally leave some clues for the future of the Tianyue family, telling them to pay attention to this ancestor traverser. So Zhu. When Tianyue can be seen now, Tianyueshui is not surprising. However, what surprised her was that the temperament and appearance of the two were actually like sisters. How do you recognize this ancestor? In terms of seniority, what should I call it? After all, it has spanned 800 years, and the generations are so chaotic that they have completely lost their clues. Your Highness Oden, the one standing over there seems to be Kazan, who once captured the first generation ghost. Back then, in this country, Kazan cut off half of the flower capital with one slash. The central axis of the capital of flowers was cut out by the guy stuck there. I saw everything that happened at that time with my own eyes. Hiss. It's terrifying. During the battle, a retainer recalled a bad experience and immediately reported it to Kazuki Oden. There was a lot of noise in Wano-kuni when first generation Onitsu was stolen. Anyone older than Wano-kuni actually remembers it all. Especially the people of the big family, they all know the ins and outs of the matter, and even experienced it personally. At this moment, I saw Kazan falling from the sky to the ground. When Kazan's figure appeared, it evoked memories of these people in the Kazuki family. First generation Goosh. Hearing this, Kazuki Oden was a little stunned. He can't remember the ghostly things about first generation. But Oden clearly remembers that when he was 3 years old, he was slapped to the ground by a man with long golden hair, and all the teeth in half of his mouth were broken. Looking around, the golden figure seemed to be similar to the previous one. In particular, at the moment, the two beauties with long green hair are still talking around Kazan. That made Kazuki Oden a little bit more serious. Ha 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 ha, that is a beast, he should fight me. Isn't that bastard a double knife style? Why did he change it to a single knife style? At the beginning, Shiki singled out several big families, and Oden was deeply impressed by the swordsmanship of the double sword style. But that's all from childhood. Now that Oden has mastered the double knife swordsmanship, when he meets the person who beat him up, he naturally wants to take revenge. When Kazan shows up, Kazuki Oden thinks that Kaido is not good. After all, in the eyes of a pure swordsman, another swordsman will be given priority. On his waist is the ghostly Kazan of first generation. Seems like the best candidate to be an opponent. If Kazan knew what Kazuki Oden was thinking, Cliff would show contempt. The person who beat Oden was Shiki, and Kazan would not take the blame. Master Oden, let's withdraw. Kazan, we really can't afford it. Yes. It has been recognized as the world's #1 swordsman many years ago. Hey. It seems that Kaido actually contacted someone with Kazan. Wanakuna's matter really needs to be considered in the long run. Master Oden, let's retreat. Oden ignored the suggestions of his retainers, and his anger turned into murderous intent. You guys are so reckless. Since I encountered such a good opportunity today, I should hurry up. Is that bastard the #1 swordsman in the world? Just what I want. Oden's fighting spirit instantly enveloped his whole body. Nobody can't die. Not only will I kill him, but I will also take off his head. The name of the world's #1 swordsman should have changed hands long ago. Boom. Kazuki Oden roared. The killing intent permeated the double knives, as if they had become fluid. Come on, swordsman, With a roar, Kazuki Odin shot out immediately. Kazan glanced at Odin bored. It didn't occur to Kazuki Odin that delivery would target himself. In his opinion, this guy should be killed by Kaido. Kazuki Odin naturally cannot stay. Otherwise, Odin might go to the Whitebeard pirates' next stop. And it will be a hidden danger for Wano Kuni. Anyway, people who are harmful to their power should be eliminated. Rub. The first-generation ghost came out of its sheath, and a gloomy light radiated from the blade. Kazan stood on the ground, waiting for Kazuki Odin to attack. With the help of the counter-shock, Odin slammed the soles of his feet on the ground and jumped forward. Are these two your women? Still twin sisters? Tisk tisk tisk. A loser can't protect his own woman. As he advanced, Odin sounded defiant. Kazan was bored. The warriors of Wano Kuni, like celestial dragons, walk at the other extreme of the world. An incomprehensible extreme of stupid IQ, at this time. Odin held Tien Yu Zan and Yan Mo, and quickly slashed. Odin 2 swords Taoyuan 10 fist. Kazuki Odin's attack was too fast to be seen by the naked eye. And Kazan is even faster. Odin's 2 swordsman is indeed very strong. Not only the speed is as fast as ultimate, but also the power of each blow cannot be underestimated by anyone. But Kazan didn't care one bit. The first-generation Kidotsu who was entangled with conquerors directly slashed, and a golden slash was issued from the blade, directly cutting into Odin's abdomen, and then, the gravity wave directly bombarded Kazuki Odin's upper body. What kind of power is this? Kazuki Odin felt a tingle under his skin and was shocked. When Conqueror's Haki is applied to ultimate, the resulting internal damage will shred all human tissues. Although there are no visible scars on the surface. But the interior is still full of damage. Kazan's swordsmanship is also blessed with many fruits, and it is quite normal to directly crush people. The current Kazuki Odin. It's not the strengthened double-knife powerhouse who boarded Whitebeard's ship and Roger's ship in later generations. It can even be said that the strongest Odin has seen so far is only Kaido. Whether it's knowledge or power system, he has not yet reached perfection. It can be said that Odin has not realized his talent into strength at all. But a frog in a well. This kind of reckless man who doesn't recognize himself is full of flaws all over his body. As for Kazan, it only takes one flaw from the other party to bring him to death. Click. With the flash of the Golden Conqueror's slash, it got into the body neatly. Kazuki Odin felt that his abdomen, internal organs, and spine were all shattered, leaving only a piece of skin connected, and his whole body was about to collapse, and the golden gravity wave that came suddenly brutally destroyed everything in the space. Julie is coming. Odin's eyeballs turned white, and he was split in half by the bombardment. The lower body stands on the ground, feet one after another, ready to attack. His hands lost strength, and the two famous knives spun and fell down. Skyfeather slash, Yanmo, blade, scabbard. All into the ground. There also seems to be a hint of emission Haki wrapped around it. With the disappearance of the master's vitality, it is fading rapidly. And Odin's upper body has long been bombarded by gravity waves and flew towards a place hundreds of meters away. Until a few seconds later, the sound of bombardment was heard in the woods. Is Kazuki Odin's upper body finally on the ground? As for Kazan, just how many green flames appeared on his body? Silence. The scene fell silent in an instant. Your Highness Odin, is he really dead? Ah. I can't believe it. Wanakuna's strongest samurai was cut in half. Impossible. How can this be? The retainers of the Kazuki family froze in place. He watched Odin's half-body fly towards the distance.